Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Whilton Mill for the 5th round of the CLUB100 Cadet Championship and the 6th round of the CLUB100 Junior Championship. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is Howard Mitchell. Together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's great to be back here at Whilton Mill for what I think, Howard, is the first time in 2022 in this location.
I think you're right, mate. It's a bit crazy for us, isn't it, with it being our local track? But yeah, I think you're correct. And it's my first time here for the CLUB100 Cadets and Juniors as well. So it's a double whammy for me. Absolutely brilliant to be with you here today for the coverage of rounds 5 and 6 of the Cadets and Juniors respectively. I'll get that in the right order. And we are here at the fantastic Whilton Mill 1.2 kilometre circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. And do you know what? Interesting talking to some of the drivers today. There's a fair amount of experience. I think the central location of this circuit means that perhaps more drivers than on average have maybe had a bit of experience around here. But it's going to be interesting to see. It's still the first time for a lot of drivers out there as well, such as the nature of this championship. The weather, just a bit overcast at the moment. This morning at the circuit. Possibility of light rain later on, and this is a track where a little bit of rain can make a fair amount of difference quite quickly. You can get a bit of greasiness developing around certain parts of the circuit, so that could be one to keep an eye on. But for the moment at least, overcast with a fair amount of sun to greet the drivers here today at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, we're on the international layout as well, so we've got the big braking zones of Christmas and Ashby Corner to deal with. Out on circuit at the moment, we have Junior Lightweight Group 2 practice, so this is just free practice at the moment. All of our drivers, once this session has completed, have taken out to the circuit here today at Whilton Mill. Had a quick go around. There were some extra practice sessions last night as well, those who wanted to partake in them. But as you say, Howard, this is a circuit that a lot of people know well. We always say that when we come here with the seniors, and it's particularly close around here in competition, and qualifying will be key as well for the juniors and the cadets, because again, we've been talking to them and a lot of them know this circuit quite well. And I think we will get ready then, if we've got nothing else to go over in this little intro, to the first session of the day, the first competitive session of the day, which will be the first group of cadets. Their qualifying is up next. Qualifying Group 1, and they're going to be going out for the cadets in a short while. This is half of our field for the cadets today, and the groups will be running, or the classes, so the cadets will have two groups, because there's too many of them to fit out on circuit at the same time. And effectively, this two-part qualifying will be merged into one. Everybody's times from Group 1 and Group 2 will be put in order. And it can mean it's very tricky for us to track, Howard, because, you know, statistically, you would expect half of the qualifiers for our pre-A final. I should say, that's what drivers are trying to achieve here. They're trying to get a quick time in, so they automatically get into the pre-A final, and that guarantees them a spot in the A final as well, and that's where the big points are. Statistically, you would expect half of the drivers on that grid for the pre-A final to come from this first group, but that may not necessarily be the case.
No, indeed, it's a little bit more complicated than that. So it's about the relative positions through qualifying, as I understand it.
Yeah.
And that's to do with for if we get a conditions change part way through. This might be a niche reference. I don't know if anyone followed Formula E in the sort of early seasons, but there was a round they did it in London, I think it was season 2, and it started to rain between qualifying groups, and it caused absolute chaos for how the grid was arranged. And so after that they moved to a system much like what we're seeing here, where your relative position within the session dictates where you are on the grid. In other words, the top fastest drivers from each session will be on first and second, will be your front row, will be first and second on that grid. Obviously the fastest out of those two times will get the pole position, and then we'll move to the 2 second fastest drivers from each of the respective sessions. That's your second row, and then we do third, fourth then we do the third fastest from each session as row 3, and so on and so forth. If the lap times are equal, by the way, if it's a dead heat, it'll be done by who set that lap first. Shout out to any F1 fans who were watching back in Jerez in '97. So,
hey, I was there.
So it'll be based on who set the lap time first. So it's a little bit of that means we get not the whole picture in any one session.
Yeah.
Effectively, in that sense. So you're absolutely right, mate. It's a little bit different for us to get our heads around, but it's a good system. It's a fair system to allow for those changes in conditions for the drivers.
Whilst we're getting ready for that as well, I think we'll also take the opportunity to just go through our scores on the doors for the cadets. This is our category for drivers between the ages of 7 and 10. And we spoke to our championship leader in the paddock walk, which you'll be able to see during the lunch break later on today. Ilya Veliko has had a very good season so far. 1,027 points in total is what Ilya has scored so far. This is also one of those scenarios, as Howard's just pulled up the championship table on alphatiming.co.uk, results.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100. We can find all the details for the season so far. And today, we're kind of in that mid-state with the cadets, where there's different ways of you cutting the cake. At the moment, though, we've not quite got drop scores into play yet. I just like to look at what have they got on the board, what have they got in the back pocket. At the moment, Ilya Veliko has got a decent lead at this stage on 1,027. His closest challenger on 989 is Wyatt McAllister.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the key thing to bear in mind as well. In much the same way as we just said about the qualifying session. It's a good fair system, but it means we don't get the full picture until that pre-final grid is published. In the sort of same way, it's towards the end of the season, it gets a bit it gets very interesting with those drop scores and how they're doing that, as we are now on to
qualifying
the
session has begun.
Indeed, the 10-minute countdown is going down there at the top of your screen. So drop scores, the worst 2 results that you have across the season in this Cadets Championship, and 4 results in the juniors, provided I'm getting that the right way around, get dropped at the end of the year. That's to account for force majeure circumstances, if nothing else. Maybe something, they do a fantastic job of keeping these Club 100 karts shipshape and Bristol fashion and all working. But let's say that you have a mechanical that's out of your control. It means that your season doesn't get upset by that. That's part of the reason why we have the drop score system in place. But what it does mean is it keeps things quite open until the end, and it just means that towards the end of the season you might need to break out the abacus and just work out what the situation is. But as Andrew says, at the moment it's useful to look at that whole score. How many points do they have in the bank? Because it gives you some idea of if they go on to have drop scores, have they still got a good series of results so far?
Just to run through, I've picked up the wrong graphic there, but who we've got out in this first group, you are starting to see some of the times come in. So Cadet Group 1 qualifying, not Super Cadet qualifying as I put there. It's the same group that we had out for practice. So George Palmer Mobsby, Frederick Navarro, Jack Redfern, Matty Prinku Wright, Paulina Viniarska, Josh Byrne, Oliver Bamford Sr., Ashley Rado Mitchell, Julio Valiani, Ruben Mamalok, Tyler Mason Gray, Oscar Wilson, Jay Hansford, Ollie Hardy, Toby Paris, Quintin Vachur, Charlie Wainwright, Jamie Warner and Emily Meredith. Those are the drivers that are out or should be out in this session. Howard's probably going to correct me and say, no, there's different drivers out there. That's Super Cadet Practice 1. It's got me again. Ignore me. Good start, Andrew. 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Howard, save me from this situation. Who's going quick?
I mean, I think it's Jacob Underhill, Harrison Bishop, Reese Cranston, Miles Burton, Solomon Adeniji, Wyatt McAllister, Daniel Wisniauskas, Harry Bell, Hayden Adams, Elliot Dimolo, Hendrix Bennett, Charlie Walker, Timmy Shahini, Jakob Schultz, Max Lovell, Antoni Chinecki, Tom Grulos, and Ewan Farrelly.
Thank you,
Are your drivers in that session.
Corrected me.
Sorry, I went through that list quite quickly. Apologies if I've got any. I'm still learning some of the names out there, so do bear with me, folks. But that's your drivers out in this session.
Jacob Underhill making overtake. We're not racing yet, but
We're not.
Jacob Underhill, I believe, was fastest in. Yes, he was in Group 1.
Yep.
Was very pleased with himself afterwards. Had a very brief chat with him. Big beaming smile.
Yep.
His dad knows this place very well. Dan Underhill. It's raced here in Club 100 in the past.
Yeah.
It's organised charity events around here in the past as well. PLD. So that is a very good start for Jacob White. McAllister goes to the top of the timesheets with a 58.032. You mentioned the abacus. It's a good job we don't need to use the DDMM abacus today because it's still in pieces from Super 1 last week, where we did see McAllister's older brother Logan racing.
I was wondering what this collection of beads on the floor was.
Oh dear.
Oh,
There's a bit of a spin. There's a double spin for a couple of our cadets there through turn 1, aka Oblivion. Wisniauskas goes to pole position, 57.511. Still plenty of time though for the drivers to get those laps in.
I always think it's the most aptly named corner in Club 100 is that Oblivion, because you really do have to throw the kart in to that corner, which, as you saw there, if something, it can be. It's so much fun to throw the kart through there, but it does just mean that if you do lose a bit of grip through there, then it's so easily done just to go into a bit of a spin there. So, but they'll all be recovered and get back underway again and get back on the pace soon enough. But I always enjoy that Oblivion through the crook is the second part of that. It's the left-hander of Oblivion, and then the crook is the right-hander, and it's a really fun bit of couple of corners. I think it really helps you sort of psychologically go, right, come on, let's do this lap. So I love it. And that run up to Christmas Corner, the uphill braking zone into Christmas Corner, which means that you can be super late on the brakes. We see it here as we're watching Timmy Shahini going through there.
Timmy, who we spoke to at Bookmore Park in the grid walk, has had a good season so far. Be looking to get up into the A final here today.
We covered the fact that Harry Bell's put himself on provisional pole.
We have not. 4.5 minutes to go.
Goes to the top there with a 57.157. This is Ashby Corner we're looking at now. That they're just going through there. That's the opposite of Christmas Corner insofar as it's downhill braking. But still a good overtaking opportunity, and we should make clear as well that there's a bit of runoff from that corner that the drivers are allowed to make use of there, which can often be good if there's an overtaking. It means they've got the space to all sort themselves out there. So they're coming through the right-hander of Inkermans is the fast right-hander they're going through at the top of this shot, and then the downhill braking into Ashby Corner. It's because it opens out on exit. You can carry more speed through there than you perhaps would first think when doing this circuit. But yeah, I do find because of that downhill braking though, and the way it almost feels like it tightens towards the apex. It doesn't. The track's perfectly wide, but just the conventional racing line means you sort of all file into that same space. I always think an overtake on the brakes into Ashby looks deceptively easy. It's actually quite difficult to get it bang on the money and judge the braking point right, not outbrake yourself, not have any contact, just misjudging the slowdown with yourself relative to the other cart. So there's definitely more skill than perhaps first meets the eye through that Ashby Corner. Here we are towards the end of the lap.
Harry Bell's just gone quicker again.
Yep.
The driver third in total points at the moment.
First driver to go sub 57 with a 56.95. There's the clubhouse here at Whilton Mill. It's fantastic to see so many people out and about today in some very nice early morning conditions here at the circuit. That's the number 12 of Hendrix Bennett that we just saw going through there. This is the 39 of Harry Bell, your provisional pole sitter at the moment. Through Inkermans he goes. Just a couple of minutes then left on the clock here for this Cadet Group 1. And as we say, we can't actually tell you for definite who will be on pole at the end of this session because of this relative position nature of it. So at the moment, we could tell you that Harry Bell will be on the front row.
Yep.
Provided he hasn't accrued any penalties or such. But we can't tell you which position he will occupy on that front row. Such is the nature of this. We will have to wait and see what time gets set in that second group. Now, if you don't make it onto the grid of the race you were after, maybe you were hoping to make it into the pre-A final and that was not forthcoming in qualifying, it does not mean all hope is lost in terms of getting into the A final. There are promotion spots available, or excuse me, it doesn't mean all hope is lost in getting to the pre-A final, I should say, because there's promotion spots available from the pre-B final to the pre-A final. The top 2 positions, I believe, from that get you up into that pre-A final. And then a similar system is employed in the B and A final. Is how that works. And I should make clear as well that whilst we're saying the terms pre-final and final, the points awarded are the same for each.
Same value.
It's more a sort of... I
you
guess
don't get a pot for a pre-final win.
That's true. That's true. That is the key difference. Yes, very good point to highlight that. So that's where the name pre-final comes from, because of the trophy situation there. But from a points perspective, they are very valuable, those pre-finals.
10 seconds to go. Harry Bell still on pole position, provisional pole position in this first group. Jacob Underhill, his dad right there, in P2. So it's the 9-year-old from Bletchley, not too far from here. We've just popped up the A5. His favourite driver is Lewis Hamilton. And likes his computer games and has tried out motocross as well. Checkered flag is out. Can anyone displace Bell off the top of the timesheets for at least this group? This won't necessarily be pole position, but could be pole position. Bell from Underhill. There goes Harry Bell over the line no quicker. Jacob Underhill is the closest competition at the moment on a 57.0. I think he's about halfway around the circuit now. Drivers are able to finish their laps if they crossed start-finish before the checkered flag came out. Daniel Wisniauskas goes up to third, or holds third place. I think it is pretty much only Jacob Underhill out there at the moment who could beat that time. There's Timmy Shahini over the line in the Sebastian Vettel replica helmet. There is Underhill, and it's 58.185. So Bell, quickest of the first group of cadets from Underhill, Wisniauskas. Good run there from Miles Burton as well in the number 34 to 4th, 5th place for White McAllister. That was Cadet Group 1. We'll get ready now for Junior Group 1. Junior Lightweight Group 1 then head out for their 10-minute qualifying session. And it'll be the same again. It's the same format as well for the juniors, of the times being held in conjunction with the second group that will set the grid for later on in this session. Who are we looking at here, Howard, out on circuit?
So in this Junior Lightweight Group 1, I'm saying that partially just to double check I've clicked on the right one. Alex Jackson is out there in this one, as is George Hannay, Jake Riches, Josh Bates, Joe Craddock, Rory O'Regan, Sam Idles, Edward Gordon, Tom Smith is out there, Tom Smith Jr., Ben Foden, James Shotton, Samuel Crump, Christian Hoos, Marcus Allen, Charlie Humphreys, Alex Brooks, Christopher Wilkinson, Jay Mooney, Nathan Kahn, Harry Gibson, John Warren, Abby Bijou, Owen Camber and Asa Pinder are your drivers out in this session according to my sheets here in the box. and I've just seen a track limit warning for John Warren, which...
That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate, but that does confirm I just read out the right list. So, that's... just got to be careful of that in the number 77 kart.
You can get in touch with us in the commentary box in various different manners here today. We'll start with the YouTube comments. Good morning to David Whitehouse, who says, "Go Jacob, drive cleaner than your dad." Thank you, David. Hello to Mark Yates as well, who says, "Good luck to Alex Dodds. Enjoy the event, all competitors, and go well." Lots of support coming in for Harrison Bishop as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Seb. Thank you, Simba. Greg Smith as well, one of our racers here in Club 100. Yep. Seen him compete in the seniors. He's having a bit of a break at the moment. Hope you're on the mend, mate. And do right to take that time out. And we all need a recovery period. And hope you're doing well. So keep them coming in. We're on Twitter, or across all of your social media networks at Double Dash MM. Thank you for those of you getting in contact in the lead up to this one as well. Yeah. With us streaming this one. It's the first one we've streamed since the first round of cadets, the second for the juniors at Buckmore Park. And thank you for your feedback as well. Positive feedback. And from that stream, a lot of you enjoyed it. 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. At the moment, at the top of the timesheets, it is Jake Riches ahead of Ben Foden and Alex Jackson. And the championship situation in this one, now it's a subtly different scenario, or at least I think it is today, for the juniors, because once we've got racing complete here today, anyone who's competed in every single event so far this year will have what we like to call, Howard, a representative championship score, i.e. they've got 12 finals in the book, and the championship is taken, or the points for the championship are decided by the best 12 results. Now, they will have opportunity to improve them in the remaining 2 meetings, but now we're getting to that point where we are really starting to talk about championship and who needs what, and who's got what, drop scores and all the rest of it. And what we can tell you is that Anthony Amato on 1,035 at the moment, but he has missed a round, we should mention. So actually the driver with the most points on the board at the start of today is the driver currently fastest in this session, Jake Riches on 1,269. Unlikely when we've been running the points through at the start of the day, Howard, that the title will be decided today. Yes. Which I think is a good thing, because we've got another one of these streamed meetings at Clay Pigeon in a few weeks, and we want something for you to get excited at. But it's a good start this for Jake Riches. If he can get more big scores on the board, I'm thinking getting on those podiums in the A finals does just put a little bit of pressure on the driver that on form I think you would argue has the best chance of winning the championship, that being Anthony Amato. Yeah. But just putting that thought in the back of Amato's mind that he's got to go out there and do it, and he's not got any drop scores to play with, or less drop scores to play with, because he missed round 2.
Yeah, indeed. He does have fewer drop scores because of missing that round earlier in the year. It's, as you say, from a neutral perspective, we want it to keep going. Keep going. But as a championship fight. But it's true, right? It is true. We're getting towards that business end of the season, and I'd say in some ways it's as much about, what's your momentum like at this point in the season? Yeah. Are you having a good or a bad day at the races? Maybe, for some of these juniors who have experience around various circuits already, how do you fancy the other circuits that we're going to this year? Have we already had what you consider to be your strongest suit, as it were? So that's the interesting point, I think, as you come towards the tail end of the season. But yeah, highly unlikely that anything gets decided today, but the pressure can be ramped up and the momentum can be built up going into the latter portion.
There's Ben Foden in the black suit with the orange helmet on your screen, currently second in this session. on a 54.734, so that's 2/10 slower than Jake Richards. Second weekend in a row that Jake Richards and his racing abilities are on an Alpha live stream, because he was racing at Shennington last week for a bit of Super 1 in the Junior Max category.
Yes, indeed.
And similar sort of concept in terms of powertrain, because of course Rotax Max Evo engines used across the Club 100 fleet. Now, what do you reckon Ben Foden's trying to do at this stage, Howard? He's just tucked up behind James Shotton at the moment, who's 8th in the standings in this session. In fact, he's just popped down to 9th, I think. No, I'm reading that wrong. He's still there in 8th. But what do you reckon Ben Foden's trying to achieve here by sitting behind, or would he be better trying to overtake?
Do you know what? It's forever. it's the constant decision making of qualifying, of are you getting a drag from this person? Are you getting a slipstream that helps you, or do you go for the pass? There was a little look there just into Paddock corner. I think in the fullness of time he might be looking to do it. I mean, it's not quite like the Ferrari teammates at Spa here. You know, in a qualifying session, there's not a huge. I should be careful what I say here.
They didn't do that particularly well.
They didn't do that particularly well. Well, there you go then. Don't make it like that.
No.
There is an advantage up the hill.
Yes.
But then once you get into the technical bits through the mid part of the circuit, if the person who you were following isn't on the same pace as you, it will just hold you up and it will mess up the lap. So it's a really tough judgment call here. On balance, I always like to have clear track around here. I
like to have clear track as well, particularly for those braking zones of Ashby and Christmas Corner, and being able to commit to them. But as you say, there is a slight slipstream effect here. It's not a Shennington, it's not a Clay Pigeon, but at the same time, it's not like a Red Lodge or a Ryan House, where you definitely want to be in your own bit of space and territory there. Anyway, 90 seconds of this session to go. Richard's still on pole position. Well, I'll tell you what, that strategy from Ben Foden, I'll tell you who it has helped, potentially. It has helped James Shotton, because if he's been having a little bit of a encouragement on the straight, he's just gone into second place, 54.511. There is your current pole sitter.
Very distinctive.
Front row sitter. I'll get used to that one eventually. Distinctive green suit there. George Hannay's in third. Rory O'Regan's just put in a good time. He's up to fourth place. Ben Foden improves to third, 54.517 on to row number 3 overall at the moment.
I suppose they are the provisional pole sitter until Group 2 goes out, so I'm being particularly harsh to you there, Mr. Mann.
Yeah, leave me alone. Who else is on the move at the moment? Edward Gordon's just improved to 5th place in this session. And Samuel Crump has just gone up to 11th place.
Yeah, good.
Driving in the 117.
Yep.
Who is on that bubble at the moment? We're talking around just outside the top 10 at this stage. They're the ones that could end up in the Pre-B final. Although again, I would argue from experience here, Howard, that if there's a circuit that you don't mind being, as the checkered flag is out, being in a Pre-B final, this one's a pretty good one, because if you get on the front of a field and you get some sensible heads around you who recognise the situation, you can drive off the front of a pack round here.
You can. I think it is one where it is definitely one where you can do that and work that strategically. The only question tends to be, mate, is how many of you manage to break away at the head of that final? Because if there's more drivers than there are golden tickets to promote up to the A races, then it can get a bit tasty out there.
It can.
But you're absolutely right. It is one where you can, if you have a good clean first lap, there can be a lot of dramas and battles going on behind you, such that you get a bit of a breakaway. You can then stretch your legs, work together, and then maybe there's a bit of a fight at the end of the race for who actually gets those spots. But it is definitely a trap that seems to set that up quite nicely for you as a promotion opportunity.
There we go then. That's Group 1 for the juniors done. Let's get ready for Cadet Group number 2. Cadets Group number 2 already out on circuit for their qualifying session. Howard, who have we got in this one?
We have Sukmani Kira, we have Jakub Mijarski, Ilya Veliko, Luka Batuev, James Vogt, Rory Hamilton, Teddy Young, Harley Higgins, Oliver Sanderson, Noah Hobson, Harry Knight, Adi Manu, Aurora Joel, Lewis Herbertson, Edward Gillett, Tabitha Mellor, James Gardner, Freddie Powell and Soren Chambers are your drivers out in this session.
Indeed, Sukmani Kira, very experienced driver round this circuit. Has raced in Whilton Mill Kart Club, which you can watch here on Alpha Live. Our good friend Mr. John Ratcliffe, the commentator, host on that one, and we'll be back in Club 100 form for when we get to Clay Pigeon.
Yes, indeed.
Doing that one
it
with
will
yourself,
indeed be him and I down there.
A lovely weekend for you both in Dorset. What more could you want?
Exactly. No, I love going down to. I do love going down to that part of the world, Clay Pigeon. Down there to midway between Yeovil and Dorchester. My geography just went out my head completely then. Yeovil and Dorchester for Clay Pigeon. High-speed circuit that it is there, and looking forward to that one. But not, of course, before we've had all of the action today. Early lap times coming in. Good opening pace from Teddy Young, although just as I say that, Luka Batuev goes up to the top spot in number 11. Sukmani Kira's experience around here showing early on as well there, up into the top 3.
Indeed, our championship leader is in this session. So look out for the number 51 of Ilya Veliko, who say we spoke to earlier, and I will apologise in advance. My ears are not in good form. I think I need to go to the doctors. And I may have called Ilya Elliott earlier on, so I apologise for that. I'm getting old. Can't hear stuff. Anyway, 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. We should mention as well, shouldn't we, Howard, that I think I'm right in saying, because I just spotted the helmet go through, that there's one of the things that I really like about this championship is that there are drivers in this series who are second generation, and in this scenario, actually third generation.
Yes.
Club 100 drivers, and to see another Gillett on the grid, for you in particular, sir, is quite poignant, I feel.
Yeah, I've raced against Pete Gillett in previous years when I've contested in the sprints of Club 100. So it's fantastic to see the Gillett name.
And I just love it. It's the same helmet design.
I love it. I love that. There's a certain, there it is indeed. Just that lineage of helmet design. You love to see it. It's fantastic stuff. So yeah, as I say, my first time doing a stream of this round. So you are going around. I'm going around this paddock and just going, of course. I recognise some of these Club 100 dynasties.
Yeah.
It's brilliant to see. It's a very welcome addition to the sort of makeup of the Club 100 family of championships. Really, it's really nice to see that there are some families going along with that. So yeah, lovely stuff there. And we're still seeing some pace coming in. Teddy Young has dipped below the 57-second mark. We've got a driver spun out at Ashby.
Just confused at the moment as yellow flag is out at Ashby Corner. But Sukmani Kira has just gone to the top of the timesheet in this group. And I want to say that's the top of the timesheet overall as well. Just remind ourselves of the results from group number 1. It was a 56.793.
Okay, my bad.
Bell set in the first group.
Okay, so Bell still on
half
pole.
Of that.
still on provisional pole for now. But yeah, it's there's still plenty of time to go in this session. Yellow at Ashby won't have helped too much for drivers going through there, but that's now cleared and everyone's underway again.
I'm putting some spoilers in now for the Paddock show late that we've already recorded. You guys will see in the lunch break, so do stick about for that. Because we've got Harley Higgins in this session. And his dad said something that was really... I hadn't thought about before. I perhaps should have. But I think, again, is a really good example of why this championship, as part of the Motorsport UK karting pathway, is a great initiative. And his dad said that it's like, well, one of the reasons why we wanted to come and do this is not just to gain experience and do more racing and do it in an environment where you don't have to worry about the offsets of competition level from kart to kart. But they're kind of based in the northwest. So they've been to places like Houghton Park, pop down into Wales, GYG.
Yep.
But this circuit they've not been to before, and they're actually using it as thinking of like, well, we'll go and do some Club 100, which goes all over the country.
Yes. And
into parts of the country that we're not used to, and we don't have to worry about setup and all of those things to be competitive.
Yeah.
But we're still going and learning the track.
Yeah.
And learning the track for then going further forward. Well, we're going to British Kart Championships. If they want to do that, they've got that experience of what this circuit's about for later years. And I thought that's a really interesting insight. So that was good to hear. Here we've got our fastest driver out on circuit, Sukmani Kira. And at the moment, Sukmani has gone quicker, and that's provisional pole position. Yeah. That's a 56.559 for Kira. All of that experience around this Whilton Mill circuit that we've seen over the years in Honda Cadet, for example, serving Sukmani well here. That's a good lap time, and Luca Batuev as well, 56.872. Ilya Veliko, 56.914. That's your top three at the moment. Teddy Young improves the lap time for the number 45, but is still there in fourth place. This group of cadets looking a touch quicker than the first group with 2 minutes to go. Noah Hobson has just improved up to 10th place, the number 38, 58.302. It's a problem for one driver out there. I'm just trying to work out who it might be. It might be Teddy Young, possibly. No, I think Teddy is circulating at the moment.
We'll soon find out. They're underway again. Now heading down into Ashby here.
It was the number 17 of Rory Hamilton. So Rory Hamilton, who ran well at Bookmore Park, when we last had the Alpha Live cameras for the cadets, finished the A final third on that day.
It's only the second race meeting of the season where we've seen Sukmani Kira competing. It was out at PFI, which was last time out.
Yep.
In this calendar. But yeah, as we said earlier, a driver who we've seen race quite a bit at this Whilton Mill circuit, so no surprise there to see the competitive times coming in.
Harry Knights has improved to 10th place, 58.250. Oh, good lap that's just gone in from Noah Hobson. In the number 38, improves to 7th place, 57.539. That's looking pretty good to be into the pre-A final outright. Aurora Joel improves to 12th place. That's going to be on the cusp. Cone warning for Teddy Young. Not a penalty. 45 seconds of the session to go. There is Noah Hobson, the number 38. That is exactly what you want to do. If your aim, especially if you're a developing driver, is getting those A finals, getting a good qualifying time. I say this from experience, but I didn't do it a lot. It's a very satisfying moment when you've maybe had a run of just missing out or just creeping in, and it's on your mind of doing a good job in qualifying. To put a lap like that in and be comfortable and know that you're then in the race and you're in the midfield and you can race forward is a really, really good bit of work there from Noah Hobson. Doesn't go any quicker on that last lap. Checkered flag is out. Is anybody going to go quicker? Oliver Sanderson has improved to a 57.955. That's good enough for 9th place. That should be good enough, because I'm not seeing anyone going quicker in the times at the end of this one. Gillett comes over the line. That's 16th place. Young over the line as well, stays in 4th. Yeah, I think if you're the likes of Adi Manu, Oliver Sanderson, James Vout and Harry Knight, you should be good here to get into the Pre-A final automatically based on qualifying times. But Sugmani Kira, a great run, using all that experience that we've mentioned to be fastest in this session on a 56.559. And if we've got our maths correct, fastest of all the cadets. Very good work. We'll see the cadets out later on for their first set of races. Next up out on circuit is the qualifying for Junior Lightweight Group 2. Final group of qualifying then here this morning at Whilton Mill for round 5 of the Cadets Championship and round 6 for the Junior Championships. Who have we got in this one?
In this one, we have got points leader, Anthony Amato out. We've got Lewis Falk, Tamino Colavecchi, Ryan Williams, Leo French, Raphael Mangot, Lewis Davis, Giovanni Castle-Joseph, Mario Nicalo, Benjamin Rowe, Flame Arikala, Tom Haffenden, Brady Pollock, Bertie Bream, Joshua Greaves, Piers Constable, Elliot Baker, Cameron McDonald, Dan Hillier, Edgar Bocanegra.
That one. Edgar Armanderas Bocanegra.
Thank you. Bear with me, folks. I'm still learning them. Harry Clark, Yonald Muhai, Gracie Muhai, Peter Woodard, Joshua Crow, and Alex Soper brings that. That's a big group. There's 26 of them out there.
Yeah.
For this one. So that's brilliant stuff there. As they come out in this is how it starts. They all come out in a big pack. They're all released at the same time, and then it's the question of, do you want to be part of this pack? Is it gaining you time, or is it losing you the time? Can you work your way to the front, or is it best to work your way to the back? And if everyone's trying to work that out at the same time, you all just end up going around in one pack all the time. Such is the challenge. That's the challenge of a qualifying session.
My thoughts on this: it's a 10-minute session. Get on with it. Power through. If you think you've got that pace to overtake, I would just use the first 5 minutes of the session to naturally find where your spot on the track is, because the alternative is you just go, oh well, I'm just going to completely back off for the first 2 minutes, and then you race your way into the pack in the last 3 or 4, where we know from the times that we've seen so far, that's when the fastest qualifying times, particularly in the juniors with a bit more experience, that's where the times are going to be set. So that would be my advice to anyone. Obviously these guys won't be able to hear it because they're out on circuit, particularly for the drivers this afternoon. If you're in that scenario and you're like, I'm like 3/4 of the way back in the train, but you know, if you've got that confidence to know, well, I know this circuit, I know where I'm braking, power through. That's my take on it. I'm not very good at applying that theory.
Well, I was going to say, my esteemed colleague somewhat practices what he preaches, because you have a habit of setting your fastest time on like lap 2 of qualifying.
Yeah.
So you do get on with it.
And then spend the remaining 8 minutes of qualifying messing around and not going any quicker.
Well, your words, not mine.
Which is why I don't normally do the qualifying for the Barnstormers team.
Anthony Amato is looking to try and get on with this, working his way through. Working his way through.
As I say, not as I do.
Working his way through some traffic down into Oziers. I say traffic. That is not to do a disservice to Colavecchi, who's just got by on there, who himself is trying to get up to speed at the moment around this Whilton Mill circuit. Still plenty of time on the clock for this session. Now, just a reminder that if you're here... Oh, there's a penalty for Piers Constable that's just come in.
Whilst you're figuring that out, a few more shout-outs for people. Thank you for getting in touch. Hello to the guys at Saint Motorsport, who were there at Shannington last week. And loads of different series. I might get told off for this, but man, it's another Alpha live stream. Don't like me for it. If you didn't see the stream that we had last Sunday, don't watch the Dutch Grand Prix tomorrow. It's just they're gonna be driving around a Formula 3 track and nobody's gonna overtake. If you missed it, or if you didn't miss it, just watch it again. Super 1 at Shannington last weekend was cracking. Absolutely brilliant finale to a championship. Saint Motorsport were there. They're cheering on Jake Richards and Wyatt McAllister. It's the team that run those karts in the categories in Super 1. I'm still buzzing off of it. We had a very dramatic finish in Army Bambino.
Yeah.
So that was good. Hello to Ellis, who's cheering on Rory Hamilton. Lots of support for Rory Hamilton, in fact. Hello to the karting dude as well.
Brilliant stuff. I'm just going to say, we can balance it out as well, mate. If you didn't see the Bookmore stream of this championship, that's on there as well. Go watch that. I'm with you, by the way. Dutch Grand Prix, they're all just going to open DRS through that turn 3. They're all just going to end up in a wall. Be done.
That'd be more exciting. But anyway, the 61 there out circuit.
You can watch a supercut of that.
Brady Pollock. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. As your current fastest driver on circuit, Anthony Amato. Been having a very good season so far. I say he's the fastest because Louis Falk's just gone and set a 54.015. That's a good bit of pace. Someone's been off through the crook.
Brady
That's
Pollock.
Well recovered. That is very well recovered from... Again, we've got a lot of experience around here, folks, if you were wondering. When I saw that cloud of dust...
Boy, do we know the off-track area as well.
Oh, yeah, we've been there. When I saw that cloud of dust, I was like, ooh, that's going to be having a meeting with Barry R. So I was pleasantly surprised to see that the kart from Pollock was back on circuit there. That was well recovered. But he has got a track limit warning for his troubles.
Well, I mean...
I'd take
all things. I was going to say, all things considered, I think that's quite a good... outcome from what could have been something a bit more disruptive to your session, let's say. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. I'm just thinking on the point that you were saying earlier, mate, it is a really good one, isn't it? This logistics freeing up that you get from this being an arrive and drive series and allowing you to go perhaps further afield than you might be able to do with an owner operation. It is a really, really good point. If you're based in the north of England, Clay Pigeon opens up to you because you've just got to get yourself down there and everything will be set up for you. So it's a really good point.
Just a reference time. In fact, the reference time is gone. 54.402 was the fastest lap completed in group number 1 by Jake Richards. So Falk's 54.015. That's going to be pole position. Or at least provisional pole position, and he's just gone and done a 53. First driver that we've seen into the 53s in a competitive sense here today. 53.960 for Louis Falk. That is very good pace.
Yeah, that is a rapid lap to say the very least, and that's going to put him in very good stead. That's right to the provisional pole.
Yep, straight up there.
On that compared to Group 1 as well.
Hasn't had a race win in this championship so far this year. Has had results of 2nd, 4th, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd, and then an 8th and 7th that we won't talk about in the previous round. But has been very, very close to getting a race win so far this season. Track limit warning for Dan Hillier.
Just a quick service. If anyone's tuning in and going, both groups have gone out now, and I still am not seeing the driver who I thought I was tuning in to support. Do you just double check? Are they a super lightweight or are they a super cadet? And you're there going, what's the difference? Now pay attention, everyone. The super cadets are heavier than the cadets. The super lightweights are lighter than the lightweights. It's like inversion of the use of the word super between our cadets and our juniors. But if you are tuning in for them, later today, this afternoon. Don't worry. They're probably chilling right now, or perhaps travelling to the circuit. But plenty of racing action still to come.
We did have a driver who said that he arrived here for this morning expecting the traffic to be bad. When it wasn't. It was like, my goodness, how bad were you expecting the M1 to be?
Well,
it can get pretty bad.
I was going to say,
yeah,
not wholly without justification.
Penalty for John L. Mahai, the number 28 there. Where is John L. at the moment? 14th place. Oh, now that could be a problem, because that will be the best lap time that John L. sets in this session. Deleted means that the second fastest lap, at least, will need to be relied on. And yeah, that could be a situation. There is your fastest driver on circuit, Louis Falk. It's just done it. The impressive thing for me so far here, Howard, with how Louis is driving, the consistency of the pace.
Yeah,
a 54.1 last time around. That in itself would have been quicker than anyone in group number 1. Let's see what Falk can do round the final corner. Good use of the track limits there across the line, 54.0. Not quicker, but that consistency is definitely there for Louis Falk. Can anybody improve right at the end of the session? The last qualifying session of this morning and early afternoon group. Who's making their way up the order? Bertie Bream over the line. Good support in the chat. Is 11th. That might just be enough for the pre-A final. Cameron McDonald's put in a good lap right at the end there. 55.007 goes up to 9th place. I think Mario Nicolo has improved as well to a 55.056. Ryan Williams up to, in fact, we've got a tie actually on 55.081 between Williams and Baker. Pierce Constable, there are lap times coming in at the end here. Goes up to 8th place, 54.903. Can anyone get anywhere near Louis Falk's 53.960? Amato's had a good go on a 54.128. Lewis Davies comes over the line, doesn't go any quicker, but it looks like it is Falk from Amato, Pollock, Davies, Kolovecki, Mengo, Rowe, Constable, Haffenden, McDonald from Group 2. That is your top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Amato did halve the advantage that Falk had at the head of that session. In his last ditch attempt, but that is a gauntlet being thrown down for certain there by Louis Falk. Really impressive pace.
There we go. That's all the qualifying sessions done for this first half of the day. We get ready for our first full race of the day. Cadet Pre-B final is next. First race of the day here at Whilton Mill. It is the Cadet Pre-B final. Here is the grid for it. Oliver Sanderson has pole position. Alongside on the front row is Charlie Walker. Harry Knight and Timmy Shahini are there on row number 2. Aurora Joel and Elliot Dimolo on the third row of the grid. Harley Higgins and Max Love will go from row number 4. Then it's Hendrix Bennett and Lewis Herbertson on row number 5. Tom Grulois and Tabitha Meller start on row number 6. Antoni Czarnecki and Edward Gillett start on row 7. Jakob Schulk and Ewan Farrelly start on row number 8. Freddie Powell and Soren Chambers start on row 9. And James Gardner, I think, has had a penalty from qualifying. He's demoted 4 places on the grid. Will start 19th on the grid in this 19 kart field.
And a reminder that there is the potential to get promotion from this race. Championship points, of course, are on offer, but there are bigger points on offer in the Pre-A final. And the top 2 finishers of this race will be promoted. Repechaged is the way it's referred to in the regulations. I love that word. The Club 100 regulations are the only place I come across that word. It's one of I love that word. Partially because when you do get repechaged, it's such a good thing.
You need to watch more track cycling.
Oh, that's true, actually, yes.
And the British Kart Championships, which
that's
you can
true.
watch here on Alpha Live.
That's true.
Wow, that's one of the corniest plugs that I've done this year.
If you like the word repechage,
that's why you should tune in to Henry Baudet and Anthony Jordan and their brilliant coverage of the British Kart Championships.
I think we probably owe Henry and Anthony a slightly better plug than that. We're good to go for this pre-B final in the cadets. It is the 41 of Oliver Sanderson on driver's left with the Hamilton-esque lid design there, and that 67 of Charlie Walker alongside. They sit provisionally, very provisionally, because the race is just about to get going, in those 2 promotion spots up into the pre-A final. But how is this going to go? It's going to be eyes on the lights, and engine notes rise as the lights go to green, and we are racing here at Whilton Mill. And it's a great start from Charlie Walker in the 67, sweeps through into the lead ahead of Sanderson as they head up the hill for the first time. The 33 of Timmy Shahini has had a good start as well, and they're battling again for the lead here. Walker having to defend from Sanderson, and that is Harley Higgins, who's had dramas before it even began. That's down at the final corner as one of our drivers clips a cone there on the inside of Inkerman's. But it is the dream start in many ways for Charlie Walker. I say dream start. He has got pressure from behind as they come down through Wilkins and into Ozier's.
Penalty, jump start. Oh, no, that's a bad one.
Yep.
That is a bad one for Charlie Walker now. It's a fairly clear-cut one, and in fact I can see it on the timing. It was quite a jump by nearly quarter of a second. So the penalty there is because the driver denoted second on the grid has not waited for the pole sitter to put their foot down. Pole sitter can put their foot down when they're ready, once the green light is out, and that's the second place driver has to wait. It's why you see maybe in some of the junior and senior ranks the second place driver looking very intently at the loud foot of the driver on pole. That'll be a bit of learning for Walker next time. He'll never do that one again. But the problem is, Howard, as I think you're about to confirm, it's a row penalty. It effectively means he can't qualify to the A final through this race because only 2 drivers go through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 2 positions per row jumped, effectively. And he was on the front.
That'll be 2 spots.
It'll be 2 because he's on the front row. He can't jump more than just the one competitor ahead of him. So you're absolutely right, Andrew. That will mean that promotion up into the pre-A final is no longer on the cards for him here. It's just a case, and he'll have seen that on the DigiFlag board on the start-finish gantry, and it's one of those. The only penalty, I've got to be careful when I say this correctly. The only penalty I think you can get whilst still being it possible for you to get promoted would be a cone penalty.
Yes.
So you've got a kart out to driver's right coming out of Christmas corner. We'll have to look for who that might be. Looks like we've had some early dramas we saw Harley Higgins, but Lewis Herbertson and Edward Gillett as well seem to have had some early dramas, I'm afraid, to report in this pre-B final. This is the 63 of Harry Knight putting pressure on Timmy Shahini as well. They're in the 33, and they're keeping Charlie Walker in check. Now here's the thing, and we always end up talking about this when there are penalties. We've already got a penalty in play here. That 67 car is carrying a 2-place penalty. Have the drivers behind clocked that that's the case, because they're engaging in this battle to get the promotion spots, and if you're Shahini in the number 33,
you don't actually need to.
You don't actually need to. Right now, Timmy is in a position to be promoted, albeit there's a bit of pressure there coming in from Harry Knight and the 63 as they go into Christmas corner, and the 54 of Elliot Dimolo is joining in the fun as well. But you don't actually need to go all in on some move that gets you up here, although this is an interesting move here from Knight, and he's through with better drive off of Ashby corner. Has Shahini got a fight back into Ozier's? No. So it is Harry Knight who moves up into 3rd place, which is going to be 2nd once everything's been shaken out, with the penalties to be applied as behind them as well. Dimolo is battling away with Aurora Joel as well. Good little battles going on here as they come through the boot to finish another lap.
Indeed. Well, Oliver Sanderson has not made a pre-A final so far this season. Has made an A final, has been able to race through in this scenario before, but hasn't made a pre-A and taken advantage of big point scores here. Elliot Dimolo down the inside of Timmy Shahini. This is for position, and that's a good move from Elliot Dimolo up into 4th place. on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely using all the runoff there is Elliot Dimolo on the exit of Ashby Corner. But Shahini now under pressure from Aurora Joel. She's going to be, well, she seems to be quite close to the back. This is Charlie Walker and Harry Knight. So Harry's done well there to bridge a gap, and that looks like a move into the boot for Aurora Joel. She's ahead of Timmy Shahini there, and immediately the 42 of Max Lovell is on to this as well. There's a bit of frustration there. This is a difficult moment in some ways for Shahini, Andrew. You've got to not lose the momentum. It's difficult if you've dropped a few places.
Yeah,
you can feel a little bit. It's important to get your mind back into, okay, settle down. We've lost the places. It's how sprint racing works. If you get taken a little bit off your rhythm, a little bit offline, you're maybe not going to lose one. You might lose 3 positions. It's about collecting yourself back up and getting back on the pace and focusing.
That was a spin, I think, for Hendrix Bennett in the number 12. We'll track that through in a moment. This is a good battle, though, between the number 13 and 15. This is Tabitha Meller and Antoni Czarnecki. That's a good move by Czarnecki going through in the number 15. So, 6 minutes to go, halfway through the race. Sanderson leading quite comfortably at the moment by 3.8 seconds, doing absolutely what you need to do in a B final situation. When you start from pole position, get the front, get those early laps in, get a gap, everybody else start fighting for second place, and you can just quite calmly race through at the front of the order. Here's a scrap going on. This is number 66 of Ewan Farrelly, number 40 of James Gardner, 53 of Lewis Herbertson, who is a lap down. At least that's what timing is telling us.
Can we cover who the spin?
I think it was number 12 of Hendrix Bennett, although Hendrix has come round again, so it may have been another driver.
I think it might have been Freddie Powell.
Right, okay.
So 37 has just had a bit of a slow tour of the circuit, I'm sorry to report, so will be one to try and recover what he can in the remaining 5 minutes that we've got on the clock here. But do bear in mind, this is not their only opportunity to race at all. They've got the B final coming up. At the front of this one, at the moment, is provisionally Oliver Sanderson and Harry Knight, who are on course to get the promotion spots. Still that penalty hanging over the 67 to be applied post-race. 2 positions, as we understand it, for jumping the start.
Tabitha Meller has got back past Antoni Czarnecki for 9th place. There's Tom Grulois, currently in 40th place. So Sanderson and Knight still going through at the moment. Harry Knight, not quite an ever-present in A finals so far this year. Had a couple of B finals, pre-B and the Trophy B final at round number 3. But apart from that, it's been A finals all the way. So good to see Harry Knight at the moment. He's going to be getting back into that position again. Ewan Farrelly on your screens there. This is like so far for Farrelly, 60.503. Track limit warning for Max Lovell. Kart number 42. Areas to watch out for track limits. The last corner. And long-time viewers of Club 100 who haven't been here in a while may be aware that it used to be that the edge of the curb was the track limit, i.e. all 4 wheels to the left of the curb, the cattle grid curb, was track limit. It's not that anymore. It now pretty much is straight down the line, quite literally, Motorsport UK rules. It's the white line, and if you go all 4 wheels to the left of the white line as you're sat in the cart, that's track limit. You're going to get a warning. If you do it too many times, you're going to get a penalty.
Yes, indeed. Good battles going on whilst all of that was happening. We're here with
the second and third place on the road.
Second and third place on the road, and it is Harry Knight lining. Now, here's the thing, Andrew. This is where we go back to the point I was making. Is he aware that there's a penalty, or does he think that he's got to put it all on the line to try and get the final promotion spot into the pre-A final, which you, dear viewer, and I know
is not the case.
It's not necessary at all. But it's that question of does he know that? And if he doesn't know that, does he commit to a move which suddenly brings someone like Aurora Joel in that number 43 in fourth place back into the picture? Does she suddenly get the opportunity thrown away? Which also would come, by the way, if there was a penalty. If there were further penalties corrected or applied. No, we're not just talking about a crazy move here. He does certainly look, Harry Knight, like he's trying to throw everything at this one to get by. But it's even as much as, do you collect a cone whilst trying to chase the individual?
Yeah.
You know, all of that comes into play. That is Soren Chambers that they're just going through on there. As they come through Inkermans and then downhill into Ashby Corner. Right, this one of the closest battles on track. We've still got some other good battles. The battle of 5th place still looking good. Max Lovell currently ahead of Elliot Dimolo. That's as of a lap ago that changed round, but they're still pretty close.
Looking good so far for Sanderson and Knight once the penalties are applied. Number 47 of Soren Chambers is just going to go a lap down. So maybe an opportunity for Elliot Dimolo. Working through the traffic. Timmy Shaheeny's looking forward as well. Has taken advantage, but is now going to lose out. That was well dealt with by Max Lovell. Stayed calm. Didn't get too aggressive with the traffic. Has actually got a gap now over Shaheeny and Dimolo. Shaheeny did hold on to the position there in that tussle through oblivion.
So yeah, that means Shaheeny's now ahead of Dimolo. That is the change there in all of that. So good little battle that's gone on there.
Just with the situation for Charlie Walker, as Harry Knight has now got through on the road, it's not too much to despair at the moment, because there is going to be that second opportunity to race into the A final, and holding a position like this, you know, 3rd, maybe 4th, what will become 5th, maybe 6th post penalty. That's still somewhere where Charlie can race from, and has shown in this race that he's got the pace to keep himself up at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty to be optimistic about going into the non-pre-finals, the B final, and the prospect of getting to the A final. Here, though, is a young man who's already going to book his spot in the A races for the rest of today.
Trophy B final.
Trophy B. Thank you. The trophy. That's the phrase I should.
I still want my trophy for a B final win at Lit in 2015.
Indeed. He started on pole, did Oliver Sanderson. He's going to convert that one into the win in the pre-B final for Cadets. Books his spot on the pre-A final grid. And then it's going to be for the first time this year, indeed. Harry Knight is across the line in 2nd place and will have that second ticket to the pre-A final. Charlie Walker, a slight case of what may have been without that jump start, but has plenty of things to be optimistic about going forward. Good race from Aurora Joel as well to finish in 4th place there. There was Max Lovell, Elliot Dimolo, Timmy Shaheeny. Some great battles in amongst that pack I've just mentioned there. Hendrik Bennett in 8th, Jakob Schultz at 9th place. Tabitha Meller rounds out the top 10. As they're still coming across the line, some of them. Anthony Czarnecki in 11th, and James Gardner, Tom Gouloir, Ewan Farrelly, Harley Higgins, Soren Chambers, Edward Gillett, Freddie Powell, and Lewis Herbertson is how they lined up in the 19 runs there in that pre-B final.
Well done. Well done to all of our cadets in the pre-B final. We'll see them out later on. Next up out on circuit is the pre-B final for junior lightweights. Here we go then, 2 spaces available for our junior lightweights to race through to the pre-A final. The grid looks a little bit like this. Jay Mooney has pole position, Ryan Williams alongside on the front row. Elliot Baker and Charlie Humphreys form up on row 2. Bertie Bream and Harry Clark starts on the 3rd row of the grid. Christian Hoos and Joe Craddock starts on row number 4. Janelle Mahai and Flame Arikala start there on row 5. Sam Idles and Christopher Wilkinson start on row 6. Leo French and Nathan Kahn start on row 7. Marcus Allen and Joshua Greaves. Hello to the support from Australia in the number 81 there on row 8. Grishi Mahai and Harry Gibson start on row number 9. John Warren and Dan Hillier on row 10. Alex Soper and Owen Campbell on row 11. Giovanni Cassel-Joseph and Abik Bijou are there on row 12. Edgar Armandaris Bocanegra and Atapinda are on row 13. Joshua Crow and Peter Woodard complete the 28 kart field on row 14. Stay in the tram lines, drivers. Wait for those green lights to go. There they are. 12 minutes for the pre-B final are underway. Good start for Jay Mooney there in the number 62, as there's a spinner through Oblivion already there, so not a fully clean start. They have got going again now, though. It's the number 62 of Mooney. Oh, is that a mistake for Baker? And that's going to be chaos.
Yeah, that was Elliot Baker just losing it into Christmas Corner, and some other drivers going off in sympathy. They'll have gambled on the outside line being the right way to deal with that, and as they'll have spun out, they'll have run out of racing room, and there's more incidents here at Ashby Corner, and it's a somewhat scruffy start to this one, Andrew, in our pre-B final for the juniors.
Yeah, that's the trouble with Ashby Corner downhill. Gravity's working against you. May have been a little bit of loading in that scenario as well that encouraged those drivers round. All the weight goes forward. You take it off the rear axle. There's a ABC takeout penalty already for Leo French. That's going to be a fairly big one. So the difference between an ABC gaining advantage and a takeout is if the driver who's been ABC'd comes to a stop, it's a bigger penalty in terms of places at the end of the race. So bit of a messy start for the junior lightweights in the pre-B. There's the number 11 of Dan Hillier with the 18 of Leo French behind. French looking to the outside through Christmas Corner, well defended, as there's another spinner towards the back of the field there. Who has managed to get out of that one? Well, Owen Camber, I don't think has, is 20 seconds off the back of the field. Peter Woodard, Flam Arikala, Christopher Wilkinson, I think, have all had problems there on lap number 1.
I think Charlie Humphries as well, Andrew, dropped well down the order as well, I'm afraid to report. So a few drivers.
In fact, it's from 20th down, isn't it? Because Elliot Baker has recovered after that problem at Christmas and is in 20th place. So if you're looking at the live timing, live at alphatime.co.uk/club100, 20th down are those who've had issues, and it gets worse for Elliot Baker. A cone penalty for the number 31.
Yeah, not the start he would have wanted. Christopher Wilkinson as well with an advantage by contact takeout. That doesn't mean they've taken away their favourite fast food. That means they've brought another driver to a standstill. They've taken them out of the running, as that's very hard on the brakes there from Nathan Kahn down into Ashby, and we've got a slow moving number 76
Joshua Crow, who's already in 27th
so that's
place.
getting out the way. I think that's actually just good courteous driving to get out of the way of the main pack coming through. Good early pace, Andrew, from Sam Idles.
These karts, the same ones that we see in action as Leo French down the inside of Dan Hillier there. Good move through the final corner. Penalty now for Abik Bijou for a spin under yellow flag. That is one that we sometimes see in the BUKC at the start of the season. I've done that myself. Have a bit of a problem under yellow flag, but spin under yellow means that you're not really in full control, safe control under the yellow flag, hence why it's a fairly seriously taken thing in Club 100.
Yes.
And a penalty is applied. So track limit warning as well for Alex Soper. So the situation at the moment, with 8 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go, Jay Mooney leads, Sam Idles there in second place. Those are the two going through at the moment, but there are battles throughout the field at the moment. Coming on to the back straight here, it's four-way scrap. Cutting forward now. There is the number 91 of Nathan Kahn. And as I say, we've got some international support today. And good to report that Joshua Greaves and his family back in Australia. Kart's number 81, currently running in 5th place. Nice spot for him at the moment. This battle here, the 68, the 77 and the 28, this is all around 13th place. It's John Warren in the 77, Harry Gibson in the 68, and John Elmer High in the 28.
Not a lot of love for the cones out there at the moment, Andrew. Just seen 2 cone penalties coming in for Christopher
Collins.
Yeah, indeed. Christopher Nicholson and Joe Craddock, respectively. Which will mean a position deducted for each of them at the end of the race. Is that the second? Yes, because Christopher Nicholson already has an advantage by contact takeout penalty. So there's 5 positions to be deducted at the end of this race. So it's worth bearing in mind that some of the provisional over-the-line results that you get from this race are not going to be the confirmed ones. It's results.alphatime.co.uk. You can click on Club100 to get the latest results, as this is the battle for third place side by side through Christmas Corner. But I think that was Marcus Allen hanging on to that position in that number 39. Down into Ashby Corner they go, and there is not an attempt from Joe Craddock, who of course is trying to negate that cone penalty to get by. A little further back is Leo French battling away with Gracie Mahai.
I tell you what, it's a shame Leo French has got this penalty, because he's absolutely flying at the moment. 54.792. Hello to Matt Cooper as well, who reminds us that this is Leo's second round back since an incident at Lyd earlier in the season. So good to have Leo back.
Yep, absolutely. It was, well, see, this is the thing about us pre-recording. I'm getting a sense I will talk to him later today, Andrew.
Oh, really?
And it was good to
use the force there.
Yeah, it's my old clairvoyance is kicking in as they go 3 wide into Christmas Corner. They're battling through the top part of the lap, and this is the likes of Dan Hillier and Christian Hughes. And have they caught up onto the back of Gracie Muhai, or is there some traffic there that they were trying to negotiate that made it 3 wide there? Either way, that is Hillier still in front there as they come towards the boot section of the lap.
Into the second half of this race then. The top 2 comfortable. Mooney and Eddles are just comfortably putting the laps in. This is what they need to do. They don't need to fight. They've got a 5-second gap. There's bigger fish to fry later on in the day's order. Here's Leo French closing in on the 58 and 39 of Joe Craddock and Marcus Allen respectively. And the impetus now for French, yes, there's a penalty to come, but the higher up the order, is a black flag for Dan Hillier for a safety issue with his helmet. Now I imagine that is going to be something along the lines of his helmet's not done up, the chin strap, or something of that description that has been spotted by our team of observers. And the way that will have been called in is that someone will have spotted it, reported it back to race control, and race control will then said to all observers on circuit, please check the helmet of driver number 11 and confirm whether there is an issue or not. We can't quite tell from that angle. Was it that? Hang on. I think there was something far more obvious that I just spotted there. We'll try and get a shot at that in a minute. There's the number 110 of Giovanni Castle-Joseph. He's had a good race.
Yeah, and there's a battle ahead of him between Hoos and Williams that he can probably catch up to. In fact, no, he has still got a bit of space to catch up there.
Is
that Hoos through on Hillier?
Yep, Hillier, yeah, there's a strap loose on the number 11 on Dan Hillier's helmet, so that's why he's been called in. This
is quite a pack of karts coming through.
It is.
Into Ashby Corner. And there go. Oh, and the 77 is onto the grass and is spinning round, and that's a gutting moment there for John Warren to go around there in the mid-pack. There is plenty of runoff curve there on the exit of Ashby, but if your left rear tyre dips, it's quite a drop down onto the grass, and then it's grass, as Hillier, I believe that is, reporting to the pit lane for that black flag. But yeah, that was a tough moment there for Warren, because I think he was trying to give as much space as he could to his competitors on the inside of him. But important to bear in mind, Andrew, the back of the card is always wider than the front.
It is indeed. Hello to some of our seniors. Thank you guys for tuning in and giving your support to the new generation of Club 100 drivers. Bryn Albin, there's no better way, there's no better than enjoying a bit of Club 100 whilst having my Saturday morning cuppa. Hope you're good, mate. Hello to Steve Lindley as well. He says good morning. Channel Ridge there. So thank you very much everybody, for getting your comments in. 2 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go.
I've just got a vision of Bryn having a cuppa out of a mug that perfectly matches his helmet colours. Everything's branded in the same way. It is a
Proudly
good
Welsh.
Yes. And if you are Bryn, you've now got that idea. You can have that one for free, that idea.
And very good to note. It's not a stream ground, but it's a place that we love, that Club 100 off to Landau in a few weeks. Very much looking forward to that.
Yep.
Even if it rains, because you can't have a bad day at Landau. There's the number 58 though. Joe Craddock, third place on the road. Leo French just behind, trying to... It can't get through to the pre-A final because of the penalty earlier in the race. There was an incident further back at Ashby that I just noted there. Number 39 of Marcus Allen getting involved, trying to go around the outside. Keep your toe in there, through the toe of the boot, Marcus. I think Leo French may have a run around the outside, does indeed.
And I wonder, Andrew, if that's half a confidence thing.
Yeah.
You know, how often do you... one of the finer points of practicing can often be to practice your alternative lines a little bit. And was that just a situation?
French down the inside of Craddock.
Indeed. So French has taken that momentum into this new lap and used it to execute a pass there nicely. But was that literally a case of Marcus going, "Ooh, I've not been here. How slow do I have to be when I'm on the inside of this next bit?" And it allowed French to have the confidence on the more conventional line to swoop back through. Another penalty, I'm afraid, for Christopher Whilton, so he's turning into a little bit of one to forget. He's going to need to dust himself down and get back on it in the B final.
Bryn delivers, always delivers. 60 seconds. Final lap board is out for the drivers. Here are your two leaders.
I would just say, Bryn saying you wouldn't believe it, I'm drinking from a Welsh Dragon. No, I would.
Marcus Allen off. And Marcus Allen out of the top 5. That was on the entry to the boot, but your two leaders, they may have a bit of a scrap here on this last lap to take the or decide the honour of who takes the pre-B final. They won't score points here because they'll move into the pre-A.
Yes.
That's where they'll score their points, and bigger points as well. But it's been a good run for both Mooney and Iddles here.
Yeah, well played from these two. As you say, they've got enough in hand to maybe battle, as the yellow flags are going to cover it for the boot, so it's no change there.
So Jay Mooney round the final corner is going to take the pre-B final win in the junior lightweights. And good to see a very happy Sam Iddles there across the line. There are your two qualifiers for the pre-A final. Penalties pending. We'll have to weigh in, of course, post-race. Third place for Leo French, but has an ABC takeout penalty. So Joe Craddock will have pole position for the B final, ahead of Joshua Greaves, Ryan Williams, Christian Hoos, Creasy Mahai. Great drive from Giovanni Castle-Joseph. Lots of positions gained there, as likewise for Charlie Humphreys. And also, I'm going to give a mention to Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra, who I want to say started around 26th place there. So that is a very good move up through the order from Edgar. That was the pre-B final for the junior lightweights. We'll see the A final in 2 races' time, and we're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit, which will be the pre-A final for the cadets. It's time for the pre-A final for our cadets. Here is the grid for it. Sukhmani Kira has pole position. Alongside on the front row is Harry Bell. Luka Batwev and Jacob Underhill start on row 2. Championship leader Ilya Veliko starts on row 3 alongside Daniel Wisniauskas. Teddy Young and Miles Burton start on row 4. Jakub Milcharski starts on row 5 alongside Wyatt McAllister. Rory Hamilton and Solomon Adeniji start on row number 6. Noah Hobson and Harrison Bishop start on row 7. James Fountain, Hayden Adams on row 8. Adi Manu and Reese Cranston start there on the 9th row of the grid. And then our 2 qualifiers from the pre-B final. Pre-B final winner Oliver Sanderson starts 19th. Harry Knight forms up the 20 kart field.
One of the things I like about this format, Andrew, is that it's not like these drivers can have, worked together in qualifying and got an idea of each other's pace. This is the first time today that the left-hand side of the grid has met the right-hand side of the grid. And so, you know, obviously they may have raced against each other in previous rounds within the championship, but I quite like that aspect. This is the first time that they come together, and we're going to see, you know, how does Sukmani Kira and Harry Bell play off of each other at the head of this grid, and so on and so forth down the grid, as we are going to be good for the start here for this pre-A final. So promotions and repechage is not an aspect here. Who is going to bag the maximum points from the pre-finals here today? And we're away for our 12-minute racing, and it's a good start from Sukmani Kira into Oblivion Corner. Quite a wide line there for Luka Batuev. I'll say it, but in terms of penalties, this has been the cleanest race so far today. And I think that's exemplified by the field spread here, which isn't all that much. Oliver Sanderson, winner from that pre-B final, is I think has had one or two dramas, but the vast majority of the field, the whole field's covered by 18 seconds, so not a whole lot of field spread here in this cadets race.
That's what we want to see as well, the close action, the drivers learning their craft around the circuit that you very much can race around. I know that it's a little bit cliche, it's like, well, it's a race circuit, of course you can race around it, but this layout, particularly on the international course, lends itself to competitive action and back and forth racing. Sukmani Kira well clear now, 2.9 seconds ahead of Ilya Veliko. And there's a sense in this as well from a championship perspective, because great performance so far from Sukmani Kira, but has only done one round so far, so we already know from a season perspective, Sukmani Kira can't win the championship.
Yeah.
If you're Ilya Veliko and you're the championship leader, to an extent it makes sense here to hold on to this second place because you are the highest running championship contender.
Yes, absolutely. It's it does make sense. You've not got to worry about things from a championship perspective. The only time when the logic flips on that front is there's also no point if you do get into a battle. We like to use the term disruptor, right? Someone who's here because it's not the championship. As we've got a good battle here coming into Christmas Corner. It is for second indeed. So Veliko holds off the charge from Jacob Underhill, and I think that means Underhill's going to lose out there to Molcharski, I think there, and indeed Rory Hamilton, I believe, may have got by as well in all of that. We'll have to double check that one. So there is a good battle going on there with 4 minutes left on the clock.
I think we are back live now as well, so apologies folks for the technical issues. To bring you up to speed with this Cadet Pre-A final, Sukmani Kira has led from pole position by nearly 4 seconds now ahead of this battle here, led up by championship leader Ilya Veliko. There is Sukmani Kira at the front of the order, well clear of the field. Jakub Milcharski trying to go round the outside there. Jacob Underhill in the green and white helmets is having a very good day so far. It's in P4. Rory Hamilton and Harry Bell. Harry Bell, who started on the front row of the grid.
But has a penalty hanging over him, Andrew, now.
True, yes.
Right, so this is an interesting one. 4 positions penalty for taking out another competitor hanging over him. And how many karts are there in this pack just ahead of him? He can basically, if he can in the 39 get by all of these drivers, he'll achieve the position he's currently running in on the road.
Yes.
Well, but he needs to. But those kind of things for that Harry Knight is getting, his fellow forenamer. Can you say that? Another Harry has just got a contact warning. That was not my finest segue.
Luka Batuev has got past Daniel Wisniauskas. Veliko defending to the inside again versus Milcharski. There's a cone warning as well now for Harry Bell. Respect the Collins.
And in a race situation like that, what that means is he's just glanced the cone. The cone rocked.
Just,
you know.
It hasn't been displaced, but has had its attention drawn. There we go. less than 2 minutes to go of this race. White McAllister has got up to 9th place, started from 11th. It's going pretty quickly now as well. 56.435 is a new fastest lap of the race so far. Oh, on the hill round. And problem there as well for Batuev. Batuev gets caught up in that. I don't think there was much fault involved there. That was just one of those things. Track limit warning for Jacob Underhill for just cutting across the grass there. That is a real shame for Jacob Underhill, who's having a good day. Still can have a good day, but at least in this race is down to 10th.
I think there might have been, I think he was trying to get a bit of a switchback through the boot.
Yeah.
And I think the overspeed that he had at the crossover point just meant there was a tiny little touch of his front right on the bumper of the kart ahead of him, and it just sent him round a little bit there. Really unfortunate for him. So, yeah, difficult one there for Underhill, but do remember there's another opportunity for these drivers to go racing. This is Ilya Veliko with Jakub Milcharski on his tail as they come on to the last lap.
Milcharski has not had a top 3 result so far this season, so this is on for a best race result of 2022 in the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Ilya Veliko continuing to defend. I still think this makes sense from the championship leader's perspective, because in case we didn't quite get it on the air, is Milcharski looking down the inside again into Ashby. Sugmani Kira, yes, is 6 seconds clear and is looking good to win this race, but is not a championship contender, having only done 1 meeting so far this year. So for Veliko, thinking championship, even at this stage of the season, defending those points and gaining a points lead even further than what he's already got over the rest of the competition is the focus, I think, in this one. Ryan Cranston has just set a good lap time, 56.387, fastest lap of the race. There is the checkered flag. Sugmani Kira takes a first win of the year. Where is Veliko gone? 2nd place for Milcharski, a first top 3 of the season. Rory Hamilton in 3rd, 4th for Harry Bell, 5th for Ilya Veliko, so wasn't able to hold on at the end there. 6th place for Ryan Cranston with a bright finish. White McAllister recovers to 7th place. Daniel Wisniauskas in 8th. Teddy Young 9th, and Jacob Underhill completes the top 10 after that unfortunate spin there with 3 or 4 laps to go.
Really impressive control of the race from the front there for Kira. Good battles throughout the field. And a few drivers who maybe will be looking to repair their fortunes in the trophy final later on. Coming up next here at Whilton Mill is your Pre-A final for our junior lightweights. Let's take a look at your grid then for junior lightweights Pre-A final. It's going to be Louis Falk on pole for this one. Very impressive lap time. Only driver to dip below the 54-second mark in qualifying across both of the groups. Jake Riches alongside him. Then it's points leader coming into today. Anthony Amato and James Shotton on row number 2. Brady Pollock and Ben Foden are row number 3. It'll be Lewis Davis and George Hannay on row 4, with Edward Gordon and Alex Jackson rounding out the top 10. Tamino Colavecchi and Rory O'Regan are your 6th row of the grid, with row 7 being occupied by Raphael Mangot and Benjamin Rowe. It'll be Josh Bates and Tom Smith Jr. on row 8. Row 9 is Tom Haffenden and Samuel Crump. Cameron McDonald and Mario Nicalo round up the top 20, and it's Alex Brooks and Piers Constable to round out your 22 kart field in this Pre-A final for round 6, remember, of the junior lightweights. It's round 5 for our cadets, it's round 6 for our juniors here today at Whilton Mill.
And I think we've got a slight pause in proceedings here. There's a good time to check back in with the comments. But again, apologies for the network issues that we had that blip of the stream, but we are now back live. Hello to Davy, who is cheering on the number 34 of Miles Burton in that previous race. Seb Benson as well, he was cheering on Harrison Bishop, who came home 13th in that last race. And hello to F1 Ruben as well, who's planning to join Club 100 next season. And it seems strange in a way. It's not that far away from that time of the year when preparations for 2023 will start getting underway. We are in autumn now. Summer's over. It finished about, what, 2 weeks ago?
I always cling on to that meteorological date that they do around about the 21st.
September. It's autumn. Yeah, I had to check that I've got the big boots in tomorrow for an event I'm going to. So anyway.
Yes.
But yeah, great to hear that people are watching the streams, getting involved and getting on the grid for next year. Hello to Matt Cooper again, who's cheering on Alex Jackson, who I think I'm right in saying we will see in this next race.
We will start in 10th. So, I don't know. It's an interesting position to start from in a field. It's going into oblivion from 10th. I mean, great opportunity to work his way up from there, of course. But, yeah, it's the... it really is. I find that this is one of those places where your racing instinct really has to be on point in that first lap, particularly up until you get to the top part of the lap through Christmas. Boxing Day, which is what we colloquially call the little left-hand kink after Christmas and through the top part of the circuit. You've really got to have your instinct on point. But yeah, going to be interesting to see how it goes from there.
I'm just going to address something as well. Don't panic if you're hearing loud noises in the background, ladies and gentlemen. The clay pigeon shooting has got a group on today here at Whilton Mills, which is one of the many outdoor activities that you can do here.
It
is. If you're hearing those noises and you're wondering what they are, that's what that is. This grid, really interesting grid this, because you've got Falk, Richards, Amato, the top three. How on earth is Nicky Richardson able to fit in a cadet car?
I was wondering that.
How is the tallest man in the world able to fit into a cadet car? There are no limits to the talents of this man. Moving on. You've got the top three in the championship, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Not necessarily in their championship order, but they are there. And then James Shotton alongside on the second row. Fascinating season so far for James Shotton, and one that really pleases me to see a driver throughout the season so far getting better and better and better. Look at the results at the start of the season. It was 2 B-level races for James, a 15th and an 8th. The following race got up into an A final. Good, always to get that one done. The next one, A finals in both races, all the way up to the last round, getting 2 second places at PFI. That is an astonishing rate of improvement, but again shows that the format of what we've got here in this championship allows a driver to come in, learn their craft, improve, and if they can keep improving, gives them the opportunity to then be fighting for podiums and race wins very quickly. I don't think, honestly, you'd be able to do that in other formats and other parts of the sport. Like James has had over the last 3 or 4 months, which is really, really good to see. And as I say, in this race, he sat there on the second row of the grid. He's got 3 drivers ahead of him who are all kind of going to be focused amongst themselves, perhaps, in terms of championship. Could be a great opportunity for James to be, as you say, that word that we like to use, a disruptor, to mix it up here in this next race.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's an interesting opportunity there for certain. As we say, just a bit of a pause here at the circuit. That kart that we saw Nicky Richardson recovering was the number 63 from the race we just had, which would make it the kart of Harry Knight. So I think maybe just an incident there in the closing stages of the race for him. Didn't know he dropped a couple of places towards the back of that last race. So just efforts being made to recover that kart and perhaps check. We don't know just check that Harry's all right before we get underway with the racing action again.
Whilst we're filling for time, not only does he do a great job on the British Kart Championships, another man with many talents. did a great job on our pit walk earlier. I've just received a beautiful picture from the man, I've got to say, who has one of the best out on camera post position games, in the industry.
Yes.
No Chris Simpson and his Baps of Betrayal here today, but we have got Anthony Jordan and his Jammy Dodgers.
We have.
Yes.
We have. And as we worked out earlier, his camera position backs onto the clay pigeon shooting
He's a very
range.
brave man.
So he really is going the extra mile to make sure he's bringing pictures to you today. I'm
No
just
parasol
saying, where
today,
was my
though.
Jammy Dodger? I like a Jammy Dodger.
No parasol.
This is true.
It's still the best setup I've seen for any of our camera operators. Alpha Live camera operators. This is the benchmark. This is the standard. Shennington Super Prix. Again, you can watch that back if you missed it earlier in the summer. Down at Stratford Hairpin on one of those baking hot weekends. Drone shot, parasol, cool box set up for a day's camera.
So long as he had the parasol secured, because you are very much at the top of the hill.
Oh yes.
And Shelley, I could just imagine a glider coming in over his head and swooping the parasol with the underdraft.
It was attached to his chair. It was a good.
Good.
I tell you what, it would be a good setup, a good Le Mans. Start time tribunes. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes.
Setup. Anyway, more filling of the time. There's a poll. We've got a poll on the YouTube comments of could Nicky Richardson lap Whilton in a cadet kart quicker than a cadet or super cadet? Yes or no?
Now maybe this is my background in systems engineering, but
Oh,
question
go on.
unclear. Is that faster than a cadet can run it? We haven't stipulated they're in the kart, but I'd say
True,
there's
yes.
a weight disadvantage there for Mr. Richardson. The man is skilled, make no mistake, but I think issues of weight and possibly by the end of the lap cramp might make that difficult.
But we'd love to see him have a go.
I'd love to see him have a go.
There was a poll earlier as well about which category we think will produce the best race today of the four. The two that we've got here this morning, the cadets and the junior lightweights, and then the super cadets, slightly older drivers, and the super lightweights later on today. I think that's a really true. I'm going to go for super lightweights.
Yeah.
Now I've changed my vote now. But I'm gonna go super lightweights.
What I like about that poll question is, imagine we've got to see it now, because imagine if it's on the brink. Imagine if it's could Nicky Richardson lap faster than a cadet or a super cadet? Yes, faster than a super
It also
cadet.
doesn't define which super cadet.
Well, that's the point. But super cadet is a slightly heavier weight category. So what if he fits perfectly in the middle? What if he can lap it faster than a super cadet, but not faster than a cadet? This is why we've now got to do the experiment, because it's for science. It's important.
This is what happens, Adam, when you put woolly, open-ended questions onto a stream with two guys who in the week work as engineers.
What if the cadets and super cadets are in the full-sized kart? As well.
No, Nicky's in the.
No, I know, but you could do it both ways. You could have Nicky
Oh.
in the cadet kart, and then you could have a cadet in the bigger kart.
Again, I remember having a chat with Dante Dillon, who's our cadet tester, and he said that actually in the right hands the cadet kart is about as quick as or can be about as quick as the full size edition in certain circuits.
I'm going to call it there.
Here.
Mine are not the right hands. Just going to declare that now. Pretty sure I'm not the one to demonstrate that. I trust in Dante's judgment there. Yeah. We're just waiting here for clearance that everything is okay with both karts and, most importantly, drivers from that previous race.
And operations for race control.
Very true. Yep.
We'll be honest, we're not quite sure what the delay is for, but we'll keep rabbiting on and trying to keep you entertained, folks, here at the circuit. I tell you what, let's have a bit of a review of what's coming up, because it's going to be a busy autumn here with Club 100. We've got a plethora of streams lined up for you across the course of the next few months. We've got another stream here for the cadets and the juniors. That'll be on the 2nd of October. Howard and John Ratcliffe will be down at Clay Pigeon for that one. Could be a key day as well, penultimate round of both sets of championships. The following weekend, we'll be back here at Whilton Mill for the seniors and their sprints competition on Sunday, the 9th of October. And as we said before, there's always great racing on a sprints day in Club 100 Seniors round this circuit. So definitely tune in for that. We also finish October with another sprints stream for the Club 100 Seniors at Ella Park, which I think the last time we had a stream at Ella Park, I want to say was 3 years ago.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It was
the very, very windy day.
And wet.
And wet at Ella Park, I remember that stream.
But Ella Park, a great circuit.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic circuit. Bit of a long trek to get out there, but it is worth the trip if you are considering it.
For my shame, I don't think I've been out there since they had a lot of work done to the track.
I think you're right, yes, because the last time I was there was last year for an endurance race where...
yes, because I missed that round. That's why.
You
Yes.
were otherwise engaged. I can't remember exactly what with. It was probably wedding related.
I think it was my honeymoon, yeah.
It's fairly important. And
I was actually no longer engaged, technically.
Yes. And then Wardy was off at that point. Yes, Wardy was ill. From
yes.
things that we'll move swiftly on from. And whilst we're getting back on track with the remaining streams for 2022, I'm very happy about this. We're not just doing Ella Park, which will be the penultimate round for the seniors, we are doing the final round as well. I always like to cover in full glory a final round of a championship, and Bookmore Park will be the host for the final round of the senior sprints, and you will be able to watch it and follow it here on Alpha Live on the 13th of November.
We should give a very brief mention as well. There is a wider eventing even than that within the Club 100 community at large, because there is also esports that goes on.
Oh yeah.
We've got those coming up as well. So there is a Club 100 iRacing Championship, the very popular racing sim, where we've got a fair few rounds to still go of that one. Actually, it's sort of coming back.
Wednesday night.
Indeed.
It returns. So
indeed.
if you're one of our existing registered drivers and you're hearing this and you've not stuck your name down for entry, do it now, because entries will close 24 hours before the start.
And it's
of the event. And it's Bathurst.
I love Bathurst.
And it's GT3s, and it's going to be awesome.
It is.
I mean, we had a Ferrari GT3 only race around Le Mans as a 2-driver setup a few months ago that was very good. This is a solo enduro. Yeah, very much excited for that, and you will be able to follow that over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel on Wednesday night.
I'm very excited because we're commentating. It's going to be, I think it's going to be my first ever broadcasted iRacing event at Bathurst where the car doesn't catch fire and I don't crash. So major excitement for me there. The carts are going out.
You've just given me the memory of Bathurst special event a year ago. Oh, it still hurts. Anyway, good news is that out on circuit now, just to recap the grid, Louis Falk from Jake Richards, that's front row. Anthony Amato and James Shotton is row 2. Brady Pollock, good return to form for Brady on the 3rd row there alongside Ben Foden. Lewis Davis and George Hannay on row 4. Edward Gordon and Alex Jackson is your 5th row of the grid. 22 karts on track for what could be a very key race in this championship.
And it's important, Andrew, we have just had, let's just bear in mind where these drives are at, there's been a long pause just now.
Yep.
So it's important for them to keep that together. You know, they risk having built up this first lap all up in their heads. Important that you don't jump the start, you don't have incidents, you keep it clean for that first lap.
All ready to go then for 12 minutes here in the Junior Lightweight Pre-A final for round 6 of the Club 100 Junior Championship. Good start for Louis Falk into turn 1. Jake Richards has got some problems. He's on the grass. 2 of them on the grass. Shotton's on the grass as well. 3, 4, maybe even 5 wide back through the order. It's an amazing start for Anthony Amato as well. Anthony Amato's got to the front and is off the front. Clearly, problems for Ben Foden. Jake Richards has gone back a long way off that start. That is a disaster for the driver in the number 14.
The anti-pole side of the grid got a pretty shoddy start, or maybe a nicer way of saying that is the pole side of the grid, Andrew, got a brilliant start there. There's nothing I can see on the time that would suggest that jump starts are in question, but it did allow Louis Falk to retain this lead, and as you say, a really good start there for Anthony Amato. As there's a track limit warning for Ben Foden and Alex Brooks on this first tour of the circuit. But yeah, that was a costly start there for several drivers out there. As you say, Jake Richards down quite a few places on that opening lap. And Ben Foden as well, we mentioned. Rafael Mangot with a tough start as well there.
Richards down the inside of Shotton. So yeah, both drivers on the second row not having good starts. But that's Richards back up to 9th place. But Falk and Amato, I mean, they have absolutely gone off the front of this pack. They're nearly 2 seconds clear of Brady Pollock. Someone just gave a little tickle to the tyres there on the exit of the first of the reverse Lesmos. Penalty for Tom Haffenden.
It's a costly one, Andrew. 4 positions are going to be lost for a bump and pass for that one.
Wilkins to give it his proper name instead of reverse Lesmos. That's because I've been watching a lot of Monza Whack in the last few days. Anyway, track limit warning for Tom Smith Jr. and for Jake Richards. Great scrap at the front. Falk and Amato down the inside here. The number 52 of Bates trying to get past Hannay. Josh Bates on George Hannay there. That's over 5th place.
I'm going to correct myself. I tend to pride myself on this one, mate. ABC takeouts, not 4 positions. It's 6.
Yes.
In these regs, which I've misremembered earlier when I definitely earlier got that wrong. It's ABC bump and pass, which is 4. It's ABC takeout, which is 6. I just revised that very quickly here in the comms box. Here are your leaders, Falk and Amato, which, as Andrew referenced a moment ago, are just stretching the legs out the front of this one, running away. 2 seconds that they have over the 3rd place battle, currently being led by Brady Pollock in the number 61. Cone penalty for the number 13 of Tom Smith Jr. So that'll be 1 position deducted. That penalty I am always aware of. 1 penalty deducted there. But yeah, these drivers playing a very mature, having a very mature approach to this race, Andrew. One would imagine that unless an open door is given to Amato, they'll try and hold together, and maybe the taps will open on having a proper position battle towards the end of the race when they've got more of a gap behind them. Yeah,
absolutely. It is, particularly around this circuit, it's what you want to do at this stage. You've got a nice 2.5 second gap there, but 2 or 3 laps of battling can wipe that away. We've seen that many times in things that we've covered here at Whilton Mill over the years.
And it's this section here for me, Andrew. If you're battling from Ashby down through all of Wilkins, Osiers and onto the back straight, those have such a hooked up line, such a prescribed line that is quickest through there, that if you're dancing around each other in that part of the track, that technical part of the lap, you're going to compromise. Also through the boot as well. You know, if you compromise through the boot, that dictates your speed all the way onto the next lap. It's kind of like, for people, for F1 fans on there, it's a little bit like Catalonia, particularly old style Catalonia, where it's like your exit of those corners, that's your entire run through to the first part of the lap. I'm sure there's a better circuit example. That's the first one that comes to mind, but very similar idea. So definitely, if you get into a fight,
3rd sector of Abu Dhabi. Don't want to be side by side through there.
No, yes, good. That's also a good one. Yeah.
Is that still too soon? Maybe. 7 minutes to go. Jake Riches in 9th place is currently your fastest driver. He's just seen there in number 14, green suit, white helmet. Trying to recover back through the order. That's Alex Jackson just ahead of him, member of the Alpha Delta racing team, who've done some racing in the Club 100 Endurance Championship as well. 8th place in the championship at the moment for Jackson. Best result so far this season, a 4th at round number 2. And ahead of them, we've just got Edward Gordon. Now, before you say it, don't say it. Go further back in history.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I made that mistake. I could see it in your eyes of what you were going to talk about, and I made that same mistake at Buckmore Park. As Jackson looks down the inside, not quite able to pull it off. He's going to have to defend from Richards now down into Ashby Corner. If he wants to keep that position, Richards is going to go for it. Good play. Good reading of the situation there by Jake Richards, but he's just run a little bit too deep through Ashby. May get some help from Shotton behind. Shotton may have the opportunity here into Oz's. Brilliant. Really well read as well by James Shotton there. Knew there was going to be a lane on the inside. I don't think you can protest too much about that, Alex Jackson. That was absolutely fine in my book from James Shotton.
Yeah. Agreed. Really firm but fair racing here round Whilton Mill. Andrew has now basically just given me a trivia question that I'm trying to answer.
I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, that far back. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the 25 of Ben Foden is having a look here at Alex Jackson. So it is.
Sorry, we're having one of those DDMM commentary nerd alerts moments in the box. Regards Edward Gordon's helmet, who those of you, a few years older than us and who are not 90s kids will, of course, see that is a very close resemblance of helmet design to Elio De Angelis.
Yes.
Not John Alesi.
Exactly. Exactly that.
Saved you.
I quite like the way you read my mind on that one.
Doing this too long. Penalty for the number 14 of Jake Richards for a bump and pass. Ooh, okay, well, I'm not sure I agree with that one, but nevertheless, the penalty has been applied. Number 34 of George Hannay there. Track limit warning for Tamino Colavecchi. 4 minutes and 15 to go. Louis Falcon, Anthony Amato, still playing the same strategy.
Yep.
Deliberately not battling at the moment, Howard, and they're doing well here. They've extended the lead over third place and Brady Pollock out to 3.8 seconds now, as here comes Richards down the inside of Edward Gordon. Takes the position on the road of 7th place.
A bit of a switchback opportunity there for Edward Gordon, but couldn't convert it into a counter-attack there on the 14 of Jake Riches. Riches somewhat on a recovery drive, let's not forget, after a difficult first lap, I think it's fair to say. And here comes James Shotton trying to get through on Gordon through Christmas Corner. He'll try and keep his foot in it through the left hand of Boxing Day, but it won't be on there, and that's going to open the door for Alex Jackson potentially. But no, he's back through down the inside. He clutched, well, that's held them both up actually, and allowed the 63 of Alex Jackson to get back through. So in the end, that was a slightly costly one, but I was very impressed by the tenacity of that to try and clutch victory there from a difficult few corners, but didn't quite pay off. Nonetheless, James Shotton still in this fight very much, with now the 63 of Alex Jackson ahead of him.
It's a classic scenario, that, into Ashby, where because you're downhill and that weight transfer we talked about earlier, it's a knife-edge corner. If you go a tad too far on your brakes,
yep.
the effect, I'd say, is magnified compared to, say, Christmas Corner. You can't lean into Ashby Corner and use the physics to help you out there. That was the problem there for Shotton, and not only for him, but the drivers around him as well. You push wide. Thankfully, there's that runoff there now.
Yes.
But yeah, a great read by Alex Jackson to see that was coming in. and he gained 2 positions out of that. Ben Foden, his Alpha Delta teammate, is now trying to do the same.
A few penalties coming in at this point, Andrew. We've had one come in for Tamino Colavecchi. That was for contact. There's a bump and pass penalty for the 117 of Samuel Crump, and there's a bump and pass penalty just come through for Piers Constable as well. So a few positions, and here they are just flashing onto your screen now in the bottom right-hand corner. This is a side-by-side battle between Josh Bates in the 52 and Jake Richards in the 14, and Bates hung that around the outside of Christmas Corner. Brilliant stuff there. We jump a little bit further forward in the field to
the leaders.
It is the leaders indeed.
Still Falk ahead of Amato.
Yep, and I guess it's that question of, as we come into what will just about be the penultimate lap, will it? Possibly. We'll see if the last lap board goes out.
Yep. Yes, it will be penultimate.
It is. Sorry, yes, it is. Is this where the gloves come off at all between these two, having worked together to bridge that gap? Amato would very much like the points for the win, as there is a bump and pass penalty for Alex Brooks now. So plenty of results to be shaken out in the wash after this race. Don't forget results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Club 100. That is Alpha with a PH. Alpha as in Alpha Tauri, not Alpha as in Alfa Romeo. And you can get all of the confirmed results there. Here are our leaders, though. You can see that Amato is pushing Andrew. He'd like the win if he can set this up. I have to say, it's been heartening for me to see a battle for the leader this one, after the pace of Falk in the qualifying session earlier made me wonder if anyone was going to be able to keep him under pressure, and I'm delighted to see the answer from a neutral racers fan's perspective is yes.
Amato a lot closer on this run up the hill than he was a lap ago. Falk's going to have to defend it around the outside. He uses the camber through Christmas Corner very well there. Has not had a win in the junior lightweights so far this season. 4 second places though. Can he break this winless streak and beat the strongest driver in the championship so far this season in Anthony Amato? Good run down through Ashby, has got a gap, doesn't need to defend into Osiers. Good drive off of Osiers. It is nearly there. A first win of the year for Louis Falk. Great in qualifying, has managed this race very well indeed. Is he defending too early? Round the final corner, it's going to be close on the line. Amato's going to look for it, but Louis Falk wins in the Club 1 Junior Lightweight Championship for the first time in 2022 by 1.5 tenths ahead of Anthony Amato. Third place, best result of the year so far for Brady Pollock. First time in the top 3 in a final. Fourth for Lewis Davies. Fifth for Josh Bates. Sixth on a recovery drive there for Jake Richards, but he has a penalty. Then the 2 Alpha Delta boys. Ben Foden ahead of Alex Jackson, 7th and 8th. George Hannay, 9th, and James Shotton completing the top 10. Good race that, and good to see Louis Falk can now say he has a 130-point score for the first time. It's taken till round 6 to get it, but boy, oh boy, that will feel good for him.
Absolutely. Big result for him. And I think Andrew as well sets us up very nicely for the A final later on today as well. You know, will he have one eye on the round trophy as well? But really good stuff there from Falk. Got a bit interesting for the last few corners, wasn't it? But really good result, and well controlled from the two of them at the front of that, with some good battles throughout.
Absolutely. Well, that's the first rotation of races done, and we're going to go straight into the second. Next out on circuit will be the Cadet B final. Last chance for drivers to qualify through into the Cadet A final here at Whilton Mill today. Here is your grid. Aurora Joel has pole position. Max Lovell alongside on the front row. Charlie Walker and Elliot Dimolo are there on row 2. Timo Shahini and Hendrix Bennett start on row 3. Jakob Schultz and Tabitha Meller start on row number 4. Anthony Czarnecki and James Gardner start on row 5. Tom Groulois and Ewan Fowley start on row 6. And then we find Harley Higgins and Soren Chambers on row number 7. Edward Gillett and Freddie Powell on row 8. Lewis Herbertson completes the field. It is a 19 kart field. Sorry, 17,
it's a 17
kart field for the drivers who finished third from 19th. That's why I said 19th.
Yes.
In the Pre-B final.
Indeed, and there will be promotions again for the top 2 in this one as well. So for Aurora Joel and Max Lovell, who start first and second on this grid, if they can both maintain those positions penalty-free, they will be joining the A final grid. 12 minutes then on the clock for this one. And do not let slightly smaller size of this field deceive you. This could still very much be a lot of fun with this B final. Perhaps a few drivers as well out of position after their pre-final race earlier. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and we are away. Aurora Joel in that number 43 kart. She leads them away into oblivion, but there's going to be the inside line there through the crook for Max Lovell, and he'll try and get through. Does so, and then that's also the 54 of Elliot Dimolo, who's getting by as well. Pole sitter Joel needs to try and hook back into the racing line there. Does well there to hang it around the outsiders. There's issues there for Tabitha Meller further down the back of the field. But into Ashby Corner is Max Lovell, who leads the field now ahead of Elliot Dimolo. Then it's the 12 of Hendrix Bennett, who's slotted into third place. And then is Timmy Shahini, followed by Aurora Joel. So perhaps a bit of a difficult, and sometimes we see this, to be fair, the pole side of the grid, because you have a right-hander immediately after the left at the start of the lap, can mean that you've got to be careful how you position yourself off of the pole side of the grid, and that's why you often see changes on the first lap from the front of the grid, as it's a bit of a wide moment there for Elliot Dimolo out of turn 2 in that number 54, but Aurora Joel begins the fight back up towards the position where she started. She was lining up Timmy Shahini there, but had to back out of it as Shahini came across to try and move himself on Hendrix Bennett.
Good opportunity here for the top 2 at the moment, because if that battle for third is going to carry on, they could get away. They could get away early on. Oh, Elliot Dimolo a little bit deep into Ashby Corner. And this race, in terms of the promotion up to the A final, the story could be over.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's a long way to go in this race yet, but still, you can set the wheels in motion for that good promotion opportunity. No penalties out there at the moment. Just a track limit warning for the 36 of Jakob Schulk. Here is Aurora Joel. She's very strong through this part of the lap, Andrew. Managed to hook underneath Shahini there and has got by. Meanwhile, behind them, Schulk and Walker. And Charlie Walker is going to be one to watch here, Andrew, because we know from the qualifying pace that Charlie has good pace.
Yeah.
It was just a bit of unfortunately, in the pre-B final, there was a jump start penalty and such that meant that he was down the standings on that one. But we know he's got good pace. Has the number 67. So we will see how he gets on up the order here.
Have been problems early on in this race for Tabitha Meller and Ewan Farrelly. Meller starting to recover back through, getting 2 positions up to 15th. Also moving back through the order up to 9th place now. Good laps in here from Hendrix Bennett in kart number 12. Now, I know that sometimes there's a bit of a question about the track limits. In my opinion, you don't gain an advantage by running out wide there through turn 2, because you're just extending the direction, you're extending the number of meters that you're doing, and you're not doing it at a greater speed than if you're staying on the racing line. And that was a good demonstration of that for me, because Hendrix Bennett has really closed in now on Elliot Dimolo for this 2nd place.
Yeah, it's most definitely a case of diminishing returns the wider you go out there. It used to be the case that the grain of the concrete out there sort of also pulled the kart off away towards the grass almost. I'm not sure if that's changed slightly since it's been repainted down there. But certainly it's not an open and shut case of, well, that was an obvious advantage.
It's not like the last corner where if you keep it pinned and take it right up to the wall, you can gain tenths of a second and extra speed that you then run through turn 1 and turn 2. That's a fairly clear-cut one for me in terms of track limits. But it's a bit more nuanced into turn 2.
Yep.
There's Aurora Joel. Timmy Shahini just behind. Still got a chance here of racing through. Elliot Dimolo dealing with the pressure well at the moment. They're in second place as number 67 of Charlie Walker is coming into this as well. We have seen Charlie have some good pace earlier on in the day.
That was fine, by the way, again, from a track limits perspective. Used all the runoff there out of Ashby. That's fine.
Yep.
Here we're back with the second place battle. Elliot Dimolo in that 54. Hendrix Bennett in the number 12.
I can see the argument that it is easier, but I would still argue. Oh, it's round there goes Charlie Walker.
Oh, and that's another. There's another driver around.
Yeah. Aurora Joel involved as well, unfortunately, so they won't be making it through to the A final today. Aurora's going to be stuck in the grass now.
That close proximity of the two makes me wonder if we may see something from race control with regards to penalty for however they feel that played out.
Just to finish my lecture on track limits, that'll be it for today, folks. There's no lasting advantage. Now, this is talked about in Formula 1 a lot.
Yes.
It's the part of you've gone off track and you've gained a lasting advantage.
Yes.
You don't get that either through Ashby or through the crook and towards Fine Lady. So that's where I agree with the implementation here in Club 100 quite strongly. Meanwhile, Bennett looking down the inside of Elliot Dimolo. Well dealt with by Elliot there. Kept his foot in. Knew that he'd have the speed through the initial part of the boot. And left the space as well on the inside for Hendrix Bennett to keep both karts running in the race. 6 minutes to go. Halfway point on time. Elliot Dimolo out wide there. Hendrix Bennett didn't quite get as good a run up the hill that time.
Change around about here, actually. Czarnecki now with Gruloir in his wheel tracks, and Gruloir got by on Edward Gillett last time around. And there is Gillett right on the scene and tried to go down the inside of that Boxing Day corner. And it's always a tough place to judge, Andrew, I think. If you've got that momentum through Christmas Corner, it's so easy to go, and I'll just be down the inside here at Boxing Day. But if the other driver isn't wise to it, they're not expecting it, and the door can close very quickly on you there.
Yeah, it really is a pinch point. You feel for Gillett there. Just moving through the order nicely. Had a chance there of the top 5, which unfortunately has now gone. 5 minutes to go. Dimolo and Bennett. Bennett looking for a good run up the hill. Checks over the shoulder. It's not being challenged at the moment by Timmy Shahini behind. He's closing in all the time. And I get the feeling at the moment that if Bennett can find a way through, Howard, that he's got a bit more pace than Dimolo at this stage of the race.
I'm inclined to agree with you, but the key operative phrase there was if he can get by. Yes. Is there enough overspeed to get through? Because I think Dimolo is positioning his car very well here when he is under attack.
The key part of the circuit, I think, is here.
Yes.
Trying to set up to be right on the rear bumper of the 54 through the last corner, through turn 1 and turn 2. And then again, if Dimolo runs wide, basically opens the door on the run up towards Christmas Corner. Not quite there that time. Changes in position further down the order. Harley Higgins is now to 7th place, ahead of Charlie Walker. I think Lewis Herbertson has lost a few spots on that last lap.
A bit of a switch back through these top part of the lap, though. There is Hendrix Bennett. You can tell he's trying to set up the move here. As his traffic coming into play here, as Max Lovell is negotiating his way through some of these. That's Ewan Farrelly he's got by on, and Soren Chambers. So that's now a factor as well.
Big opportunity this. Big opportunity for Hendrix Bennett. Because if Dimolo gets held up there by the traffic, he's going to try and go side by side through the final corner. He's going to be compromised on the run here. This is going to be an opportunity for Bennett. Bennett's going to have more speed over the start-finish line. And Dimolo may be held up through this part of the course as well. Great opportunity. Hendricks Bennett, can he find a way past Elliot Dimolo for the final place in the A final? Dimolo has dealt with that really, really well. Didn't panic. Didn't get too flustered and have contact with the back marker.
But likewise,
holds on for the second place.
Well judged by Bennett there, Andrew, to just follow through on the opportunity that was opened up by Dimolo. So he hasn't lost out either. Contact warning is issued there. Not sure if that's for getting by the traffic there. And that's good run onto the back straight there from Bennett. And surely this is going to be an opportunity. But we know that Dimolo carries good speed into the initial part of the boot. There was Timmy Shahini we just saw there in the 33. And here's the 5th place Jakob Schulk. But it stays as they were for second place. Dimolo still ahead of Bennett, as Max Lovell, our leader, who we've not seen too much of, such is the nature of how he's controlling this really well at the front, comes on to lap number 11 with a 2.5 second gap.
It does indeed. It's been a perfect B final run for Max Lovell so far. Very nicely indeed.
So you can see the switchback here, trying to get a later apex both through Christmas Corner and Inkermans to try and set up an opportunity on the brakes into Ashby. And this is where I think Bennett is a little bit stronger through this part of the lap. Through Wilkins and then downhill, very short, sharp braking just to steady the car into Osiers.
Trickiest corner of the circuit, if you ask me, Osiers. Very easy to get it wrong.
Yep.
Good run this for Hendricks Bennett. Dimolo a touch deep on the entry to the boot. This great opportunity, this really good opportunity. If Hendricks Bennett can stay on the rear bumper of Dimolo, checks over the shoulder, no need to worry behind. Can Hendricks Bennett get the overspeed up through into Christmas Corner now? I think he just needs to run out, just run the kart out a little bit wider.
I think what it is he's trying to get the late apex through the second apex of the the second apex of the boot, the toe of the boot, if you like. But the thing is that Dimolo is positioning his kart brilliantly to just give Hendricks nowhere to go with that overspeed. And once he's done that, he's actually nullified most of the pace advantage that Bennett would have coming onto the main straight.
Yep.
I think it's you can't fault the lines that Bennett is taking here to try and open up the opportunities. It's just very good preemption from Dimolo, who I believe will sweep round here again. We've seen him carry this pace. And then here on the exit of this bit here, Dimolo comes across and Bennett can't do anything with the overspeed that he's got coming off of a later apex. Meanwhile, ahead of them, great example of how a battle can go here at Wilton Mill. Max Lovell, though, ahead of them, has begun his final tour of the circuit. So too has this battle. Last opportunities for Bennett to try and bag the last of the tickets onto the back of the Cadets A final for round number 5.
Oh, that was so close into Christmas Corner. I think with a bit more experience, there would have been a move on there to go down the inside on the brakes. He can lean into Christmas Corner, but this battle for the second spot going through from the B final to the A final will be the last chance to get onto that A final. Oh, there's the mistake. A slight mistake from Hendricks Bennett trying to find a way through in Osiers Corner. Max Lovell's going to take a great B final victory here. Comfortable out front. Perfect. Absolutely spot on. Just what you want to do. And it's going to be second place for Elliot Dimolo. On the line, third for Hendricks Bennett. A great run, some good points for Hendricks there. Fourth for Timmy Shahini. Fifth place is going to be Jakob Schulk. Tom Goulois was going to be in sixth place. Harley Higgins seventh. Charlie Walker frustrated there in eighth. Ninth is going to be Anthony Czarnecki down in number 15. James Gardner completes the top 10 there in your Cadet B final for today's racing here at Wilton Mill.
I'm sure Hendricks might be a little bit disappointed that he didn't, you're always going to have a slight thing of, I didn't quite get that opportunity to go up into the A final, but it was a really good battle, really good stuff, and you saw from two young drivers there, great positioning on the defence and great positioning to try and open up the opportunities, getting those later apex to open up the drive onto the straights. The number of times that Bennett was alongside Dimolo coming into the boot, it was a good little battle there that we saw for the final promotion spot. And I think both drivers can hold their head up high for the nature of that battle.
Absolutely. So well done to Max Lovell, our winner in the Cadet B final, and Elliot Dimolo as well. They'll both go through pending post-race weigh-ins, and eager to see Jakob Schulk there, very happy with 5th place in the B final. Well done to all of those drivers, and we'll see them next time out at Clay Pigeon. We're going to get ready though for the next race out on circuit, B final for junior lightweights.
Let's take a look at your grid then for the Junior Lightweights B final here at Whilton Mill. It will be Joshua Greaves with plenty of support coming in from down under, I've no doubt, in pole position on this one with Ryan Williams alongside Christian Hoos and Gracie Muay on row number 2, Joe Craddock and Giovanni Castle-Joseph on row number 3. Leo French and Charlie Humphries are next with Edgar Armadariz Bocanegra and Flame Aracala on the 5th row of the grid. Elliot Baker and Nathan Kahn are row 6. Row 7 is going to be Harry Gibson and Alex Soper. Then it will be Harry Clark and Yon Muhai, John Warren and Asa Pinder. And I'm going to race ahead of the graphic here. Peter Woodward and Owen Camber, Dan Hillier and Marcus Allen, Joshua Crow and Bertie Bream, Abby Bijou and Christopher Wilkinson. Round out your 26 kart grid in this one, and away we go. The 81 of Joshua Greaves leads them away into oblivion. How's the start from both sides of the grid? The 53 is out wide there, or the 58, excuse me, of Joe Craddock is out wide there out of turn 2. But it is Christian Hoos who's managed to get himself up into second place. We've got a spinner towards the back of the field. Very unusual to see. It's the 77 spinning from driver's left straight across to driver's right. And it is John Warren. Unusual incident to see there, but thankfully, I mean, this will be little consolation to John, but did not collect any of his fellow competitors there to go off into the grass.
That's a strange one, I'm going to be honest. I've never seen a Club 100 kart in that part of the grass on lap 1.
I have.
Even in BUKC qualifiers.
Oh, I have. I remember an incident, actually.
Am I getting old? Am I forgetting?
No, I'm just pulling things from the realms of my memory 10 years ago. But anyway, Joshua Greaves, though, with a good first lap there, leads the way at the end of lap number 1. Christian Hoos in that number 60 car has done well to get up onto the back of him. Giovanni Castle-Joseph as well with a good start in the 110. Who else has been? Oh, that's down at turn number 2 into the barrier there. There's multiple drivers off down at turn 2. So we'll wait to see who that involves. And there's a move there for the lead into Osiers from Christian Hoos. I don't know how. That looked a little bit on the wrong side.
ABC-ish to me, and it's not good news for Joshua Greaves.
It's not our call to make. I'll diplomatically say that was robust.
Okay. 10.5 minutes to go. Yellow flags are out. Just trying to work out who our drivers off down there at the. I feel like we need to make that zone of the circuit named after Super GT in some fashion. Suggestions in the comments. It's the number 35 Charlie Humphries trying to get through. Penalty. There you go. Yeah. Well, they agree with us.
They do.
Christian Hoos, bum and bass penalty, cannot qualify through to the A final now.
Drivers who had a slow lap last time around, I think, must have been involved at least somewhat in issues down there at the Crook was Nathan Kahn and Joe Craddock. I think Dan Hillier as well I saw had a slow lap too. So those are all drivers who've had some sort of drama out there. Here is the lead battle in inverted commas, although we know now that there's a 4-place penalty to be applied to Christian Hoos post-race. So that means that the 110 of Giovanni Castle-Joseph is your race leader. And then there is Charlie Humphries in the number 35.
And Leo French, of course, repeat what I just said, was one of the fastest drivers in the pre-B final, but had that penalty.
Yes.
And has got the time here to race through.
Yep. And
saying that, it's just had a contact warning.
He has.
Yes. Who's down the inside of Joseph, trying to find a way back into the lead on the road.
Somewhat the other way around, was it? Was that not Joseph trying to go around the outside, actually, and taking the lead on the road from Hoos? And now Charlie Humphries is trying to buy into this one as well, and has done, and Leo French has immediately followed him through as well.
It's number 81 of Joshua Greaves.
Yep.
Good support from Australia. He's got family watching from the other side of the world. So hello to all of our international viewers watching here today. Still has a chance here as well. P6, that's okay. That's an okay place to be with 8 minutes of one of these B finals to go. A lot can happen, especially with drivers at the front, with penalties. And it's still closely packed as well. Joseph there in the lead of the race on the road. Humphries P2, French P3, Hoos P4. Fastest driver out in circuit at the moment is John Elmer High. It's in 11th place. Barker, though, will not be making the A final. Here comes Humphries down the inside into the boot. Very nicely done. Perfect line for an overtake on the entry to the boot. Takes the lead of the race.
Drama further down, Andrew slowed up there for Marcus Allen. I think he had a spin out there. He's now back underway again. And there's been penalties for... this may be linked. We don't know for certain, but there's a taking out penalty for Elliot Baker in the number 31 there that's just been issued. So I wonder if those two are related, and maybe that's what's affected Marcus's race. Another penalty as well, bump and pass for Peter Woodard, and that joins another bump and pass that we had a couple of minutes ago but didn't mention, from number 11 of Dan Hillier. So a few penalties being accrued here throughout the field, Andrew, and the drivers need to keep it firm but fair with regards to their racing conduct.
Difficult spot to be this if you are Giovanni Castle-Joseph, because at the moment you're in a position, looking down the inside, that's going to be an ABC takeout from the number 32 there, Ryan Williams. There we go. It's a difficult spot to be if you're Castle-Joseph, because if you attack and it doesn't quite work, well, he has done. He's now taking the lead, but here comes Leo French. That's all changed on the last couple of corners. Joseph has gone from second to first, back to second. French now 2 spots from third to first, and Charlie Humphries now finds himself outside of that top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be... there's been plenty of change over the last couple of laps, and that's been judged really nicely by Leo French there, who, as we mentioned earlier, his second round back after an injury.
Leo French, I think, just needs to keep eyes forward now, get a few strong laps in. He's got the pace to pull away from this group, and if that were to happen, it's a done story. It's job done, because the others will start fighting for second place. If you're Giovanni Castle-Joseph now, I think you try and push through, try and as a duo push away from the field. That's a good move from Charlie Humphries. Gets back up into third place. Similarly, needs to push on now. That second group, that chase group, for the next, I'd say at least 2 minutes, need to work together. If they don't work together, these 2 places to go through to the A final are going to be gone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's key that they play this strategically now to keep the hope alive on it for those two, albeit there's still a penalty for Hoos in there, so that's a factor as well. But he's got nothing to lose in many respects in this one. Still a few track limits. We should make clear whenever you're seeing these track limit warnings at the bottom of your screen, they are warnings, they are not penalties. Obviously, if you keep on getting them, it will amount to a penalty. But there's quite a few out there for track limits in particular, I'm seeing on this one.
Yeah, they are going to start amassing up to being place deductions at the end of the race. John on the high, a bit wide there between Wilkins and Oziers. Just about keeps it pointing forward. So here is the scrap for second place. Charlie Humphries digging in deep here. I like this from Charlie Humphries. He's getting in amongst it. Running a good race here and has a chance still of getting up into the A final. Has been in A finals so far this season. Both round 3 and round 4. 3 1/4 minutes of the race to go. Leo French has done exactly what he needed to do in this race. He's got to the front, to the outside. Looks Humphries. Joseph defends. It's going to be a hard run to try and get through into Wilkins, but there may be an opportunity to Roses. You can do a good old block pass, especially if your rival runs wide. Oh, good save from Joseph.
Yep.
I thought the door was going to be wide open there for Humphries to slide down the inside. Joseph did just enough to put Humphries off.
This the battle between Joshua Greaves and Flame Arakawa, trying to get onto the back of this pack. Here, this time up the hill. Good run from Humphries up the hill. Is in the wheel tracks. Joseph feels the need to go defensive, but does enough to keep Humphries behind for now. Will there be an opportunity down into Ashby Corner? Interestingly, Humphries sticks to the racing line, and it's a late move to the inside there, but couldn't find a way through. And you can see how this battling brings the other karts behind them immediately onto their tail. Christian Hoos, as I say, can't get that promotion with the penalty, but can negate or minimise the impact of it.
Yeah.
And get good points from this battle. Yonel Muhai as well is in this one, in that number 28. The 32 is Ryan Williams and Joshua Greaves and Flame Arakawa, as I say, working their way onto the back of this pack to make this quite the battle over the last promotion spot in this race. It was just two of them. As going wide there goes Castle Joseph, and that's going to allow Humphries through. That gives the opportunity as well. Look out for the 28 of Muhai as well, going down the inside there of Hoos. They're almost 4 wide coming into Boxing Day. How did they all keep that together? They don't quite keep it together. Carol Joseph there onto the grass and raises his arm aloft in frustration, but the opportunity has come there for the 28, but the 28 is all over the grass as well. That's Yana Muhai. Penalty for Peter Woodard further down the field for repetitive track limit violations, but it is Charlie Humphries who has got himself into the pound seats for the final promotion spot.
Yeah, very tense racing here at Whilton Mill in the B final for the junior lightweights. Again, it's just ramping up a touch today. After this race, we will have drivers with full 12 race scores across the 6 rounds held so far. We are on the last lap as Mahai's wide and has got back on the road. Thankfully, because it's been quite dry recently, he was able to save that. Back down the inside goes Hoos. Williams is there as well. This is all allowing Humphries and Joseph to gallop away and take second and third.
Yeah, sealing the deal in many respects, as side by side goes Greaves and Muhai at the back of this pack. Meanwhile, the 32 of Williams is having a look there, going to try and get the switch back out of Wilkins and down the inside of Oziers. Really nice if you can pull that one off. But this man here, Leo French, is going to come through here and bag himself a spot in the A final. It's been beautifully controlled by French, and he takes the win in the junior lightweight B final here at Whilton Mill. It's going to be Charlie Humphries. A brilliant drive there to second place, and goodness me, it was close across the line by 53 thousandths of a second that second place was taken. Giovanni Castle-Joseph was next in third, and then it was Ryan Williams, Flame Arakawa, Christian Hoos in sixth, but with a penalty to be applied, Joshua Greaves in seventh, John Muhai in eighth, ninth for Peter Woodard, Elliot Baker in 10th. There were a fair few penalties out there, folks, so everything I'm saying here is extremely provisional, and in fact also wrong. 11th place for Dan Hillier, Bertie Bream, Harry Gibson, Joshua Crow, Edgar Amandari's Bocanegra, who I definitely saw has a penalty to be applied, Harry Clark, Alex Soper, Abik Bijou, Asapinda, Christopher Wilkinson rounded out your top 20, but it was Owen Camber, John Warren, Gracie Mahai, Nathan Khan, Marcus Allen and Joe Craddock is how they finished that one. On the road, penalties are to be applied.
Very good. Next out on circuit, Cadet A final. A final time for the 5th round of the 2022 Club 100 Cadet Championship. Here is the grid at Whilton Mill for the final. Sukmani Kira has pole position. Jakub Milcharski alongside on the front row. Rory Hamilton and Ilya Veliko start from row 2. Rhys Cranstoun and Wyatt McAllister on row 3. Daniel Wisniewskis and Harry Bell start on row number 4. Teddy Young and Jacob Underhill wrap out the top 10 at the start of this race. Luka Batuev and Solomon Adeniji start on row number 6. Harrison Bishop and Hayden Adams go from row number 7. Miles Burton and Adi Manu start on row 8. Noah Hobson and Oliver Sanderson start on row 9. And then of those that automatically qualified through, we've got James Vout and Harry Knight completing row 10. We will also have our drivers from the B final. And away we go from the start line for 12 minutes here at Whilton Mill for the A final in the Cadet Championship. Brilliant start for Sukmani Kira. Look at the lead that Kira has already as they go up to turn number 2. Everybody trying to find their way around, and in the middle there's going to be an incident there. Jacob Underhill's got involved in the middle of all of that. It's a bit scrappy as they come off of Christmas Corner. That's not the start that we wanted to see.
No, a bit scrappy in the mid-pack there. Great start, as you say, Andrew, from the pole sitter from Sukmani Kira. I was going to say, the interesting one coming into this one for me, Andrew, neither of those starting on the front row have had a trophy final podium this season.
They have not.
So that's an interesting factor at the front of this one. Penalty for Wyatt McAllister, which is for taking out another competitor. That's a costly one there for the young man who sits second in the points coming into today.
Penalty for Elliot Dimolo as well, one of our drivers from the B final who's qualified through alongside Max Lovell. That's the number 39 of Harry Bell, who's been fast so far today, down the inside of Ilya Veliko.
Veliko going to try and come back, getting momentum through the top part of the circuit, but can't find a counter-attack opportunity into Ashby Corner there.
So 90 seconds of this race gone. Sukmani Kira in just full control. This is a very, very impressive drive from Sukmani Kira here today. 1.2 seconds clear of Rory Hamilton at the end of lap number 1. Here's the fight for third. Wyatt McAllister at the front of it, but has an ABC takeout penalty that will be applied post-race. Good scrap going on as well between the 51 of Veliko and the 19 of Rhys Cranstoun. Rory Hamilton trying to close the gap, and is closing, well, is holding that gap. 1.3 seconds between first and second. And number 19 of Cranstoun looking for a run up towards Christmas Corner.
Can't find a way through though. Veliko hangs on to it here at the top of the hill.
So far this season, to remind those at home, each trophy final has gone to either Ilya Veliko or Jacob Underhill, and that's Luka Batuev off.
Yep, it is indeed. And Teddy Young is the 45 who was also off on the green stuff there, but kept it going in the right direction.
Let's have a look at that again. This was down into Jacob Underhill, and that's Luka Batuev off. Run too deep into the dust there, but that is a real shame for Luka Batuev. Was running in the top 10, will be there no longer, and that is, well, this level of race, an A final, it's going to be too much to do for Luka Batuev. 5th in points at the start of the day to race back through and get a good result.
Number 16 of James Vout there with, I think it was Ali Manu, putting pressure up the hill there. That was a battle slightly further back. We're looking here at Ashby Corner. You can see there the 21 of Solomon Adeniji leading a good battle over 7th place in the number 21 kart. We're looking here though a little further up the field. This is the 3rd place battle, if I'm not much mistaken. And I'm not much mistaken for once. That is Wyatt McAllister in the 46, still holding off against Harry Bell. But bear in mind there is a penalty hanging over Wyatt to be applied at the end of the race. And they come up the hill one more time. And Wyatt McAllister, wider line out of 2, has given the opportunity there for Harry Bell to have a look through the inside of Christmas Corner, and he's done so. And can he keep it together? He's going to be run there with 2 wheels on the grass. Robust racing here over the top of the hill, but it stays as they were with McAllister in that 3rd place. Velico now all over the back of Harry Bell in the 51. He's going to get the switch back out of Wilkin. He's going to try down the outside here of Ozier's, and Bell needs to be careful because Cranston's there as well to pick up the pieces, and that is through for Velico up into 4th place. And the 19 now of Rhys Cranston tries to find a way through. He'll get a good drive off of this part of the corner, but as we saw earlier today, drivers know how to position that kart on the exit of that to deter anyone from completing the move.
Forcing driver wide, penalty in now for White. McAllister contacted around, goes Harry Bell. Oh, that's a really tricky spot to be stranded in. Everybody's got to be paying attention to the yellow flags. It was Milcharski who had nowhere to go. Did well to save it and keep it pointing in the right direction. But let's look at that again. This is Cranston and Bell. This gives me reminders of a BUKC finals a couple of years ago. Bell stranded. Oh, Milcharski so lucky there to not end up in the barrier. There's also off towards the back. That's the number 34 of Miles Burton off track. And there's 2 more karts involved. It's all breaking down a little bit here in the A final for the cadets. That may have also been a start from the grass. No problems though for race leader Sukmani Kira. 2nd meeting of the year for Sukmani. She's running really well here. Knows this place superbly, and I've got to say I think this is one of the best performances I've seen Sukmani put in after a few years of racing. 3.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field at the moment. Very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Good clean drive as well so far from Rory Hamilton in that 2nd place, keeping himself ahead of all the action. There's a penalty for Jacob Underhill, which is a bump and pass. Currently running in 15th is Jacob. So that's a bit of a costly one for him to receive. But yeah, brilliantly controlled so far by Kira. And there's Rory Hamilton, the next kart down. Having a bit of a quiet one here. They've got half the race just under to go that they can control this one. But it is down in 3rd place where things get interesting, where you've got Wyatt McAllister trying to hang on to that 3rd place on the road. That would not actually bag him the trophy for 3rd place because he's had that penalty applied to him. So it's currently Rhys Cranston who sits in that provisional last podium spot. And then there's a bit of a gap now that's opened up in all the drama that we saw down at the last lap. Oh no, sorry, Velico is sticking with them. Yeah,
McAllister's just had a half spin though there through Ashby Corner.
Ah, okay.
It isn't going well, unfortunately, for Wyatt McAllister. There's Rhys Cranston, number 19, Ilya Velico. This is all right though for Ilya Velico. And plenty of points. This is the kind of day that sometimes you have as a championship leader, where you're not at the front. It is a bit of a damage limitation job, but the work that Velico has done earlier in the season has definitely put the pressure on other drivers in the championship. And you know, Wyatt McAllister, problems today. Harry Bell, problems today. As down the inside there is the number 72 of Harrison Bishop.
Yes, this is Adeniji, who just got a penalty for bump and pass, which might have been what led to Wyatt's half spin at Ashby on that last lap. Potentially, because he's been given that bump and pass penalty. So,
actually, no. McAllister's half spin was semi on his own.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. Yeah, just caught that on the edge of our cameras.
So this is the battle for the final podium spot.
Yes.
At this point, Rhys Cranston, Ilya Velico, and they've managed to pull out quite all the battling over the last few laps. They've got 3 seconds in hand over 5th place, which is now occupied by Harrison Bishop, who I want to say I have not seen a penalty for Harrison.
Nope.
So I think that is a legitimate 5th place. So I think your top 5.
Track them at morning, though.
Okay. So the top 5 are genuine, as it were, in their positions at the moment. But we have seen a penalty for Solomon Adeniji, for Wyatt McAllister. These are drivers who have accrued some penalties, so it might pay dividends for Teddy Young and Wisniauskas as well. Hayden Adams as well, quite close with them. Good little battle in the mid-pack going on there.
4.7 seconds the lead then for Sukmani Kira. She is driving so well. 5.2 now. Pressure well and truly off. She's got to take care of the kart. What's impressed me with Sukmani today, especially as this is only a second race meeting in this machinery, is the smoothness of lines. Obviously the experience around the circuit is going to help as McAllister and Bishop go over 5th place on the road. And well, is there a loose bumper perhaps on the back of Wyatt McAllister's car there? It's a different design to the full-size Club 100 karts. I'll just keep an eye on that one. But every time we've seen Sukmani on the screen, the precision of the lines, she looks completely comfortable with the kart and how it's handling around the circuit. And that's the thing we have to remember with this format. It's not the same. It's the same spec of kart, but it's the not exact same kart that a driver has race by race by race. She's been able to transfer the skills very, very well, irrespective of which kart she's been in today.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. That is extremely impressive to have seen. As I say, relatively little experience in the Club 100 machinery. Teddy Young there with a bump pass penalty, which means I now get totally lost beyond 4th place in this race for who's actually in 5th place. So I think it's Wisniauskas, actually. But it's going to be an interesting one to see how that all comes out in the official results here.
An important thing for a lot of these drivers at this age of 7 through 10, particularly with the age category changes that are coming in next year, racing with a Micromax engine. I do get the feeling that it's going to become a much bigger thing in the UK in the next couple of years, with plans afoot for it. It is a very good moulding ground for drivers at this age between 7 and 10. But here is your race leader on the last lap. Sukmani Kira finished 2nd and 10th in the 2 races at PF International earlier in the season. This, pending getting round the last half of the last lap, is going to be a round victory for Sukmani Kira. Down the back straight, into the boot. How many times has Sukmani Kira done this over the years at Whilton Mill Kart Club? Will any of those races felt as good as this? Round the final corner, your winner for round 5 of the Club 100 Cadet Championship is Sukmani Kira. And it's a dominant victory. Rory Hamilton takes 2nd place. Good result for his championship. 3rd is going to go to championship leader Ilya Veliko. 4th, Therese Cranston. 5th on the line. This is where the post-race penalties will begin. Wyatt McAllister across the line in 5th. Teddy Young in 6th. Harrison Bishop 7th. Solomon Adeniji in 8th. Daniel Wisniauskas in 9th. And Hayden Adams is going to complete the top 10. Difficult days, though, for Noah Hobson in 11th. Oliver Sanderson recovers well, having been in the B-level races to 12th. Jacob Underhill, I think, deserved a bit more than 13th. Today had the speed, but didn't have the luck in the middle of the pack there. Miles Burton 14th. Jakub Milcharski, same story as Underhill, deserved more with the pace that Jakub had today, but it's 15th in the final. Luka Batuev 16th. Max Lovell, your winner in the B final, finishes 17th. Harry Knight 18th. James Bout 19th. Harry Bell as well had the pace to do more than 20th today, but luck was not on Harry's side. Elliot Dimolo 21st and Adi Manu P22. That's it for the cadets here today. Next up out on circuit, it's the A final for the junior lightweights. A final time for round 6 of the Club 100 Junior Lightweights Championship here at Whilton Mill. Louis Falk has pole position ahead of Anthony Amato on the front row. Brady Pollock and Lewis Davis form up on row 2. Ben Foden and Alex Jackson making it all Alpha Delta Racing row 3. George Hannay and James Shotton go from row 4. Jake Richards and Edward Gordon complete the top 10. Rory O'Regan and Sam Iddle start on row 6. Then Tamino Kolovecki and Rafael Mango on row number 7. Mario Nicalo and Tom Smith Jr. start on row 8. Cameron McDonald and Benjamin Rowe start on the 9th row of the grid. Jay Mooney and Tom Haffenden go from row 10. Piers Constable and Alex Brooks on row 11. Samuel Crump and Josh Bates start on row 12. And then we will have our 2 drivers from the B final. B final winner Leo French and Charlie Humphreys is your final row of the grid. 26 karts in it.
This will be the last race of this rotation, and indeed for all of these drivers their last race of the day. But don't forget, we've got our other 2 classes to go through in this afternoon's running for our Super Cadets and Super Lightweight Juniors later today. So we'll be going into a lunch break.
But we will also have our paddock shows.
So, sorry, I should say that differently. Here at the track, we're going into a lunch break. But whilst that is going on, you can enjoy the paddock shows that we will have for you. And you can get some of the thoughts of some of the drivers that you've been seeing this morning here at Whilton Mill. And then we'll sneakily, through the power of Alpha Live magic, switch over to one where you're getting the thoughts of the drivers racing this afternoon. It's going to be... I'm excited. Seamless. I'm sure you won't notice. Indeed, the weather's held exactly the same, so actually that's quite helpful. No, really good that we're able to get out there and give some of the thoughts of the drivers ahead of this one. If you're wondering what everyone's doing right now on the track, they're doing some practice laps, making sure that they're happy with their Club 100 Rotax Evo machinery underneath them, that they are happy to take that forward into the race. And they will now begin forming up into the rolling up formation for the rolling start to this Junior Lightweights A final for round 6. Don't forget, there's that 1 round offset between the cadets and the juniors. That's because of the additional test day that was run for the cadets. Obviously, the Cadet Championship in particular was Academy Day. I knew there was a proper term for that. The Academy Day for the cadets that was held. So the second one would have been held at Bayford Meadows when the juniors had their first competitive round of the championship. So that's why there's the 1 round offset there. Said at various points today, getting towards the business end of this season. After today, the drivers who have contested all rounds of the championship thus far will have a representative score.
But interestingly, that does not include either of our front row starters, because they both missed round number 2.
Absolutely. This is a resumption of a battle that we saw earlier on today, of course. Falk versus Amato was very entertaining to watch earlier today. Are they going to do it again? Are they going to break away? Or can the likes of Brady Pollock, Lewis Davis, and frankly everybody else behind them keep up with them and make it even more than a 2-kart race at the front of this field? It's going to be the 42 of Louis Falk on driver's left and the 78 of Anthony Amato, and away we go for the A final here. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid, and that is Brady Pollock immediately swooping into second place as they come through the crook here at the bottom of the hill. It's a cleaner start than we've seen from some of the earlier races today so far in the junior category, but I say that, can they all get through Christmas Corner? Ben Foden is off onto the grass, and that was also
Alex Jackson.
Alex Jackson across the grass there as they come down the hill into Ashby. There's a spinner there. That was Shotton, I believe, who was going around there. James Shotton in the number 73, and it's off onto the grass as well for
Jake Rich is off.
Oh, yeah, and there's several off here at Wilkins. Unusual place for them all to go off there. And there's a spin there as well, and it's a bit scruffy in certain places of the pack here, Andrew. There's a few drivers who, I'm sorry to say, will metaphorically be licking their wounds at the end of this one.
Yeah, I want to say that Edward Gordon got loaded to the end of the world, really. That was what triggered things off at Ashby Corner. 11 minutes of this race to go. Louis Falk, as you say, Howard, the pole side, the odd side of the grid, got an absolute flyer off the start there. So if you were on the even side of the grid, you were going to be losing positions. I did see also Rory O'Regan switched across and actually lost out in all of that. There's Edward Gordon down the inside taking a position. Josh Bates gained 12 positions on that first lap up to 13th spot. Great moving there. Charlie Humphries as well is also on the move. One of our B finalists gained 8 on that last lap. It's all going on here. The number 25 of Ben Foden at the front of this chasing pack. This is all around 6th or 7th place. Number 83 there of Colavecchio in the blue and yellow helmet. It's, as I expected, Howard, a pulsating start to this A final.
Absolutely. I feel like Foden's had a very dramatic day so far, but he's doing well at the moment, holding on to that position. That was a slightly leery moment there for Jay Mooney through the boot section. And by the way, that move from Edward Gordon we saw up at Christmas Corner was against Rafael Mango for 15th place. So here we are with Ben Foden in 6th place, and then it's Tamino Colavecchi and Mario Nicalo who are battling out across the top of the hill here. Penalty coming in for Sam Idles, that's for bump and pass. I wonder if that's got... I'm not sure what led to Jay Mooney's leery moment through the boot on that last lap, actually.
I think he just got... It's the really tricky thing of actually many tricky things about the boot.
Yeah.
That if you go too deep and outside it, you want to very much open up the corner at this stage here.
Yes.
Get that wide opening, because especially in Club 100 you have to treat that inside curve on the last corner as a wall. You can't hop over the top of it like you could a couple of years ago. Is that a new penalty? Oh, no, I think that's a repeat showing. Yeah. So it very has much changed that last corner. And if you just go a little bit too far out wide to the left, you want to do that to open up that last corner, but you do it too much. There's another one of those little gullies that you find around this circuit, and if you get a wheel in it, it just pulls the cart off the circuit. And I think that's what we saw there with Jay Mooney on the last lap.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a very good point. And it is a very precise line that you're trying to weave through there. It's about, and you can see them here, you don't want to put everything in on the exit of the first part of the left-hander, because then you compromise your run through the right-handers.
You can see how all the drivers, they're deliberately not going near the apex of that far point round the toe of the boot, because it's, as I say, it has been a change I've found with Whilton Mill over the last few years. You probably could be a little bit tighter and closer to that apex when the curve was flatter, because you want to hop over the top of it. You can't do that now, so you've got to get out far left as quickly as possible.
This changed the last time around. Lewis Davis in that number 20 kart, now in 3rd place, got by on Brady Pollock last time around. And George Hannay as well has been really trying to get onto the back of them and keep them honest as well. So good little battle there over 3rd place. And then next down the road is this battle. Ben Foden in that 25 still leading the way for the 6th place battle. Colavecchi still there with him. Nicalo, as well in 8th place. Piers Constable, one says, come from a long way back in this as well. There's a few drivers who have just read the first few laps of this really well, kept themselves out of trouble, and have worked their way up as a result. Jake Riches, there we just saw going through shot. He's in 12th place, chasing Cameron McDonald.
Best results so far this season for Piers Constable, 18th in the A final of round number 2. Last time we had the Alpha Live cameras for this championship.
Okay, a bit of a good omen.
Clearly likes being on the stream.
Here's a familiar sight, because we've seen it at several points today. Louis Falk leading Anthony Amato and they've broken away, but not as much as we saw from them earlier on in the Pre-A final. Actually, it's only 1.3 seconds that they've got over Lewis Davis. So that is good pace from Davis to keep them honest. Brady Pollock and George Hannay as well with good pace. So if these two start fighting right now, they would not have enough of a stockpile of time behind them to keep the others at bay. But we are only just coming up to the halfway point of this race. So they don't need to start battling is the key one. And I think if you're Pollock and Hannay at the moment, you don't want to start battling either. You want to keep yourself in contention. You want to keep yourself in touch with Lewis Davis, and you want to keep yourself ultimately in contention with these top two. Because if they start battling like this, with Amato going down the inside of the boot, but Falk will try and keep his foot in it. Is he going to be compromised on the inside line? Did he get bonked at the curb there? No, he's still keeping his foot in it. Side by side through the final corner. Brilliant stuff this, just within the track limits there for Amato as well. Still side by side coming into oblivion here. Surely Amato will be able to put home the advantage, but no, he's not. There's still a nose on the inside for Falk, but finally Amato completes the move, and it was always going to have to be something special to get by Louis Falk with the pace we've seen from the number 42 today. But that was a beautiful executed move over the course of a series of corners there for Anthony Amato.
That, I've got one word for that: superb. Absolutely superb from both drivers. This is a little note to anyone watching, because I know we're building up to BUKC season. That's how you race through that corner.
Yeah.
That is how two drivers can have a good close scrap and both get through the corner. Precision. Absolutely brilliant from both drivers there. A great move from Anthony Amato to take the lead of this race.
And earlier today, when I was talking about how good you can have battles, hang on, later today when I tell you how good it is to have battles around Whilton Hill, I'm a continuity nightmare, mate. That's the finest quality stuff. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You get those moments where drivers can be just side by side around a half a lap quite happily here. And that was fantastic to see. Really high quality of racing between our top two. It's not over yet, because we know that Falk's got good pace. We've still got a third of this race to go. And there's a certain Lewis Davis now who, after that exchange, is very much in contention here and has pulled it to within a second of these two at the front.
How about this run from Lewis Davis? He's not been on the podium so far this season. Best result is a couple of fourths, including last time out at PF. Another driver improving, growing the scores across the course of the season. He's got a good lead as well over George Hannay and Brady Pollock behind. I just keep replaying that sequence of corners in my mind from Amato and Falk. The key being they both lifted off to get through that final corner.
Yeah.
They both gave each other room and respect. There wasn't any of this, I'm going to charge in and take the corner and sweep across the front of my competitor. No, they both gave each other the respectful racing room required to carry on the battle, which eventually resolved itself 2 corners later. Yep. Absolutely spot on.
Change for 6th place last time around. Ben Foden got back past Tamino Colavecchi, which is redressing basically a move that had been done a lap or so prior. So good battle going on for 6th place there. We're seeing these battles where, drivers have got through, but we might have a rematch in a couple of laps' time, and I'll wager that might be what we see here with the lead battle. In fact, in all of that as well, I'm not sure we covered the fact that George Hannay got past Brady Pollock for 4th place a couple of laps ago. I think that was whilst we were watching the battle for the lead. As there's a forced and driver wide penalty for James Shotton there, James was one of the drivers who had a first lap drama, wasn't he? So that's perhaps the case of salt in the wound there, I'm afraid to say, in this particular round.
Well, Anthony Amato leads this race. Has dominated the rounds so far that he's been at. A lot of wins so far this year. May well be in a position where he can win the title next time out at Clay Pigeon, which you can watch here on Alpha Live. Do make sure you've subscribed and click that notification bell.
I tell you what as well, Andrew, we mentioned earlier today that we've got some drivers from our senior championships watching today. We've seen in the last couple of years since this junior championship, formerly known the Young Drivers Championship. We've seen some real talent come out of this series to challenge the seniors. I tell you what, that exchange that we saw, that's the kind of thing that will make me sit up and, well, it has made us sit up and listen and pay attention. And yeah, that was definitely a good exchange there. This is Leo French.
And I tell you what, this is some drive from Leo French.
It is, isn't it?
He's up to 10th place. Remember, had to qualify through the B final, started this race on the back row of the grid.
Yep.
Here he is with Josh Bates. In fact, both of them, Josh Bates and Leo French, have pushed their way up through the order.
Yep.
Well, there is a little bit of some pod damage to the side of number 52. That's been Mitchell, that, on the side of the right-hand side of the kart. Contact warning for Sam Iddles. There is Sam at the moment, currently in 21st position, and this is good stuff from Josh Bates trying to get past Mario Nicalo. And that is very, very close as they go through Ashby Corner. Track limit warning for Louis Falk. He's pushing in second place there. Not long in this race to go. I think we're going to see last lap board out any second now.
Absolutely. Starting the final tour of the track now. It's the fastest lap of the race to try and deter any effort from for the win there. Amato with a 53.76. He is basically saying, no you don't, sunshine, I'm done now. I'm going to bring this one home.
And he's 1.6 seconds clear. That was quite a lap from Amato. There is the gap now to Louis Falk. Got to give it to Louis Falk. He's thrown everything at it today. He has taken a first pre-final win of the year. His first haul of 130 points in a single race. But in this race, in this A final, Anthony Amato, he won round one, sat out round two. He has not lost an A final so far this season. It's going to be a fifth A final victory of the year. Round 6 of the 2022 Club 100 Junior Lightweight Championship goes to Anthony Amato. And he puts himself in a position where he can have the title sewn up at Clay Pigeon in a month's time. A brilliant performance from Amato. Louis Falk finishes in second place. Lewis Davis in third. Look at this! Round the final corner. Edward Gordon's absolutely furious. Was that 3 or 4 wide round the final corner?
Yes, it was.
Well, there we go. Louis Falk second. Third, a first podium of the year for Lewis Davis. Brilliant stuff for Lewis there in kart number 20. George Hannay, a strong P4. Brady Pollock in the top 5. Ben Foden 6th. Tamino Kolovecki in 7th. 8th for Josh Bates. Brilliant drive from the back of the field. Mario Narcalo in 9th place. Leo French, your B final winner, finishes in the top 10. That's a heck of a drive as well. Jake Richards, unlucky today, finishes in 11th. Piers Constable 12th. Rafael Mango in 13th place. Alex Jackson in 14th place. Cameron McDonald 15th. Edward Gordon 16th. This was all around that. In fact, I'm just going to have a look at this. From Piers Constable, who was 17.9 seconds, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers covered by 6/10 of a second in the middle of this pack. Unbelievable racing here in Club 100. Charlie Humphreys, 17th from the B level races. Good drive from him. Tom Haffenden, 18th. Tom Smith Jr., 19th. Samuel Crump in the top 20. Benjamin Rowe, 21st. Sam Iddles, P22. James Shotton, P23. Jay Mooney, Alex Brooks, and Rory O'Regan were your 26 finishers there in the A final for the junior lightweights. But what a win for Anthony Amato.
Brilliant stuff, and it did come courtesy of an absolutely fantastic battle for the lead there. Take my hat off to both drivers. Really well done. And yeah, that's underlining why Amato has been so successful so far this season. And yeah, but some good battles throughout there, I have to say. Brilliant drives as well. You mentioned a few, Leo French driving up through the field as well. Really good stuff to see. And yeah, what a thoroughly enjoyable A final.
A couple of 4th places by my early maths is what Anthony Amato would need at Clay Pigeon in a few weeks' time to wrap up this championship around early. Do join us for that at Clay Pigeon on the 2nd of October. That brings us, though, to the end of our racing for the morning and early afternoon session. There is more racing still to go here today. We do that whole schedule all over again this afternoon with the Super Cadets, our 10 to 13 year olds, and the Super Lightweights in the juniors as well, our 13 to 18 year olds, to a weight limit of 60 kilograms. Big thank you to everyone who's worked here this morning, got the stream running. Thank you to the drivers, thank you to the parents, thank you to all of the Club 100 staff and the marshals and staff here at Whilton Mill. Enjoy the Paddock show. We're going to go for our lunch break here at the circuit and be back at around 2:52 is when we're due to have the first qualifying session out for the Super Cadets. Do join us for that if you've enjoyed the commentary at Double Dash across your social media networks. Return here later on this afternoon for more racing for Club 100 Cadets and Juniors this afternoon here at Whilton Mill. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. You're in the lunch break right now, but we're not. We're in the morning before the cadets and lights this morning in the juniors. And welcome once again to Whilton Mill. We did one of these during Buckmore Park. We don't normally get to do a paddock walk during a Club 100 event, and we really enjoyed it, and some good feedback, so we thought we'd do it again. And I've brought him along this time.
Hello. Yes, it's my first one of these.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Whilton Mill, Howard, and and your Club 100 experiences around here. What have you had in the past?
What have I had in the past? Well,
whilst we're walking down the stairs,
it's a circuit where I'm not sure I can profess to have had great success here, but I've had a lot of fun here. It's a circuit that, you know, I think it's high speed, particularly through the first sector. It provides you with all those overtaking opportunities. You know, this is not a processional. As we'll have already seen by this point in the day, this is not going to be processional racing by any stretch of the imagination. So you can have a lot of fun here. You can have a lot of track evolution here as well, I find. Actually, I say I've not had too much success. Did have a race once where it started to dry up during a race. After a wet start, and the track really did dry out quite quickly at the top of the hill, but it doesn't dry out so much at the bottom of the hill. There's a lot of variability there. Also, temperature-wise, if it's a cold morning, it's not too bad this morning. If it's cold temperatures, though, you can get quite a greasy surface as well. So there's a lot of variability there. So in that sense, it can be a bit deceptive, but it's a lot of fun. Slinging it through the high speeds, clinging on to the two left hands in the middle of the track as well, a lot of fun there. So a lot of fun for the drivers. We had a lot of good dogfights out there, good battling. That's the key thing from Whilton Mill.
We have seen some really good racing here over the years in other parts of Club 100 BUKC as well, of course. We're going to take a walk into the dummy grid area, have a chat with some of our drivers. So at the moment, drivers are getting ready to go out for their first practice sessions ahead of then their timed qualifying, and then they go into those two sets of races, the pre-finals and then the finals. So a lot of development work, of course, has been done around here at Whilton Mill in recent years. It's changed a fair bit. The new tarmac, I know DJ's a fan of the new tarmac, but here we are once again, back with the cadets, and I'm going to jump in with a driver that we had to speak to before and have a catch up, Wyatt McAllister. Wyatt, going out in this first session, how are we feeling, and how's the season been since we last spoke to you at Buckmore Park?
Good. There's been a few downhills, but second in the championship now, so I'm feeling that I can get it back.
And we saw your brother Logan racing in Super on here on Alpha Live a few weeks ago around this place. Has he given you any tips ahead of today of how to pedal around here?
Well, he's here today. He's right there. He's given me some good tips so far. Yeah, giving me tips for all the tracks and how to do it well.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, White. We'll see you later on. I think. Should we go to the back, Howard, and then work our way forward? Or have you got another driver?
I've got Jacob for us. If you want to have a
chat with Jacob, number 28. Jacob, how are we feeling today ahead of racing?
Good. Very good. Yeah.
Have you driven this circuit before?
8 odd times. Yeah.
Is it one of your favourites?
Yeah, definitely.
What in particular do you like about this track?
It's very fast.
And the season, how's it going so far for you?
Good. Yeah.
And are you nice and calm ahead of the racing here today?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Jacob. We'll see you later on. Where's Howard gone? He's gone towards the back of the order. But yeah, good to see already familiar faces in this championship. So. Yeah, good to see the drivers getting into the meat of the season. For the cadets, this is round 5. For the juniors, round 6. We've got another driver here. What's your name? Where are you from?
Daniel Wisnauskas, and I'm originally from Lithuania.
Cool. Whilton Mill, how are we finding it so far?
I'm finding it pretty exciting. Also a bit nervous because they're a bit wet on the track and don't really want to go sliding everywhere.
Yeah, it is a bit dewy this morning. Thankfully, we're on worn-in tyres already, so won't be too many problems there. We've just had JV's briefing. Anything in particular that you've picked up from that?
No, not really.
Good answer. The karts, how are you enjoying them? Obviously, we're a few seasons in, a few rounds into the season now. Are you enjoying them?
Not too bad. I do also race my own kart here a couple of times, like round 8 and round 7 here, around WMKC. But yeah, I've got used to the karts and everything. So it's a bit slower than mine, but I'm used to it now.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck. Have a good day out there.
Solomon.
Let's have a chat with Solomon Adenji. I think we spoke to you at Bucknell Park as well. Solomon, how are you doing today?
Good.
Ready to go racing? Got that steel in your eyes?
Yeah.
How's the season gone so far for you?
It's not started great, but it's starting to end well. So, yeah, hopefully I can get top 3.
What do you think's the biggest thing that you've learnt so far this season?
That you don't give up when you get don't give up when you start last. You can still make it in top 5 or top 10.
And this is a circuit that you definitely can overtake around. What would you be looking for in the qualifying when we get to that later on this morning?
I'm looking to hope to get top 3, and hopefully there's no traffic in front of me so I can get a good lap in.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Solomon. We'll see you out there on the live stream later on. Timmy, there. We talked to Timmy at Bucknell Park, so we'll give somebody else a go today. I've lost Howard already. There he is. He's at the back of the order. Who have we got next up, Howard?
Oh, you've got Max. We've got Max Lovell down here.
I'll let you do this one.
How you doing, Max? So we're just hearing a bit that you've done Honda Cadets before. But did I hear right? It's first time here at Whilton Mill?
Yeah. I've not raced at Whilton before. I have practiced, but never raced here. So, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. And yeah, how's the so Honda Cadets? Sorry, where's your favourite place to race so far?
Well, I only race at Clay Pigeon at the minute, but next year I think we might do a bit more.
Brilliant stuff. It's an awesome track down there, isn't it? Nice and high speed. So you should be accustomed to that through the first sector here today. What are you hoping for today?
Maybe top 10 in the A final. I'll be happy with that.
Brilliant stuff. Have you done much of this season so far this year, or is this how much Club 100 have you done?
This is my first race in Club 100, so yeah.
Right, so this is your first time going out in this machinery in anger today?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, well, good luck with it. Have fun out there, and yeah, all the best around Whilton Mill. Brilliant stuff. I've lost out. We've got an Andrew over there. This is the biggest problem of these. We've got to find each other.
Elliot doesn't want to have a chat with us, but we'll have a chat with Sam.
Really?
Yeah, we've gone that way. Sam, Elliot, ready for racing here today in parent mode again? How are you feeling?
I'm excited to watch him race. It's always good watching your son race. He should do right. He's been here a few times.
I think he's raced here before when he was in the Bambinos as well. In terms of your experience around this circuit, what do you think is key from him today?
Momentum. Keep your momentum up around Whilton is the key, because it's such long, fast corners. Momentum's the key around here. So. But no, like I said, he's raced Bambino around here where the key is momentum, so he should go right.
Good stuff. Elliot didn't want to talk to us, which is understandable. So we picked on his dad, pulling DJ around a bit. Who have we got next, Howard?
I was going to say, well, they were deep in conversation, so I was going to see if we can jump in with the 48, but I haven't cleared it. Are we good to jump in for a quick chat off the cuff? Who have we got here? Tom and?
Quentin.
Brilliant stuff. And how are you looking forward to today then, Tom?
I want to win.
You want to win? That is a good thing to come in with, I think, mate. That sounds cracking to me. Karting experience, is this your first time at Whilton Mill, or you got a bit of experience here?
I've been here once, so this is my second time.
Brilliant stuff. How did you find it that first time when you were here?
Yeah, it was good, but it's a bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit technical in that middle sector and stuff like that, but yeah, looking forward to some good racing. Have you, how much of this Club 100 season have you done?
The whole of it.
And how have you been finding that?
Yeah, good. Fun.
Brilliant stuff. And yeah, I don't know, have you got an objective coming into today, or just see how it goes?
Yeah, I'll see how it goes.
Brilliant stuff. And Quentin, I'm going to put you on the spot as well. How have you been finding this Club 100 season?
Yeah, it's great. It's his first season on go-karting, and yeah, the organization is really amazing. Yeah, it's like bang on. They don't have to wait too much compared to other tracks we've been, where you sit for like a few hours between the race or the practice. So it's good.
Brilliant stuff. And are you the same? You see how today goes? You got objectives coming into the day, or is it just take it as it comes?
Yeah, I think he's improving, he's learning, it's the first year, so yeah, middle is good. Yeah, if he can end up in the middle of the range, yeah, I'm happy with that. Top 10, even better.
Brilliant stuff. Have a good day. Yeah. All the best, Tom, and yeah, good luck.
Cheers, guys. Right, I think we'll go find some juniors, because we've not spoken to any juniors yet. So that's the first group of cadets going out for their first practice session. But of course, we've got the juniors here today. For juniors, it's round number 6, which, if you're watching this in the lunch break, we've already told you many times. But yeah, it's a key day for the juniors, Howard, because for the maths nerds amongst us, they get a representative score today. That once we go beyond today, we really are starting to talk championship. We're starting to talk drop scores and what people need to get the big trophies at the end of the season, especially when we go to clay pigeon in a few weeks' time. From your perspective, in terms of having raced in these kind of championships before, what mindset does that, or what does that do to the brain in terms of getting into those later stages of the season?
It's an interesting one. It's kind of something that you don't want to think about. You almost want to put it to the back of your mind. You don't want to think too much about it, but what it kind of does for the psychology is, like, after this you start to get a real idea of, right, that result counts, or that's now currently my worst. Okay, I'm doing better than that now, so this now counts. Or, oh, I'm not doing as well as that time that I had back at circuit X, and now I need to do better today, otherwise this will be my new drop score, and then that will count. You almost want to try and not get involved in all of that in your head, because otherwise it will take away from your race day. But maybe it's just me. Sometimes that does play on the mind. You know, if something goes wrong at a race start or something like that, that thing of, well, it's a drop score that you can have in an instant at the start of the season, that's not in the bank anymore, because you may already have one of those. So it's a couple of results that there's a few drop scores. I want to say it's two results.
2 drop scores for the juniors, 1 drop score.
Indeed.
Rounds for the
so
cadets.
It's not all or nothing for a lot of the drivers at this stage, because I'm sure they'll have had a decent run of it. But it does just start to play that you're getting towards the business end of this season, and it doesn't matter where you are on the table either. Everyone has a bit of a look at who's ahead and behind them, who are they in that battle with in the last few rounds. It doesn't matter if it's for the championship overall or for 20th place in the championship. So it does start to play a little bit on the sort of grand scale of things.
It does indeed, and particularly for drivers missed around as well. That can use up your drop scores. We saw a very dramatic finish in one of our championships last weekend, where that scenario played its way out. That won't be for today, though. That'll be more for clay pigeon when we go there in a few weeks' time. We'll take a little bit of a wander further down the order, past the very busy race control centre, where all of the timing and scoring and officials, there's people waving at us, so they're going to have a microphone stuck in the face. Who have we got here?
Hello, I'm Jacob.
How are we finding the season so far, Jacob?
Good. A lot of penalties, but yeah,
A lot of penalties?
Yeah, it's not my fault, some of them.
Classic racing driver. In terms of Whilton Mill, what have you done around here previously?
Round 2 is a good round 2. I had a qualifying that was second, but then just a few mistakes in the pre-final, and that concluded in a penalty that dropped me down to 10th place.
What did you do?
Don't remember. I don't remember, yeah.
It's somebody else's fault, I'm sure. Absolutely. In terms of what do you enjoy around this circuit, it's a different circuit to the last time we had the cameras here for Bookmore Park. What corners are your favourites?
Like my favourite circuit, I would.
Favourite circuit and favourite corners?
Oh yeah, Whilton Mill's my favourite one. Yeah, it's very fast and flat out. You really need so much grip and yeah.
Excellent stuff. I'm gonna go to the young chap beside it. The cadets just going out for their first practice, so there'll be a bit of noise in the background with the Micromax engines. What's your name?
Ilya.
Same question. Whilton Mill. How do you find it?
It's a good track, really. Like it. A quick track for if you want to learn a lot. And yeah, I'd say I had a good season. I won 4 rounds, and I'm doing my 5th round. And really, I want to get another podium first.
So yeah, that form's been really good for you so far this season. What is it about the cadet kart that you like?
It's really like more like overtaking and having more fun, and so you can practice more and get into like British Championship stuff like that. Yeah, really.
Good stuff. We'll keep up the good form, Ilya, and we'll see you out on circuit. Ilya Veliko there, championship leader. I think Howard's found somebody. Who have you found, mate?
We've got Lewis and it was Josh, wasn't it? We've got Lewis and Josh from our junior ranks. How are you doing, guys?
Pretty good, you?
Very well. Still waking up.
Still waking up. I know that feeling. No, we've got to pretend. With time, this is going out in the lunch break, so we've got to pretend.
Okay, yeah.
We're all
wide awake.
Yeah, well done, mate. That's good. So, Whilton Mill, guys. How'd you find it? Experience here before coming into today? What's the situation for you both?
I enjoy this circuit. It's quick. There's technical points as well, but yeah, I'm looking forward to today as well.
You gone well here before?
Yeah, I podiumed here the first time I was here last year, and I actually can't remember I came last time, but I think it was all right.
Yeah, fair play. Sounds good. And yourself?
I've been here twice, I think, and first time it was really hot, so it was pretty hard. And second time, I had pace in quali and practice, but it was just like the first race and the second race that I just lost pace. But I'm trying to get the same pace this year. So.
Awesome. And how are the seasons going for you two? So how's it going for you, Lewis?
The first half of the season wasn't that great, but now I'm starting to pick up as I'm finding like confidence and stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to improve on last year. So.
And Josh?
Yeah, it's the same really. I'm trying to work on my qualifying because I'm quite good at fighting through the pack, but at the moment I'm qualifying a bit further down. But if I can improve my qualifying, then hopefully in the races I'll be further up. Yeah, in the races I'm doing all right at the moment.
Dare I ask, how close are you both in the championship? Am I talking to two? Am I missing the scoop here with two fierce rivals?
I think I'm not actually sure I am, but I think we're pretty close because in the races we are battling quite a lot. So yeah, probably quite close.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And yeah, final question, guys. How do you guys find this championship, this Club 100 Juniors? How are you enjoying the experience?
Yeah, it's fun. Like definitely a step up from what I normally do, but it's like a new challenge, and like going to all the different tracks as well. It's just like fun, and obviously getting live streamed as well. So yeah, it's fun.
You get brownie points there for plugging the live stream as well. How about you?
Yeah, no, it's a good championship. It's the best without having to own your own kart, which is good. So yeah, no, it's so much fun, and yeah, the two-stroke karts are they're quick. So yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Brilliant stuff. Cheers for talking to us, guys. Have yourself a good race day, and all the best. I can see Andrew is out yonder. Andrew, where are you at, mate?
I'm over here with Tabitha Mellor, who's going out in the second group of cadets. Come on, DJ, get them legs pumping. Tabitha, we've just seen this first group of cadets go out. It's looking fairly dry here at Whilton Mill today. Are you confident?
Sort of.
Sort of. Is it a circuit you've driven before?
Yeah, once before.
How did you find it?
Quite nice. Dry, luckily, and yeah, fast.
What is it about Club 100 racing that you enjoy?
Just the racing part of it. It's like the racing and going like to like different, locations. That's mostly all that I like about it.
And what would you like to achieve this season and going forward in Club 100?
A top 5 or a podium, and yeah.
Good stuff. We'll have a chat with John. John, as a parent, how are you finding the Club 100 experience?
Loving it. Yeah, it's great. It's I'm reliving my youth again through Tabitha, so living vicariously through her.
What was it that originally attracted you to come in here to Club 100?
We'd done indoor karting together. We'd done some outdoor stuff together as well, and this was advertised Christmas time. I thought, I think she might like it. There's not many girls in it, and I thought she might try and beat some boys and see how she goes.
Good stuff. In terms of the budgets and the costs, particularly against, let's say, like owner karting or doing other outdoor karting, are you seeing the benefits there?
Yeah, it's much lower cost, obviously. It's really well run. Your outlay is much less compared to anything else, and you don't pay for repairs, which is great.
Absolutely, I fully agree. Cheers, guys. Thanks for talking to us. We'll head back on over to Howard because I see he's got another driver.
Oh yes, I'm here with Leo French. How you doing today?
Good, thank you. You?
Yeah, I'm good. And so, Whilton Mill, what's your experience like around here? Or is it your first time here? How'd you find this circuit?
It's my second time here racing in the championship. I've done a test session here previously, so I'm not lacking in experience, but I'm not too confident either. So it's a good track to race on, though. But I enjoy it.
Yeah, okay. And give us the story of your season so far. Catch people up who we've not been streaming every lap around. So how's it been?
Season we started off at I can't remember. I got my first ever win pre-final. Started off the season really well. Then we moved to Buckmore Park. That was live streamed. Did well. Carried on through there. Then carried on to the season. I've been doing pretty well. Placed myself 9th in the championship. Then we got to lead round 4. Unfortunately, I had a crash which put me in hospital for a bit, damaged my leg a bit. Come back for PFI, did really well on my return to racing. Managed to get from 23rd to 16th in the A final, so that was good. And now we find ourselves here at Whilton Mill, round 6, and I'm hoping to carry that pace through.
Brilliant stuff. Well, good stuff for getting back to the track and getting right back on the pace with it, by the sounds of it. We're getting towards the point after today, people start to have a fully representative score because of how the drop scores work. Does that factor into the mind at all coming into today, or is it just, I'm going racing?
No, I'm just going racing. That's how it works for me. Not really too worried about anything. Just got to go for it. Do it all as usual.
Absolutely, that's where I've been going wrong, obviously. Any particular goals for today? Any hopes for where you could position?
Top 10 in the A final. That would be the aim for today, I think. Anything better would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. And last question, how you find the Club 100 Junior Championship?
Absolutely brilliant. I'd recommend it to anyone. It's a great step up, especially from coming from indoor karting. Definitely good for anyone, juniors, especially the cadets as well now. That's a great step up for young drivers, but I'd definitely recommend it.
Brilliant stuff. Well, have a good day out there. Enjoy it. So there, that was Leo French. And good of the drivers to speak to us in the paddock, and I'm desperate. Oh, he's down there. Sorry, Andrew. Go for it, mate.
I'm getting a bit old, so I found a bench and to take a sit down with some of our juniors here. We're here with Tom and Max. Tom, start with yourself as a junior lightweight going out later on this morning. You ready for it?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's looking a bit greasy at the moment, so probably a bit difficult to get used to the conditions, but it'll be all right. I mean, we've been here enough times over the years, so we'll get used to it.
So you're a well experienced head round here in the past. What's really key for racing around here?
Well, I think braking late into Christmas corner, that's quite a big one up at the top there because it's got that hill, and just keeping your insides clear so no one's getting up and putting you out of the way. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
What is it about racing in Club 100 that you enjoy?
How equal it is, because I mean the higher tiers you go up, it's basically just a money pit, and the more you spend, maybe the more you'll go, the more sponsors you get. Here it's very equal, so no, I like it. It's, you just get to get some wheel-to-wheel contact, and it's good, so yeah.
Absolutely. We're here with Max as well. Max is racing in the super lightweights later on this afternoon. So Max, you've got a bit of a wait until you get out on circuit. A nice morning here to enjoy the racing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, came up, we thought the traffic was going to be quite bad. Got up here quite early, a couple of hours, a bit early. It's just good to be here, obviously. Watch all of the juniors and the cadets obviously race. Have a look what lines they're taking this morning, see the track temperatures and conditions, and yeah, it's just good to be here, hear the sounds of the engines going around, and yeah.
Before DJ came over, we were having a little bit of a chat on how things have changed over the last 12 months. Obviously, this time last year, it's just you guys as the juniors. Yeah. In terms of the feel of the event and the cadets here now, how do you think it's changed?
It's completely changed from last year. Last year was there was less people, obviously. Now that we've got the cadets, obviously, it's just grown huge. You see loads of coverage online, obviously, with Alpha Live being here this year. And also just on social media, we have a lot of posts going out about Club 100 and advertising Club 100. I just think it's great. It's great for somebody new to the sport coming here, and they can just have a great time. It's all relaxed, don't have to bring anything except for your racewear. Well, you don't even have to bring your racewear, in fact. You can just borrow it. It's just great. It's just a great environment to be in and start racing.
Good to hear. The super lightweights season, how's it been going for you so far?
Beginning of the season went quite well, but middle of the season I've been stuck in the Bs quite a lot. But that's been quite well. It's been going quite well. I've been mid-top pack. Yeah, I've improved quite a lot from last year, which I'm really pleased with, and yeah, it's been good.
Very good stuff. Well, cheers, guys. Thanks for talking to us. I think we're going to have a chat with a few more of our cadets and a few more of our parents as well, because it's always good to get the parents' take on things here in Club 100. Who have we got?
We've got James. Garner. How are you doing, James?
Good.
And Whilton Mill, I was just speaking to you a bit before the cameras came over here, and you have done Whilton Mill before, right?
Yes.
So how do you find this circuit, and how are you looking forward to today?
Well, I like this track, and so well, I really want to get into the A finals, try and get like a time in qualifying, like under a minute.
Sounds good to me. And how's your season gone so far?
Good.
Yeah, have you been doing many of the rounds or bits and pieces? How's it been going?
I've only done the I can't remember, but it's like I did the first Whilton Mill race, and then this is in I think it was May.
Yep.
I don't know, but then this is my second one, so yeah.
Brilliant stuff. And how do you enjoy Club 100? The karts, the championship. How do you like it?
Yes, they're very. I like the karts because they're fast. I like them because I go to another place to practice, and then they're slower than these karts, and I like to go fast.
Yeah, I like to go fast. I think you'll find a lot of support for that around here. But yeah, all the best for today. Good luck getting that lap time and the A final. I hope you enjoy it. We're gonna have a cheeky interview. We're gonna get some. I'll keep going. We've got Claire. Claire, you're the. How was it described to me a moment ago? The brains of the operation?
No, I pay for it and try and organise him to get him here. So yeah, that's about it. That's my job.
Brilliant stuff. Very important job. So how do you find Club 100, the championship that they've got here?
It's really good. It's so well organised. You get loads of information before races. I mean, it's only James's first season doing it, so especially when you're new to it, they explain everything really well, and it's great. It's really good fun. Yeah, it's really good, and everybody that comes is really friendly. You can always ask questions. Yeah, so he's having a great time. Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well, enjoy it. and I hope the sun stays out for you. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe you prefer the wet. I don't know, but.
It's fine. It's just as long as he enjoys himself, that's the main thing, isn't it? So, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Have a great day. Cheers.
Good stuff. We just had a very good example. You may not have noticed that we have now changed sessions. The juniors are now out on circuit. The karts are a little bit bigger. The drivers are a little bit bigger. That's always one of the things that impresses me with a Club 100 race day is the efficiency with which things are turned round. I mean, I was always hoping that, we'll go up and talk to the juniors. No, we won't, because they're all already out on circuit.
I realised, these drivers just got smaller. What happens?
Let's head back further up the paddock now to see who else we can find, and also talk to some more of the drivers now getting ready for their second session. So the format very much works if you're just joining us and you weren't here this morning, because it'll be the same format that we run this afternoon. A class is split into two groups, and everybody goes out in a group of about 19-20 drivers and sets their qualifying time. Then, as long as the weather stays consistent, there are rules if it suddenly rains from one group to the other, all the times are put together, put in order, and that will set the grid for the pre-finals later on this afternoon as you're watching this in the lunch break. And we used to have a similar experience, Howard, when we raced in the old open sprints format. As a driver, when you're in those qualifying sessions, what's going through your head whilst you're out there?
I think the key thing for people to bear in mind with these qualifying sessions is you just don't know what the situation is. Yeah. We still have that today when we compete in Club 100 Endurances. There have been times when I've come over the radio to you or one of our teammates and gone, how do you feel it went? And they'll be like, oh mate, no, not good. It's like, we're on pole.
Yeah.
Don't worry, that doesn't happen too often, but because it's us. But that's the key thing. The driver is... You're so focused on getting a good lap, and then you suddenly sort of get into the latter part of the session. You go, I don't know, have I had a good lap? Was that one? Did that clean one count, or was that before we got underway? Like, you don't know what the bigger picture is in the qualifying sessions, and I think that's the key thing. It's easy for us when we're watching on the stream to go, such and this person just made it into the top 10. You just don't know.
Yeah.
And I think it's that pressure, albeit. We should mention as well, there is the opportunity, if qualifying doesn't go your way, there's promotion opportunities through the races as well, through the pre-B races and indeed the B finals. So there's an opportunity to make it back up if qualifying doesn't go your way, but certainly the pressure is on for these drivers.
Drivers heading in for cadet group number 2, so we'll go and have a chat with some of them as well. There's also something very strange going on, Howard. Willie Chew is in a serious mode. This is slightly perturbing me.
I'm unfamiliar with this configuration of a Willie Chew.
Yeah, it's freaking me out.
But he's very convincing in it, isn't he?
He is. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's getting sensible in his old age. I'm going to have a chat. We'll have a chat with Harley Higgins if we can. Harley Higgins, an experienced driver, and he's got a nice position here at the front of this qualifying group to go and get ready. Now at the moment Harley's preparing the kart. This is what all the drivers have to do when they get to the kart, is fit the number plate, fit their transponder, fit any lead that they may have to put on, because all of these classes have a minimum weight level or a standard, and that if the drivers don't physically meet that themselves, and they have to put some lead ballast on the posts on the far side to make sure that they are legal, above board and fair. Now Harley's in the car. I'm going to have a sit down. Harley, how are we feeling ahead of racing here today?
Good.
This circuit one you've done before and experienced rounds?
Yeah.
How have you found it in the past?
Technical and fun.
It is technical in places. Just lands on your tyre. Your tyres are nice and warm now, so you've got that. So you're not in that first group that have to deal with the dewy conditions and a bit of slipping and sliding. What are we going for when we get into qualifying later on?
Just stick to my lines, get
get some overtaking moves and just try and get better times.
And what is it about the new Club 100 Cadet kart that you like driving?
I like about the speed, and I like nothing else really.
The speed, all about the speed. Who do you want to thank for getting you here today and being able to get you out and racing?
I want to thank my mum and my dad.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Harley. We'll see you out there later on. Right, we're going to have a chat, I think, with Harley's dad.
Hey mate.
Sir, how are we finding today?
Really good, yeah, he's excited. We came here in June, so we knows the track quite well. He did good, finished 7th last time out, so yeah, he's confident, so good conditions as well.
What is it about Club 100 in particular versus other places where you could have gone and raced? Why come here for Club 100?
I think it's the organisation of the whole thing. They're really good. It's a really good setup. Harley's quite new. Well, he's not to say new to the sport. He's only 9, so we do local races in Manchester, GYG, Houghton Park. He's been to Rowra, but the Club 100 just gives him the opportunity to spread out a little bit and try other tracks, and then hopefully in a couple of years, if he's up at a good level, then we've already been here. So, yeah, but like I say, it's a good organised event. Everything runs perfectly, so, yeah, it's a big plus for me.
Good stuff. Well, have a good day. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you later on. I like that answer, that idea of it's not just an opportunity to learn or be competitive in Club 100, but the tracks as well, because a lot of these tracks that we go to for Club 100, you know, they're circuits that national championships, the British Kart Championship races are, how, as an example, as part of this karting pathway. It's a good thing to hear that people are considering Club 100 as part of that karting pathway. Anyway, I'll leave you to your next interview.
No, absolutely, wholeheartedly agree, mate. It is fantastic to see how Club 100 is finding its place in all of that. We're with Lewis Herbertson. How are you today, Lewis? And Whilton Mill. Have you been to Whilton before?
Yeah, quite a few times before.
Quite a few times. Is it a local track for you, is it?
Yeah, pretty local.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, so tell us a little bit about how your season's gone so far.
Well, I've spun out at PFI and caught up one place by our track, and at Whilton, I can't really remember Whilton.
Okay, so how? So Whilton Mill, you've got experience here. Is it a circuit that you like? Does it work for you?
Yeah, it's my third favourite.
Brilliant stuff. So what's the goal today? What's the target?
Well, try aim for a podium, but at least about 10th.
At least about 10th. Okay, sounds like a good goal. Yeah. What do you like about this Club 100 Championship?
Well, they run on time usually, and karts are pretty fast for their weight.
Brilliant stuff. Well, all the best for today. Good luck. Have fun out there, and let that experience show out there as well. Have a good one. Is this your dad? Quick word from Dad. How'd you find this championship?
Yeah, really enjoy it. Yeah. It's like the fact all the karts are the same. Everybody's fair. So yeah, I really like it. Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks for talking to us. Have a good one. Cheers. And we're going to do a double interview here because it's Aurora, isn't it? So how are you, Aurora? Have you been to Whilton Mill before?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got some experience here. How do you find this Northamptonshire circuit?
It's really good. I like it. I've been here for 3 years, so it's quite a good track.
Okay, and tell us about your season so far in Club 100. How's that been?
It's been quite good. Pretty good. I mean, I've got into the top 10 at least 5 times, so it's good.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, and what are your hopes for today? You got some experience here. How well do you think you could go?
I'll just do my best and at least try to get into the top 10.
Okay, sounds good. What's the best result you've had so far this year?
I got first in the B final and lid.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, well, have a good time out there. Was this your dad over here? Quick word for yourself, sir. How'd you find Club 100 and the championship that we got here?
Oh, we're both really enjoying it. It's a great championship. I think everything's fair. All the parents are nice, all the staff are nice, marshals are on point. Yeah, and we're just both really enjoying it. So yeah, we're grateful.
Do you ever eye up the bigger karts and think?
Yes, of course. A couple of years that'll be us in there. So yeah, we're already thinking about making the next step soon. So yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well, good luck to her. Have a good day. Enjoy it.
I'm down here. Cheers, Howard. We're here with Edward Gillett. Edward, a few last-minute preparations before you head out on circuit. Are you ready for going out there and doing some driving?
Yes.
And how have you found the racing so far this season?
Amazing.
Amazing. Good to hear. In terms of this circuit, is it one that you've driven before?
No, not yet.
Not yet. What little tips have you got so far today? Do you need any tips?
Don't think so, no.
Good stuff. Confident driver, that's what we like to hear. What is it about this kart that you like driving?
Everything really.
Everything. Nah, that's a very good answer for JV. JV will be happy with that one. What would you want to achieve today? What would be a good result?
Podium.
A podium. Yeah, that's good to aim for that. Well, best of luck, Edward. We'll see you out there later on. A very nice helmet design as well. But best of luck.
Thank you.
I say, get a catch of that one, DJ. That's a very, very nice one. Sorry, Jimbo, I'm getting in your way. Just going to have a chat with Hugh Chambers, because you obviously one of the very important guys at Motorsport UK. His son Soren has been racing throughout the whole season. Hugh, very quick word. Good to see you again. We chatted at Bookmore Park at the start of this cadet journey. How have you found it so far?
It's fantastic. I think everything that Club 100 is doing for kids in the sport is amazing. I think to give hundreds and hundreds of kids this season the chance to compete in identical machinery and really to find their way into the sport is absolutely brilliant.
I was having a chat with one of the parents earlier on in this group. It's made a really interesting point about how this offers an opportunity for drivers to learn the circuits and circuits that obviously we see in the British Kart Championships as well. That's another really good point on the karting pathway, don't you think?
It really is. You know, getting track time, just literally getting the experience and getting the practice is absolutely crucial to being successful. And Club 100 gives them that in identical machinery. You know, there's no hiding behind, you know, who's got the spending the most money or got the biggest budget. Everybody is equal here.
Good stuff. Well, good to see you again, Hugh.
Thank you.
Have a good day. I think we're getting towards how many? Well, we're just about to see a bunch of juniors come in.
I'm going to do a 5-second interview before we clear the grid.
Good.
Noah, do you like Club 100?
Yes, I like Club 100 a lot.
Brilliant stuff. And what's the goal for today?
To hopefully win and cheer up Ricardo. That's my only goal today.
Nice, I like it. He could do with some cheering up, couldn't he?
Yeah, very much.
You been to Whilton Mill before?
Yeah, I've been here a lot of times.
Oh, okay, so some experience in local track for yourself?
Yeah, a local track.
Brilliant stuff. Right, focus, I'll let you get on with it. Have a good one. Oh, I'm cheeky, Andrew. I'll try and get those interviews at the last moment.
So, this is what happens when the whistle goes, drivers going out, and look at the efficiency here. The juniors are heading on their way in, the cadets are on their way out already. It's a very, very quick turnover, aided of course by the reliability of the karts. Sometimes in other places you might see a bit of a pause whilst karts are recovered. I don't think I've ever seen that in a scenario in a Club 100. Hope it won't be today. Now I've cursed that. Good old commentary curse. The juniors now coming in. That's their practice done for group number 1. They'll look at their lap times, they'll check things over, they'll have a little think about things, and particularly if it's a driver who's not experienced this circuit before, Howard, it's a good point this to think over what you've done, look at those lap times compared to everybody else, and see where you can improve.
It's a crucial thing. I've always found this myself, that if you've got a track where you've had 2 20-minute sessions makes a bigger difference than 1 40-minute. Yeah. It's just that time away off the track for you to just think about things and maybe watch the lines that other people are taking in other sessions. Granted, there's different machinery in this particular instance between the cadets and the juniors, but just that little bit away from the circuit, it's very odd how it helps, and for a lot of drivers, I think that's the case.
Absolutely. So the kart's being de-prepped by this group of drivers now. You're already seeing, or about to see, the next group of juniors come in. So everybody takes their kit off the kart, the transponder, the number plate, and I say any aforementioned lead that they've had on there. And this is a good example of how the turnover happens and how for each driver, it in effect is a random selection or a random application of which kart that you get. It's no coming in and going, oh, I'll take that one. That one looks fairly quick in the last session, and that's one of the ways that Club 100 keeps things equal.
Absolutely, and it always amazes me how well that all works. You know, to have this machinery, to have it all even. These are all kept ship shape, and it means I've been, you know, I'm going to say something that makes me sound old now. It's in a few weeks' time. It's been 10 weeks since I first sat in one of these karts.
10 weeks.
10 weeks. Let's try again. It'll be 10 years. I drive like it's only 10 weeks. 10 years since I got into these. I don't think about it. When I get into a car, it's not like I'm thinking, oh, is this a good one? As you say, you just don't think about it. You hop into the machinery, you go out there and you have some fun. And that, I think, is the real strength of Club 100, is that the equalness between the machinery and the accessibility with the iDrive and Drive format.
I think that particularly shows itself around a circuit like this one that generally a lot of people know quite well. And there's one driver in particular, Howard, that I'm looking out for.
Yes.
Our driver with support from Australia, who will be watching. I hope will be watching. I hope they've not tuned out, because of course this is going out after these drivers have raced. But this is our last group of drivers. If you spot that 81 beforehand, Howard, let me know.
I'll keep my eyes peeled, sir.
You'll jump in there. But yeah, but this is the last group, and this is what we keep going around in the rotations as well. So this is the last free practice section, and then they'll come back in, as I say, have that think about what they've done so far, and then go out again for qualifying, which you'll have seen on the stream earlier on today. I'm going to have a very quick chat with Will. Will, I'm perturbed. You're in a formal, serious situation today, but very quickly, BUKC coming later in the year. We're very excited for that, aren't we?
Yeah, BUKC. We had so many teams take part last year. We couldn't actually cope with all the teams. 126 teams entered, and we had the biggest ever 24-hour race, almost 60 teams. So, yeah, university karting is just growing and growing, and I just think it's because we've got such a great product here. It's a ride and drive, it's high performance, it's two-stroke, so it's awesome, as you know.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's just getting ever more popular, and we're having more and more girls take part as well, which is really great to see. So
good stuff. Well, BUKC,
miss you.
He misses me. I miss you too. But yeah, BUKC, I hope I'm not doing any spoilers here. We'll be returning to your screens on Alpha Live very soon. Have we found our driver, Howard?
No. I'm on it.
Go
I'm
on.
working on it.
I gave you that bit of filler to find him.
I know.
But yeah.
But it was Willie's list that I was finding it off of.
So basically, now that's the mistake we made. We went to Will.
Don't interview the person with the grid clipboard. Might be the takeaway.
But yeah, the drivers getting themselves ready for this final group. Whilst Howard's running, he's running to try and find a particular driver that we wanted to have a chat with. Let's have a chat with number 66 very quickly. Driver,
hello.
What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm McDonald, Kingston.
Cameron from Kingston. I've never been to Kingston.
No, it's not bad.
It's not.
It's nothing to scream about.
How are we feeling ahead of practice here today?
I've never been here, so it's all about just getting to know it, really.
As the first time around the circuit, what preparation have you been able to do before racing here today?
Watching Super GT, bit of that, track walk. So, see how it goes.
And what was it that got you into wanting to come and race in Club 100? Was Super GT a factor there?
Yeah, he was a factor, but I was doing a bit of stuff at Sandown, and I thought might as well level it up a little bit. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck for today. And hello, Steve, if you're watching. All right, I think Howard's still on the search for our international driver. He's looking confused. Have you found him? Well, come on over. And hand on over. Steady there, DJ. Right, I think we're good. Howard, over to yourself.
Josh, you fancy a quick interview? I'm totally doorstepping you here, mate, but you all right?
Yeah, all good, thanks.
And I understand we've got some international support for this one, haven't we, Andrew?
We have. I would say JV noted this morning that you got support from family in Australia. You would want to say any words to him?
I hope I do well. Yeah, sweet, let's go.
In terms of getting ready for today, I'll just let you clip your number board on there. Is this a circuit you've raced at before?
Oh, no, first time.
Have you done any prep ahead of it, or been able to do any prep ahead of it? We've just had one driver say he's been watching a lot of YouTube videos.
Oh, yeah, I was watching a bunch of YouTube videos, but I'll get a better understanding now.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Josh. Have a good time out there, and I think we'll probably wrap things up there, because I think we've done about a good 45 minutes. Thanks for joining us here for the pit walk. We'll have another one of these later on in the afternoon. In fact, as you're watching it, it'll hopefully roll straight into our second part of the pit and paddock walk for our super cadets and our super lightweights later on this afternoon. But for now, thank you for joining us here in Alpha Live, and we'll catch you very, very soon here at Whilton Mill. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. You were going to do the intro there, weren't you?
Oh, slightly. Yeah. I'm keen.
Welcome to a live paddock show. We're off the chain now. This is all going to go very well.
Yeah.
You're back with us live, as we say. That was the paddock show from this morning. And behind us, we're now in the midst of Super Cadets Practice Group 1. We've got Junior Lightweight Group 1 about to go out, and we're going to have a bit more of a peruse around the paddock, are we, Howard?
We are indeed, yeah, ahead of our super, or as you say, as our super cadets and super lightweights are getting up to speed. That's going to bring us to our first interview. We can't miss you anyway, Howard. That is an amazing cap. Miles Harrison joining us from the Super Cadet rounds to kick off the interviews for our afternoon paddock walk. How are you doing, Miles? And yeah, Whilton Mill, what's your experience around the track?
Well, firstly, I feel good, and secondly, my experience around the track is fun but hard because you need to get those braking points right, especially at Ashby. And also, all the drivers always need to stay away from the huge curve, which is, to me, I call it Mount Everest. Well, that's the track. Well, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, tell us a little bit about your karting background, karting experience, and also how this season has gone for you in Club 100.
Well, my background was like, there was this day when I first started karting, and my dad realised that I did well, so we tried again. I did very well, and then from there, my dad realised that karting was my hobby, and then I continued on, and now right here. And my experience at Club 100 was good. Well, mostly good, but a bit bad, because sadly in every single round I've got penalised. But in other ways, the experience here is the experience of Club 100 is really good. Yeah, I recommend if some people they have experience, I recommend that you should go to Club 100. It's strict. Their carts are fast, and also they're fair.
Nice stuff. We're going to do some quick fire questions, if that is okay. Favourite circuit?
PFI. I went there last round. I had a good result, but got penalised, as I said. But still, to me, my favourite track.
Awesome. Sprint racing or endurances?
To be honest, I'm good at both, because I do a championship at Wright House, which is 40 minutes. Okay. And I'm leading a championship. But with here, sprint races, for me, I think I'll go with endurance. But I have to say, both of them for me are like, okay, let's just put it. I like endurance more, but I do like sprints too.
Awesome. And finally, what are you hoping for from today's round?
Hopefully a good result. Hopefully hopefully I get blessed and come in the podium, because I really need to rack up those points.
Awesome stuff. Have a brilliant day out there, Miles. Enjoy it, and cheers for talking to us. Thank you very much. Andrew.
I have a trio of cadets from this morning, starting with Jacob and Bill, who, as you can see, JB gets us started early. He's become a Club 100 worker, like his dad. Jacob, a bit unlucky this morning. Finished, I think, was it 13 in the A final?
12. All you need to do is just I've taken up 3 times by
But you've enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. And you've still got more races to come. I was having a chat with your dad. Club 100 win.
Yeah.
We've got a mic problem. There we go. Hopefully you can hear us now. I was talking to your dad earlier. Clay Pigeon, where we're going next, was where he got his first ever Club 100 win. Do you reckon you can do the same?
I don't really know. Maybe, maybe not.
Good stuff. We're going to chat with our 2 Hamiltons in the field. Starting off with Rory. Rory, a really good run this morning.
Yeah.
Got P2 in the final. You're pleased, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm very pleased because I've had a run of bad luck at PF, especially in the pre-final. But I just hope I can do well at Clay Pigeon. So, yeah.
Have you driven Clay Pigeon before?
No.
Me, I've not. I've definitely not. No.
I think you're both going to enjoy it because it's a very fast circuit, and so we'll have the cameras again. Going to step across to your brother, Benji. Benji, how's your day been so far?
I'm good. I've just been watching Rory. He's actually managed to do really well today. Got P2 in the end. Did a really good recovery drive from having not the best quali to getting from P10, I think it was, to P3 in the pre-final. And he just kind of had a race on his own in that final. I'm kind of hoping for something like him, like a podium today. That would be really good for my championship. But yeah, I'm just hoping to be as consistent as possible today and yeah, just have some fun.
How have you found this season as a whole so far since we last saw you guys at Buckmore?
Oh, great. Really, really great. I love how the karts drive, how they're 2-stroke, not full-stroke like most rental karts are. And the competition is really good as well. And I love how that you always go to different tracks across the UK. So I really love how that works. But I'm finding it really, really competitive, like I said. But I'm trying to think I'll be able to go for a podium in the championship. It's looking good for the moment. But yeah, just trying to keep getting those points.
And do you think racing in Club 100 is something that you want to do in future years as well, with the ladder that's now available?
Oh yeah, 100%. I'll definitely do. I think next season I'll be moving up to the junior super lightweights, which is the bigger karts, which are much faster, but I think through the corners are a little bit slower, so I have to adjust to that. But yeah, really, really enjoying it, and can't wait to get it. Want it to never end.
Good stuff, Benji. Well, we'll see how you get on. Best of luck for today, and we'll see you later on.
Right, thank you.
Howard, I really like how the atmosphere is this morning. I think this morning it was a bit nervy. This afternoon there's a real bounce around this paddock now.
Yeah, I agree. There's a good energy, isn't there? And maybe it's because the rain staved off now. I don't know, but no, it's good to see the enthusiasm that people have got coming into the afternoon sessions, definitely. And I think we're going to be in a good position here to go and get the thoughts of some of the drivers on the dummy grid for the next session. In a moment.
Indeed, this will be Super Cadets Group number 2. You mentioned about the rain. It's not raining at the moment. There is a little bit meteorological change, I feel, in the air. This place it's similar to Silverstone. If you know Silverstone well, it's a real challenge trying to forecast the weather around there because it can change very, very quickly. It has clouded over, but for now, no rain. So the junior super lightweight, so these are the same age category, but lighter drivers. 60 kilograms is the minimum weight for our drivers, but they're still drivers of the ages of the teenage years. Drivers going in now are our super cadets, our drivers between the ages of 10 and 13, and we'll have a chat with some of our drivers as they get ready and get their karts ready. We're going to step in, we're going to have a chat with a driver here before we're getting ready. What's your name? Where are you from?
Theo.
How are we feeling, Theo, ahead of the practice session?
Good.
Is this circuit one you've driven before?
Yeah.
How have you found it?
Okay, it's difficult.
In terms of other bits of racing, have you been competing so far this season?
Yeah. I've been to every race so far.
And how have you found it?
Okay, yeah, it was good.
Good stuff. We'll come on into the dummy grid then, and once again our drivers in the super lightweights getting ready, going through the procedure, and getting themselves prepared. What again is just a free practice session at the moment. There we go. So we'll go and have a chat with some more of our drivers. Try and find some faces that we haven't talked to before. Who can we find? Who's ready to have a chat with us? Ollie Moody there with his dad Steve, who races in the seniors. We had a chat with them at Buckmore Park. Very lovely lid design as well that Ollie's got. We'll have a further chat with some of our drivers whilst you're live with us here on Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the coverage as well, do make sure that you've pressed that subscribe button. As I say, getting ready for this next group going out on circuit of the Super Cadets. And I'm just going to check that I think we have with us here Marcel. No? Oh, I got that wrong. What's your name, driver, and where are you from?
Thomas Hughes, I'm from Bristol. Yeah, rookie.
Rookie, as it rookie in first time here at Whilton Mill?
Rookie is in first season.
How are you finding it so far?
It's great, but I'm one of the oldest, so I'm one of the heaviest as well, so not doing great, but I mean, it's my first season. I'm just here for the experience and just have a bit of fun, really.
Good stuff. No rain at the moment. There was potentially a bit of rain in the forecast. If it were to rain, is that something you'd enjoy?
Yeah, I'd love a bit of rain. I do like a rental championship, and you get slicks when it rains, so I'm quite used to slicks in the rain. So, and I'm quite good at it as well. So I think if there's a bit of rain during quali or something, that'd be great. Yeah.
We've had the racing this morning. Have you been able to watch any of it and catch up with how the track's driving today?
Yeah, I was, but again, like cadets and juniors, different age categories and different classes, so I'm just going to see how it goes in this practice session then.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Hope you have a good day. We'll hop back out as the drivers continue to get themselves ready. Have you got a working microphone again, sir?
I don't know. Do I have a working microphone again?
No.
No.
So it is clouding over a little bit more.
It is clouding over. It's like a press conference now. It is clouding over a little bit more. Thank you. So yeah, I mean there is that threat in the air, and people may have heard us saying earlier on today that it doesn't take a lot of rain to get quite a greasiness, particularly over the top bit of the circuit.
Yeah.
You've got points where you're like Inkerman's, where the kart's going just slightly light whilst you might be taking some apex curb, which gets nice and slippery. So if it starts to rain, you will see an impact relatively quickly at Whilton Mill. And as we know, it then dries out at different rates as well because of the incline. So yeah, it could be interesting. But for now, it's stable. For now, I don't feel too wrong for doing this.
Indeed.
Others may disagree with my style choices, but
let's go and have another chat. Let's have a chat with number 50 here. Driver in the number 50. What's your name and where are you from?
Vasco, and I'm from Portugal.
How are we feeling ahead of the racing today?
Good. I hope I can get some good laps in and get a good qualifying position for the race.
Whilton Mill is a track. It's one that's popular and a lot of drivers know well. Is it one that you've experienced before and you enjoy?
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's probably my favourite one.
What would be a good result today? What are we looking for?
Top 10.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Hopefully have a chat here. I'm going to step in and give Howard the mic and have a chat with some faces that we've known before, but he hasn't spoken to before because he wasn't at Buckmore Park.
What a segue. Yes, indeed. Here is the face I haven't spoken to because I wasn't at Buckwell Park. I'm with Holly here. Holly, tell us a little bit about your background in karting. Is Club 100 your first venture in karting? How have you come to this point?
Club 100 is my first ever championship, but I've done practice sessions in the past.
Okay. So do you have any experience around Whilton Mill?
Yeah, we done it at the second round of the season.
Good point. And then how's that season been going for you?
Yeah, it's starting good. I had a really good race in Leeds. I didn't do PF, the last one, so this is my first race back for about a month. So I need to use practice to get back with a car, and then hopefully I can be up the front.
Brilliant stuff. What's been your best outing so far this season?
Probably Lid.
Lid, like it. I like that. I like Lid. What are you hoping for from today then?
I'm hoping to get in the top 5 because that's where I've been consistently in the season. So.
Brilliant stuff. Holly, have a great time out there. Enjoy it, and all the best for today. Now I need to find the man. He's wandered off, and I've got his microphone now, so that's how we're going to do it. I'm just going to keep... Oh, he is coming in. He is coming in. So, Andrew, now I'm interviewing you. This is interesting, isn't it? So, these drivers getting used to the cadet karts, of course. Yep. The different machinery here. It's been a really strong addition, hasn't it, to the Club 100 world to have these karts.
I think so, and I think the use of the Micromax engine as well, building that ladder like we're seeing in owner racing, and I know is changing a little bit across the course of this winter, but that natural step above, you're racing on the Micromax engine in cadets, you then step up to the bigger kart with juniors, you then don't change karts into seniors, but there's still that opportunity there for the drivers, and it's that model that we've seen work pretty well in the owner scene from your cadets, your minis, your juniors, and then your seniors, and yeah, we're already starting to see the fruits of it. I have spotted a driver further down though.
Have the microphone then. This is an odd structure to our paddock wall.
Give me the microphone. We're going to go and have a chat with... I'm hijacking the stream, by the way, and there's going to be more iRacing publications here. And we're going to have a chat with Lewis Sumner, number 38. How are we feeling today?
Feeling confident because last time I think I got first place in the pre-A final, and then sadly I just got spun out at turn 2, so I couldn't really do much about it.
Whilton Mill as a circuit, is it one you've driven before and you feel good around?
Yeah, we drove it in round 2, but I haven't driven it ever since. So,
what was kind of the original thing that got you interested in Club 100?
Just watching Steve Alvarez Brown, Super GT, and so that just sort of got it into it.
And your uncle Ian is quite into it as well. He's not driving himself in the real world, but doing it virtually.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, doing that iRacing series. Yeah.
Yeah. And in terms of how we're going today for a race result, what would be good?
Podium possibly, but in and around the top 5 would be quite good.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Lewis. Good to talk to you, and we'll catch you later on.
People are being asked to clear the grid.
People are being asked to clear the grid, so we'll step out of the way for a moment. But yeah, Lewis Sumner, his uncle Ian, races in the Club 100 iRacing Championship, which you can watch on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel this coming Wednesday night. Lots of other drivers in there as well, racing for fun primarily, but also the chance to do some racing themselves next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good prizes that we've got in that championship that allows them to translate into what we like to call full metal racing, real world racing. And obviously they've got plenty of experience of that already. So it's a win-win because they get a prize in something that they are already quite good at. But no, definitely tune into that. And as these drivers are getting ready to go out onto the circuit, some of them potentially for the first time around this Whilton Mill track. I think there's been on the whole quite a bit of experience in the field today, but it's going to be important for them to bed themselves in as quickly as they possibly can out there.
They do have the advantage, though, of tyres warmed up, track warmed up in comparison to this morning. Just having a look as well, the race end sign has been up, not for the race ending, but the practice session that's out there at the moment. And we have got another driver who has specifically requested an interview, which we're more than happy to give him. And in fact, if we step on out of the dummy grid area, just before the Super Cadets set off.
Nobody do what we just did, by the way. You exit that grid at that.
We broke the rules. That's
Willie
why.
Chu will tell us off.
Wow.
Well. But, yeah, we do. Anyway, sorry. I will be on the lookout for the interviewees.
I want to try and catch a parent, because we do like to talk to the parents and what their impressions of Club 100 are. Who do we want to have a chat with? We'll step out of the way for a second to say more of the Super Cadets heading out on circuit. See, this is the problem with all the parents. They deliberately don't look at me in the eye. We'll have a bit of a further wander down. The camera will reach with the signal down here. I also want to try and catch a very quick word with JV, if we can. We did talk to him at Buckmore Park on the first day of the Cadets Championship, but it'd be good to catch up with him and see how he's finding the season so far. Race control busy at work there.
Okay, drivers, thank you very much.
I think we'll catch a word with one of our super lightweights. How are we finding today?
Yeah, really good. Really good. Great day.
I think Louis been out already. How did he get on?
No, he's just about to go out.
Good stuff. What as a parent originally brought you to Club 100?
I just think obviously going through racing Red Lodge for a couple of years, this was the next step up. So yeah, I've been doing it for a couple of years now and really enjoying it. Great club, and hopefully we do all right today as well.
What's it like to come to different circuits as well around the country?
So it's been really good. All the circuits been good, haven't they? Best circuit so far, what'd you say? Yeah, we love Whilton Mill, so yeah.
Good stuff. Well, Whilton Mill already always very popular. It's Jacob on the mic. We're going to have a chat with Louis. So Louis, you're going out soon for your first practice here today. Yeah. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Hopefully it's going to be all right. I'm looking forward to it. It's my third time at Whilton, so hopefully it goes really well.
What do you think is going to be key today for good performance? Which areas of the track?
Just keeping up your speed all the way up to Christmas and just make sure I'm consistent throughout, basically. So.
And the Club 100 karts, obviously being a junior yourself, you're racing in the full-sized karts as opposed to the cadets that we've got out at the moment. How do you find it?
Oh, I love them, honestly. I've been doing it now since YDC first started, and karts are brilliant. I can't knock them at all.
How's from your perspective, the championship changed as well from being the young drivers championship last year to the juniors this year? There's a lot more numbers, of course.
A lot more numbers, a lot more competitive this year. A bigger grid and everything. It's a lot more fun this year.
Good stuff. Well, good chatting to you, Louis. Best of luck for today. Let's see if we can. I've lost Howard. I've lost him again. We'll have a look and see if he's fine. I think he has. Yes, he has. And I'll hand the mic back over to him for this one, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. I don't know what this one was. This next interview. I know. I was giving a moment to them because they've just come off the track. So these drivers have just come off. That was seamless. I managed that. So yeah, Super Cadets have now gone out for one of their sessions. One of the groups in Super Cadets have gone out for their sessions. We're going to catch a word with some of our drivers who have just come off track in the super lightweights juniors. So we've got Claudia here, Claudia Bushby. You've just come off track. How did you find it out there?
It was quite good. There was quite a bit of grip out there. I think I need to find about a few tenths to get probably top 20 or top 15, but yeah, I know where I'm struggling, so yeah, I think I know where to improve for qualifying.
Okay, so So tell us a little bit about your karting background. Is Club 100 your first venture into karting, or have you got some experience from elsewhere? What brings you to be racing with us here today?
So I started out in 2021 at Rye House and doing their rental karts. I did some development sessions around there and got some solid results. I got pole in my first ever race, so that was quite good. And then after that I had a bit of a break, and then I went to Brentwood, which is quite popular among the drivers, and I did a few races there. I got some decent results there, and then I chose Club 100 as my championship for this year.
Okay, and tell us a little bit how the season's been going for you.
It's been a roller coaster. So the first couple rounds were quite disappointing for me, as I was collected in incidents where it wasn't really my fault. But then I got redemption at Whilton Mill and got my best finishing position, which was P7, so that was really good for me, and also mentally was good as well. And then for Lid and PFI I got also really good results in the final as well, so that was P15 and P14 I think. Yeah.
Okay, so we were here at Whilton Mill earlier on in the season. You were at that round.
Yeah.
So how did you get on? How do you feel coming into today?
I got on quite well. I had quite good pace. I made up about 7 places in the pre-final, which was really good from where I was starting. And yeah, I had good pace around there. I really like the track. It's got fast corners, and it's quite a wide track as well, so it's great for overtaking.
Awesome stuff. Right, quick fire questions. Favourite track?
PFI.
You're not the first person I've heard say that today. Sprint racing or endurance?
Oh, that's tough. I quite like sprint racing, yeah.
And another quick fire. Favourite driver?
Lando Norris in Formula 1, yeah.
Good choice. And what are you hoping for out of today?
I'm hoping to get in the A final if I manage to find some time, and hopefully, it might probably be progression from the pre-final or B final. So yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds like a good goal. Good goal. Do we have a chat with? It's your dad, isn't it? It's Malcolm, isn't it? Yeah. So, quick word with yourself as a parent with a championship. How have you found Club 100? We were hearing from Claudia, done some other stuff prior to the season. How are you finding it?
It's a fantastic way to get into motorsport. Super well organised. We literally just turn up, everything's done for us, and it just makes it incredibly easy as a parent. I mean, we're still worried about accidents and this sort of thing, but apart from that, it works incredibly well. It's a very sort of smooth operation.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and all the best for today and for the rest of the season. Thank you very much. We're going to head this way because if we go onto the dummy grid, we have the next session in super lightweights getting ready. So we're going to just dive in here. Let's literally dive in here. We're going to... Congratulations, you've been seconded for an interview. What's your... it's Ralph, isn't it?
Ralph King, yeah.
You get bonus points from the commentators for having your name on your helmet.
Can I get bonus real points as well?
You can't get bonus championship points, I'm very sorry. We don't have that kind of sway. Whilton Mill, got much experience around here? How'd you find it?
Well, I've been to both the times that the Young Drivers' Championship have been here. I think I go quite well around here. It's one of my favourite tracks on my calendar, so I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
Okay, and how's your season been going?
It's alright. I give it 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10? That's, you know, what are you hoping for out of today?
First.
There's the, we've not had enough. You'd be amazed how little we get that answer, so fair play to you. So yeah, briefly, bit of karting background before Club 100, or is this what brings you to be racing in Club 100?
Yeah, so before I raced in Club 100, I raced in Buckmore Park, just in their junior championship in their rental karts. This was like back in 2019, and then in 2020, JV announced the Young Drivers Championship for this, and just all the different tracks we go to, the karts, all the drivers, everything. It's the pinnacle of rental karting. So, and I've just done that ever since 2020, and it's where I found my home at karting. Definitely the best.
Pick a number between 1 and 9.
6.
6. Good man. All the best. 1. Oh, we got the man himself. Oh, yes.
Hello, Howard. How are you?
Hey, John, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, actually, yeah. Absolutely loving it. Hello, everybody.
So, yeah, I mean, we're well into this season, aren't we?
We are.
In fact, getting in some ways towards the business end of it. How has it been for yourselves at Club 100 as an operation to add this to the family?
Do you know what? It's been such a resounding success. We've been overwhelmed with, cadets, juniors wanting to do it. I mean, to the point where we are actually looking to expand next year. We've already got plans in place for that, so we need to open up more entries, if you like. And so, yeah, we're definitely doing that. For us, operationally, maybe the customers don't see it because they see it hopefully as a slick operation, but for us we found this year quite tough running the days because they are full on, and trying to squeeze it all in with very little contingency, should we say. So we're going to correct that next year and make it a better day for us as the staff and at the same time the drivers as well, so I think it's only going to get better with more drivers at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a brilliant energy around the paddock. So just speaking as you know me, I've done a lot of your events, JV. It's my first time at one of these, and there's a good energy around this place. And yeah, this allows that thing that I've come to realise today, that allows maybe people who, as an owner, maybe were limited to quite how far in the country they could go. The arrive and drive format here allows you to overcome those logistic challenges and experience more tracks.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, that's what we've always been unique about, haven't we? It's about being able to enter a championship and race on a variety of circuits rather than going to the same old track time and time again. That's what we do. That's Club 100, and and they are really enjoying it. I mean, this year, I would say 80 to 90% of the drivers don't know the circuits, so it's all new to them. I mean, obviously this is our second time this year racing at Whilton. Always put 2 rounds in at Whilton. It's always so popular, but as far as all the other tracks are concerned, it's new to the majority of them. So going into next year, those that have raced with me this year, at least they will know the venues and and know the circuit and be more familiar with it, and that'll only improve the driving, the racing going forward. Having said that, a couple of extra new venues maybe on the calendar next year. Yeah, so yeah, we never know. We'll see.
But you can't tease me like that, John, but okay. But no, it's always great to see more strings being added to the bow at Club 100, so no, fair play.
Thanks very much.
I think your staff's about to ask me to leave this grid.
About to go. Thanks very much.
No worries.
We're going to grab one very quick one because the dad's asked me to see if give a quick shout. Eleanor Gabrielli in kart number 46. Eleanor, very quickly before you go out on circuit, how are we feeling? All good. Whilton Mill, is that a circuit you've done before? Good stuff. I think we have just got to the race end, so we'll step away from the drivers because they're about to head out onto circuit. So this is the final practice group. In a few short minutes, I should say, we'll be back in the comms box for qualifying action, starting with the Super Cadets group number 1. Jacob's causing chaos behind us. He's got a bucket on his head. It's a wonderful day to be alive.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. He says he's being a cone. He's being a cone, you see, which I've warned him is a very risky profession round here.
It's a very risky profession, particularly with the juniors heading out. I think we're going to wrap things up there for the live and chaotic paddock walk here at Whilton Mill for the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. We've got all the qualifying action and racing to go the rest of this afternoon here at Whilton Mill. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back in the comms box in a few minutes' time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill for live coverage of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. Round 5 for the cadets, round 6 for the juniors. What have we just seen, Howard? I think that was one of the best, but also chaotic pieces to camera or periods to camera that we've ever done for Club 100.
I think it was all fine. I think it was all good, mate. I had great fun out there.
Practice completing at the moment for our last group. It's going to be the second group for the super lightweights.
I just want to make clear, all cone warnings are for contact with actual cones.
Actual cones.
Actual cones.
Not young children dressed as cones. See, now I would say that that's the first time in a Club 100 arena that I've seen a human depiction of a cone, but it's not, because James Brickles from Huddersfield University in the BUKC drove around as a cone one year in the BUKC Drivers' Championship.
Absolutely true. We also had an infamous collection of cones by karts at Three Sisters and
yes.
such that took cones for a drive.
Yes.
Cones have effectively... riding pillion isn't the right word for a kart, but they've had their own little taxi service around the track sometimes.
Hello to everyone in the comments. Hello to Pablo, who says hello to JV. And we did catch up with JV.
Yeah, it was great to talk to him and just get his thoughts. Not often that we get to get his thoughts, particularly mid-event, because as you can tell, it's a pretty packed schedule that he's got to run. But it was great of him to talk to us, and it sounds like some interesting stuff to look forward to in the announcements around the season as well. So that's fantastic to hear as well. You can't do that. You can't just say there might be more venues on the calendar. Leave it at that. That's not.
See, now, but this is the stage of the season where, maybe less so now, because Grandpa's story here. Do you remember when the internet forum was a thing?
I do. We're talking about Club 100. We're sure we know there are internet forums still out there, but yes, the Club 100
I always
forums.
enjoyed this period of the year where people would start putting in their suggestions for what circuits they could go to. Sometimes, people did it, like PFI for many years. It's like, can we go to PFI? Can we go to PFI? And it was always like, well, if the budgets allow.
Yes.
It's a CIK grade circuit, but Club 100 have made that happen over the last few years. So intriguing. Put in the comments which circuit that Club 100 currently hasn't gone to, or in fact, no, it hasn't gone to ever, but also for a while. I'm just going to throw one in there. Forest Edge.
No joke. I would love to see a return of Forest Edge. That would be great. And I have a vested interest because I never got to drive it. So I'd love to race at Forest Edge. That'd be awesome.
So there we go. I've just brought the inevitable annual thread post in the Club 100 forum. RIP the Club 100 forum. Back in YouTube comment form.
As I recall, around about 80% of those that got suggested were actual real tracks, and the rest were
car parks of certain supermarkets.
Car parks, Mario Kart tracks. It was a fantastic smorgasbord of suggestions that we used to see. But no, it is that time of year. I agree, mate. It's exciting to look ahead to 2023.
Indeed. We're getting ready then in just a few moments' time for the first qualifying session. In fact, the checkered flag is out for the free practice session for Junior Super Lightweight Group 2. So let's get ready then for the first qualifying session, heading out on track in a few moments' time. It will be the first group for the Super Cadets. Super Cadets, group number 1, heading out on circuit for their qualifying. Let's have a quick run through. I've already read this list today. I just got to read it at the right time.
I was going to say, now you're going to read it correctly.
I read it correctly the first time around, just at the wrong spot. This is who we've got in Group 1 for Super Cadets. So if you're following a Super Cadet and I don't read their name out, don't worry, they'll be in Group 2. George Palmer Mobsby, Federic Navarro, Jack Redfern, Matty Brinku-Wright, Paulina Winiarska, Josh Byrne, Oliver Bamford Sr., Ashley Rado Mitchell, Julio Valiani, Ruben Mamelock, Tyler Mason-Gray, Oscar Wilson, Jay Hansford, Ollie Hardy, Toby Paris, Quinton Vasseur, Charlie Wainwright, Jamie Warner, Karthik Kumeta and Emily Meredith. So those are all the drivers who have just taken to the circuit for a 10-minute timed qualifying session, which will set the grids, or at least do half the job of setting the grids. Group 2 will do the other half of setting the grids for our Pre-B and Pre-A finals.
It's worth saying that because they've had their practice sessions, this is, unlike some of the qualifying sessions that Club 100 run, they've gone straight into this. Like, the qualifying timer is now running. This is not like a practice that goes into a qualifying that we see in some of the Club 100 championships. They are now in that qualifying session. 1 minute has already now elapsed of that 10-minute session that they have to set positions on the grid. And for those who weren't with us this morning, or maybe you weren't, maybe you haven't had a chance to watch the stream from Butmore Park, it's all available for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, by the way. It's going to have the format of the qualifying has these two groups. So obviously we've got two different classes that are competing this afternoon. We've got the Super Cadets and we've got the Super Lightweight Juniors, and within each of those there are two groups for qualifying.
Yeah.
And to account for changes in conditions between the qualifying groups, the grid for the first races will ultimately be set by the relative positions of each group. That is to say that the fastest driver from this session of Group 1 will line up alongside the fastest driver of Group 2 in the Super Cadet qualifying. The fastest two drivers from each session will form the front row of the grid. The fastest two drivers from each respective session will form the second row of the grid. Obviously, who actually sits in third and fourth places on that second row will be determined by who set the fastest lap. That's how it's done. It's done by the relative position within the session first, and then once you've got those pairings from each session, who actually set the fastest lap. If there was a tie on lap time, it would be who set it first. So that's how that works.
Indeed. Penalty for Ruben Mamelock, ABC bumper pass. So that'll be applied post-race. The quad bikes are out. They're not part of the competition.
I do keep... every time we do an event here, mate, I keep thinking we need to have a day out at Wilson Mill doing all the things other than the karting.
We need Alpha Live streamed. Oh, what was... Oh, no. Someone older than me is going to remind me. Superstars. That was it. We need Alpha Live's Whilton Mill version of Superstars. It could be like a modern pentathlon, except we're not putting anyone on horseback, so nobody gets trolled like the Tokyo Olympics Germany horse. I think that's a great idea. Streamed on Alpha Live, Whilton Mill Modern Pentathlon, where you do all the different activities.
I've won like that. I did a quad bike race years ago. Won it.
Yeah.
So I fancy my chances, even though I don't think it's a race that they do here. But
we have been known to have commentator race when we've gone to places like Simply Race.
This is true.
I think that needs to happen immediately.
To happen. What are the what's the six wheel?
Jordan, who's on the screen right now, would be the perfect competitor.
I agree.
Get off your phone. 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this qualifying session together. There is a qualifying session going on, Andrew
there
Howard.
Is.
Who's
there
fastest?
Is.
Jamie Warner's currently fastest on a 56.869. How's this comparing, Howard, to the practice times that we saw for these drivers, what, about 45 minutes ago?
Yeah, it's a good question. So
like an hour ago. Jamie Warner's actually just gone quicker again, whilst Howard found that, 56.842.
So it was the number 26, Frederick Navarro, who set the fastest time in this group's practice earlier. So potentially he can find a bit of pace out there. And his fastest lap time in that practice session was a 56.4. So, as we say, conditions can change out on the track. But based on that, we would expect maybe some more time to be found out there in the remaining 5.5 minutes.
Have we also run down what our championship situation is at the start of this?
We have not.
Okay, I'm going to do it on my cut of the cake.
Go for it, go for it. Yes,
points that are on the board, so this is not applying any drop scores so far. Benji Hamilton is your championship leader. 1,029 points is what Benji's secured so far this season. No result lower than 4th so far this season. the fastest driver on circuit, Jamie Warner. George Palmer Momsby, who is in this group and is currently the second fastest driver out there, kart number 34. He's second in the championship and is one of only 2 drivers, the aforementioned Hamilton and George Palmer Momsby, to break the 1,000 point record so far. He's got 1,007. Miles Harrison, who we also spoke to in the Paddock show, 970 points at the moment for him. And actually, in terms of how I should have ordered this, I should have said I talked about Jack Redfern first on 987. If you apply a drop score, Miles Harrison is in third. You've also got Rex Ashley up there on 972. Still, actually, it's just a round or two too early for really talking about championship permutations. More of that will come at Clay Pigeon later in the year. We're trying to find a way through, and this is the challenge again with qualifyings around Whilton Mill. It's always what I've kind of thought in my head as a rhythm circuit. If you're not in a rhythm round here, corner to corner to corner, it just doesn't quite click, and you don't get that extra 2 or 3 tenths that in a qualifying session like this. You know, I'm looking at the gap from 5th down to 10th, and especially when these positions are effectively for which row of the grid you're sitting on. You know, from Byrne there on a 1.095 back, you know, 3 tenths. Oh, right on cue. Thank you, Oliver Bamford Senior, who's just popped himself up about 3 rows there by popping in a 57.090, a couple of tenths quicker than he'd gone the lap before. It is so important to get into that rhythm, and to get into that rhythm, you don't want to be fighting with other drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really good point about this, about qualifying in general, but this track in particular, definitely. That was the 61 of Matty Prinku-Wright, who currently sits in 2nd place, and Jamie Warner has put in now a 56.3, so that is beating the pace that we saw in the earlier qualifying session for him. So we are starting to see that competitive pace. Good gap actually that he's got. 2 tenths of a second his advantage at the moment on provisional. We will say provisional pole, provisional front row.
Yeah.
But I suppose
first of it being the first group.
Yeah, until Group 2 goes out. Yeah. So there we go. Downhill braking into Ashby Corner here. I think quite a deceptive corner. You've got plenty of runoff though to try and save the day on the exit. Through Wilkins, you've got to throw the kart in, and then this downhill braking into Ozies, slingshotting yourself around and trying to get a late apex onto the back straight.
Don't be concerned, ladies and gentlemen, by the unplated, slightly larger driver behind. That is Dante.
It is.
Who normally I'd just ignore, but I should mention, amazing result for Dante at Rye House a couple of weeks ago. In the senior sprints,
yes,
took the round win.
Absolutely, yeah.
And as a Class 2 driver as well. I know there was some discussion as to whether that has actually been done before, a Class 2 driver winning an overall round of the Club 100 Sprints Championship. But well done, Dante. Has been having a brilliant season. Doing some great work in this championship as well as the tester. But yes, well done on your round win. It's just a shame that we weren't able to string it.
You've got me thinking now whether a Class 2 driver's ever done it.
I don't think a Class 2 driver has done it in lightweights.
Where did... Okay, we're going to
Peter Knight got very close.
I was going to ask, where did Peter Knight finish? Was it
Knight,
second?
Yeah, Peter Knight got a 2nd place here as a non-C1 a few years ago when he burst onto the scene. 40 seconds of this qualifying session to go. And change at the top of the order. Matty Prinku-Wright goes to P1, 56.174. That's a 1/10.5 quicker than Jacob Warner. And all of a sudden, just like that, in fact, he's timed that perfectly. He's got onto the back of the group, so just given a bit of a helping hand, maybe half a tenth. Oh, don't overtake there, Matty. My goodness me, that would have been an overtake under yellow nearly. I think he's just realised that he got a bit close there.
But in that sense, because there's a yellow out there, it's almost like it's almost like he's got in at the last second on an eBay auction with his pole time. He's, as you say, he's timed that brilliantly. Other auction sites are available. Yeah, that's really good timing to set that pace.
Checkered flag is now out. Can anyone beat that 56.174 or simply just improve their way up the order? Navarro, Redfern and Palmer Mobsby can't. And that's the thing, he got himself onto the back of a quick trio. Really well timed by Prinku Wright. Wader Mitchell comes over the line in 7th. Valeriani and Mason Gray have both improved to 13th and 14th, but I don't think that'll be enough to get into the Pre-A final. We're looking around in that region where Oliver Bamford Sr. is. That's where you need to be. I don't think anyone's really improving apart from Valeriani, up to 8th place. Great timing there. 56.989, 2 quick laps in succession, but Hardy's in as well. Ollie Hardy right at the end there. I reckon both of them will get in the Pre-A. Brilliant work from Julio Valeriani and Ollie Hardy right at the end of the session. Put their fastest laps in and get inside the top 10. Crucial.
Really good, some really good impressive late laps there in that session, and crucial stuff for setting up for the Pre-A final that we'll have later on as Dan pulls his car into a slightly different section of the pit lane in his capacity as a kart tester there, and the other drivers come in, and we will soon enough be away with Super Lightweights Group 1. Even by Club 100 standards, I'm getting caught out by these turnarounds today. As Group 1 for the junior super lightweights go out. So, yes, let's give some context to that. So we had our cadets and our lightweights this morning. These are our super cadets and super lightweights. Super lightweights are weighted to 60 kilograms in this class. That's the minimum weight, where the lightweight juniors that you had earlier today were 70 kilos. And then in the cadets, the super cadets that we just had out, they are 45 kilos, and obviously in the cadet Club 100 car. And then the cadets that we had this morning, that is 35 kilos there. So I think I referenced this morning, but the super cadets are the heavier cadet class. The super lightweights are the lighter junior class.
Heavier but older as well.
Heavier but older, yes. Yes, sorry, they're heavier. Yes.
Grown a bit.
Yes. So that's how the weight classes break down within both the cadets and the lightweights. Going out in this group then, let's cover that. In this group we have Daniel Munro, Ben Yangu, Sam Cole, Thomas Northcott, Brody Skinner, Finn Davies, Noah Checkley, Max Papworth, Philip Babulel, Toby Street, Marcel Kowalski, Noah Rogerson, Robbie Blacklaw, Felix Bond, Claudia Bushby, Daniel Campbell, George Daniels, Jack Hayhoe, Alex Pascaleva, Harley Hillier, Tom Sands, Jack Stedman, Annabelle Owen, Toby Edelston, and Benjamin Amarim Draper. Those are all of the drivers out in this session, and I can sense the curiosity from our commentary colleague of who was the fastest when they were out earlier in practice, and the answer to that was Sam Cole, number 61, ahead of Dan Munro and Max Papworth. The fastest lap was a 53.536.
Sam Cole, who was the round winner of the super lightweights at PFI last time out. Championship scenario looks like this for the super lightweights. These are all total scores on the board, so anyone who hasn't done all the rounds like the end. Sam Cole is an example of that. A little bit out of position at the moment, but Daniel Munro has the most points locked in already, 1,264 of them, and that is a 16-point lead at the moment over Max Papworth. He's on 1, 2, 4, 8. Remember, these drivers have had a round more. They've already completed 5 rounds of an 8-round championship. The best 12 race scores across the 16 races that drivers can compete in across 2022 count towards the final score.
This is the same scenario that we had with the junior lightweights this morning. At the end of this round, drivers who have competed in every single round so far this year in this championship will have what we call a championship representative score, and they'll be looking to further improve that, use their drop scores, bin off some results that weren't so good, and get the scores up later in the year. Who else has gone well so far this year? I can tell you House of Brooks is a good example, 1,230 points, needs to bounce back from a disqualification in the last race of round number 5. Ben Yango, Liam O'Sullivan, Marcel Kowalski have all had good starts as well, but we should mention as well, so they are out of position in terms of the scoring at the moment because they both missed round 4. But keep an eye out for Ralph King, keep an eye out for Sam Cole. At the moment, by total points, ranked 17th and 18th, but when they have been able to race, they have been very, very strong, and they still have drop scores to play with. 5 minutes and 15 seconds of this session to go. Group 1 of 2 for the junior super lightweights. At the moment, it's Thomas Northcott who is fastest, 53.718 for Northcott at the moment. Papworth P2, Cole P3. Finn Davies has had a good start as well. Is currently up in 5th place with a 54.050. But straight away, the super lightweights, who I've been looking forward to seeing here today, Howard. The usual contenders that we've seen so far this season, Papworth, Cole, Yango, they're all coming to the fore straight away. Papworth, in fact, the number 20 is just at a 53.656, goes fastest.
Yeah, exactly. So that takes him to pretty much in line with the pace that we saw in the practice session earlier. There might be still a bit of time to find out there. We did just see in Group 1 of Super Cadets them go faster than their practice time earlier, so there might still be a bit of pace out there to be found, but that is a fantastic lap from the number 20 of Papworth there to take himself onto provisional pole.
I'm just curious, because I'm a nerd like that, there's always good talk about weight and the effect of weight. Well, one of the things that this offers the opportunity to do is compare with the same format and pretty much the same weather conditions. Like for like times this morning between the lightweights and the super lightweights. How much of a difference does 10 kilograms at least make? Well, as a reminder, the fastest time in lightweights this morning was a 53.960. Papworth's done a 53.486. There we go. I need to lose 10 kilos.
Yes.
To gain half a second.
Indeed, yes, you do. Do you know, that's in line. That's spookily in line. Well, perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. That is almost dead in line with an estimate I remember Nicky Richardson giving years ago.
It's almost like he knows what he's on about.
It's almost like he knows all this stuff like the back of his hand.
Yeah. 3 minutes of the session to go. Sam Cole goes quicker, goes to second. Thomas Northcott also goes quicker, improves to third. Oh, good lap there from Phil Babalal. Up to second place, and only a tenth of the pace set by Papworth at the moment. It's starting to hot up out there. Here across the line comes the number 35 of Marcel Kowalski, currently in 11th. That needs an improvement. Top 10 solidly gets you into the Pre-A final. Daniel Monroe's just improved by a good chunk. The number 41 out there. To 14th place now with a 54.511. Good lap from George Daniels as well across the line. P9, 54.135 for the number 78. On the screens now, the number 11 of Brody Skinner. The black suit and the black helmet with the sky blue trim. The laps going in at the moment. There's Babalal across the line. Finn Davies improves there, the number 59 to third place, 53.3509. Skinner improves as well, 53.762. It's hotting up out there, Howard. This could be quite an action-packed last minute and a half.
Yeah, as we saw in our Super Cadets, I get the impression that we're going to see some mega laps in the closing stages of this one. The drivers are improving, they are getting faster, as the session crescendos towards the end.
And I tell you who is crescendoing, Daniel Munro. That's another good lap from Daniel Munro, kart number 41, 54.018. 2 laps ago he was languishing down in the 20-somethings, it's now 9th. Keep that pace up and that rate of improvement, and that's going to be a Pre-A final for Munro. Ben Yango improves to 6th place, 53.762. There's been a change at the top as well. Sam Cole has gone fastest, 53.448. That's faster than Cole went in practice earlier on. Doesn't give him pole yet. Remember, this is Group 1. There's still another group to come. 40 seconds on the clock. Jack Stedman improves up into the top 10, 53.991. That's kart number 34. Drivers starting a lap now. This will be their final chance to improve.
Here's your provisional pole sitter in that 61, Sam Cole. He'll get another lap in here because he'll cross the line with enough time left to begin another lap, and that last lap was even better. A 53.416 stretches out his advantage a little bit more from Max Papworth, albeit it's only 7/100ths of a second, as the checkered flag is now out for this session.
Could not have used any more of the run through the crook and up to fine lady. They hear the chattering there. Right on the limit of adhesion is Sam Cole. Interestingly, he's got Max Papworth right behind him. I told you to look out for Daniel Munro. Look at that. That's a great run from Munro. Up to 6th place, 53.696. That is a huge turnaround for Daniel Munro, who's looking like it was going to be Pre-B final territory, and in the middle of the pack, he's going to comfortably make the Pre-A. Who else can improve right at the end here? Here comes Cole round the final corner, shortest run to the line. I mean, that's still pretty good, 53.435. Papworth improves, 53.463. Not enough to knock Cole off top spot. Brody Skinner improves to 6th place, but a great run there, great qualifying from Sam Cole. Again, consistency is there. We'll see if that is good enough for pole position. Meanwhile, we can get ready for the next group heading out on circuit now. Super Cadet Group 2 qualifying is next. Super Cadet Group 2 and their 10-minute qualifying session is underway here at Whilton Mill. How have we got out for this one?
In this one, we have Benjamin Hamilton, Miles Harrison, Alex Dodds, Jonathan Fuchel, Ian Bagger, Rex Ashley, Ellis Cox, Lewis Sumner, Jack Beasley, Hamish Forrest, Alfie Leeming, Vasco Lorenko, Thomas Hughes, Ollie Moody, Charlie Williams, Theo Jones, Josh Spence, Jake Berry and Bailey Roberts are your drivers out in this session. When they were out earlier on, it was Benjamin Hamilton who was the pace setter in that session with a 56.125. Bearing in mind we're back into the cadet karts now, so their lap times a few seconds off of the kind of times we were talking about in the juniors a moment ago. So a 56.125 is the ballpark, and the other crucial thing now that we are in Group 2 is to remind you that the fastest lap time in Super Cadets Group 1 was a 56.174. So if you want pole position, you need to beat that time. That was Matty Prinku Wright, who currently sits in that provisional pole position. Is going to be on the front row, remember, because of the relative position system that we described earlier on. But if they want to have the bragging rights of pole position, it's 56.174.
And depending on how you feel about it, P2 front row, not necessarily a bad place to be around here.
No, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? If you can... So pole is rightly on the left because Oblivion is a left-hander, but because you've immediately got the right-hander of the crook, if you can hang around the outside of Oblivion from second on the grid, you might have the opportunity to sneak through into the lead as you begin the run up the hill. So it's not too bad a thing. And if you're starting on the pole side, incidentally, that's kind of your challenge. Can you make sure that you don't get pushed out wide on that run up the hill, run through the crook and run up the hill, because otherwise you're left at risk going into Christmas corner. So it's an interesting start here at Whilton Mill because the first corner is a left-hander and pole is thus correctly on the left-hand side of the grid, but the next 2, arguably 3 corners are right-handers. I say arguably just because there's that little right-hand kink in the straight up towards Christmas corner. The formal title for that is Fine Lady. That's the corner name for that, so they're going through that now. That little apex there, that's Fine Lady. Obviously it's a flat-out corner, but technically the next 3 right-handers after Oblivion are... the 3 corners after Oblivion are all right-handers. There was the sentence.
It has an apex.
It has an apex.
It's a corner,
yeah,
as far as I'm
absolutely it was. I mean, if it wasn't there, you'd know about it because you'd be going off towards Daventry Town Centre. So it's definitely a corner. As drivers beginning to bed themselves in early paces of 56.766. That's from the 36 of Jonathan Fuchel, who's setting that pace. Plenty of time left in this session, and in fact you can see that Fuchel is pushing the limits out there. That is a track limit warning, just a warning for now. It's the penalties that one has to be careful of, but obviously just as points make prizes, warnings do make penalties if you collect enough of them. So that's something he's going to need to be careful of. As the drivers go. There you go. That's a great shot of Fine Lady. Actually, I don't think I often see that angle.
Thank you,
Mr. Jordan. It's just been this overcast all day here, which it felt a little warmer. Maybe when we were out and about in the paddock ahead of this afternoon running, which you'd probably expect relative to this morning. But yeah, still really nice conditions for early September here at Whilton Mill.
Fast group this. You've got Benji Hamilton at the front of it in number 11. Alex Dodds P2 in the queue, but they're actually the other way round. And you've got the 55. This is your 3 fastest drivers on circuit at the moment. Dodds, Hamilton and Harrison.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
It's out of the slipstream. Dodds has a little think about it. Jonathan Vauxhall has improved to second place as well. But this is another one of the characteristics of this circuit, that if you can get in a bit of a train like this, where it's all drivers of a relatively similar and strong pace, you can set some very, very quick lap times.
Yeah.
Lewis Sumner improves to 5th place, the number 38, 56.689. Very good stuff indeed there. Alfie Leeming has also moved up the order. That warning has come in though for Miles Harrison in kart number 55 there.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You don't often see some of the fastest drivers on the track sort of getting together in this fashion, but at the right track, in the right situation, it can be effective, and it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers get on.
4 minutes of the session to go. So Hamilton now fastest, 56.292. There's still time to play here. Drivers getting themselves up to speed. Who else is improving out there? Hamish Forrest has improved, is up to 7th place. Rex Ashley has just popped in a good lap time, 56.577. Looks like Lewis Sumner has just taken a lap to get into a better spot out there on circuit. A few chats that we've been having in the paddock, not just the ones on camera, but the ones off camera as well. Noted that some of the drivers filming their races with their action cameras. Slightly different position on the cadet cars. It's on the front right corner.
Yes.
But been making videos about their experiences. You can check them out, which is good to see. Thomas Hughes has improved to 13th place in this session, 57.479. Remember, the fastest lap time in the first session of this category. That's the one that they're looking to beat at the moment. Whoever of 2 winners, do we want to describe them as winners in a time qualifying session? I'm not quite sure. Fastest in each session, they get the front row. And then the fastest of those two drivers gets the right pole, which is at 56.174. At the moment, Matty Wright is still on pole position. Benji Hamilton has improved to 56.227. It's going to be compromised here.
See,
with
this
Miles Harrison trying to go around the outside. A race has broken out in the middle of the time qualifying.
So this can be the downside if you're working together in inverted commas, because if you don't coordinate well, it can cause frustration to occur, and then you've got me thinking now, because obviously that camera mounted position is slightly offset. I'm trying to think where on the calendar that would have the most dramatic looking. I'm going to say Red Lodge. When you've gone round the first couple of corners, you're doing that right-hander. That must be you're staring at a wall for a bit as a bit of a dramatic. You're very
on the yes.
Yeah, as in it's a low-down position with a slight offset to the right of the kart. So where's the sort of most dramatic-looking shot that you could get?
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got less than 90 seconds then on the clock. We saw in the previous session. And that's a move up for Fuchel. He's retaken the top, and it's a 56.037, which puts him ahead.
Fastest.
That's provisional pole, not just provisional front row. He has beaten Pinku Wright's time from the earlier session, the earlier group within our Super Cadet. So that is a stellar lap there by Jonathan Fuchel in the number 36. Benjamin Hamilton still there in second place. Miles Harrison has just set a personal best on that last lap, which took him up to third place, a 56.285. There's still a few drivers there putting in their best efforts. This could be similar to the previous session, the previous sessions we've seen. Benjamin Hamilton goes past the line. He hasn't beaten his PB from this session thus far. Fuchel's gone across the line as well. He's not improved on that time around. But there are some drivers we're seeing some small improvements from out there. This is your pole sitter as it currently stands. Jonathan Fuchel in that number 36. Through the top part of the circuit. Do the karts ahead of him start to play into this? Using all of the runoff there on the exit of Ashby. The checkered flag is out. Fuchel's through Wilkins and downhill braking into Ozier's onto the back straight. Miles Harrison puts in a 56.092. That takes him below the 56.1, but not by enough for pole. He's moved up to second place ahead of Benjamin Hamilton. Drivers coming through. Fuchel's across the line. It's not an improvement. It's a very good lap there, a 56.072, which would be good enough for pole anyway. So really impressive stuff there. Miles Harrison improves to second place there with a 56.092. Benjamin Hamilton does improve on his last lap, but it's not enough to move up the order. He's third. Good last lap from Hamish Forrest as well. Ian Bagger as well put in a PB there at the very last moment. And I think that's all of our drivers across the line now. So at the end of that group, we say a well done to Jonathan Fuchel in that number 36, who not only is the fastest driver of this session, but the fastest driver of either session. And immediately we look ahead to Group 2 in our junior super lightweights.
Junior Super Lightweight Group number 2 heading out for their qualifying session. Who have we got in this one, Howard?
We have got Harrison Brooks, Ralph King, Liam O'Sullivan, Nathan Boyle, Casper Marriott, Archie Johnson, William Taylor, Zach Watson, Louis Robinson, Ollie Clegg, Eden James, Imogen Owen, Oliver Armiger, Jacob Lane, Nathan Crowley, George Partridge, Ben Wilson, Max Nash, Thomas Guinan, Jack Philpott, Jack Ryder, Eleanor Gabrielli, Adam Sims, Harry Collins, Harry Bowman and Finn Chambers are in this session. Your fastest driver in the practice earlier on was Ralph King with a 53.640. That was the fastest lap time of practice earlier on. And as a reminder for what time they would need to beat in order to not just be the fastest of the session but be on outright pole within junior super lightweight, they would need to beat Sam Cole's time of a 53.416.
I'm thinking about your question.
Oh, go on.
Last corner of Bayford Meadows. Has come up over the right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a really good
back
point.
down.
That'd be great.
On the camera. I think there's a good bit of Buckmore Park that will look quite dramatic as well. I'm thinking through the S's.
Yep.
Get quite anything where you like riding it right up against a wall.
Yeah.
As you said, with Red Lodge being a good example of that.
No, but you get bonus points because you named tracks that are actually on the calendar this year. I think that's plus points right there.
And we have got a poll at the moment going, where would you most like to see Club 100 race next year? With 3 circuits out of 4 that we've been to this year and then 1 that we haven't. PF International, Forest Edge, Whilton Mill, Buckmore Park, Holland Road again. PF International is currently winning, 40%. Buckmore Park 25, Whilton Mill 18, Forest Edge 17. So there we go. There we go. Other suggestions in the chat. It's absolutely fine. Hello to George Hannay, who we saw racing this morning, cheering on Sam Cole. So this final qualifying session underway already. Ralph King on a 54.70, making that a 54.1. They're ramping it up. 53.416 is the time that they have to beat.
Still, yeah. So Ralph King, based on his performance in practice early, we would expect to find a little bit more time out there. As is evidenced in some ways by the fact that William Taylor has just put himself into provisional pole, a 54.118, as these drivers bed themselves in the first half of this qualifying session.
Enjoying the coverage here today at Whilton Mill. If you've not done so already, do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We have got more events with Club 100 coming up across the course of the autumn. We'll next be down at Clay Pigeon, where the members of the team were last weekend, I think it was, or the weekend, or for some British Kart Championships.
Yeah.
That was having a little watch of in the week.
Yep.
Like you can as well, at your leisure, free and on demand here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. 2nd of October is when the team will be there for the next Club 100 stream. It will be a Cadets and Juniors one, so do tune in for that. The following week, on the 9th of October, we'll be back here at Whilton Mill for some senior sprints action on a DDMM double header as well. We'll be at least attempting to race on Saturday.
We will. We'll be on track at the same time as a race is going on, and we'll see if we classify.
A busy October, then finishes on the 30th of October down at Ella Park, down on the coast, or nearish the coast,
yep,
down towards Lowestoft.
Indeed.
That'll be for a senior sprints round, say, on the 30th of October. And then 2 weeks after that, we finish our Club 100 2022 seasons with a trip back to Buckmore Park to culminate the senior sprints season. All of those you'll be able to watch here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. 5 minutes of the session gone. Archie Johnson, currently the fastest driver out in this group so far, 53.715. It's 3/10, Howard, off the pace that we saw from Sam Cole in Group 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So it stands to reason there might be a little bit more pace for them to find out there in this session. As we are looking at Archie Johnson, who has... And this is interesting, Andrew. Once again, we find two of our fastest drivers working in close proximity to each other. And that was Archie Johnson and Ralph King, were nose to tail. But that was pushing the limits a little bit too much there.
And you talked earlier about this corner and grip and running wide. I think it is still the case, even though it's been painted. If you get too wide, that's what happens. Archie Johnson is so lucky. Now that is one of those that, thankfully, because of the dry weather that we've had, that's dusty out there, and a bit grippier than it will be in, say, a month's time, but definitely 2 months' time when BUKC qualifies here, and it's all dewy and wet and a little bit muddy down there, and that's a trip to the barrier.
I mean, there wasn't any contact, I don't think.
No.
You know, through the latter part
just
of
pushed
one.
too hard.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, good drift. I have to say that was heart in the mouth stuff, but you managed to hold it together. I quite like that. And why not, indeed? You're the fastest in the session.
And
why not?
Particularly in the full-size karts as well. There, we both know from driving enough laps around this place. The back end stepping out there, that's really the rear tyres are the ones that have got where the limit of traction is at that point. And if it snaps on you there, or you just get a bit too much oversteer, and you've got to correct it, because that's what you're going to do. You're going to go fully round, but it then grips up again. That can be what happens, and you just simply run out of room.
Yeah. Thankfully, in some ways, he didn't run out of room.
Thankfully,
in the
Archie
crucial
Johnson
way.
is more talented than us two, so he was able to avoid the wall.
But yeah, he remains on top in this session nonetheless, 53.715. And as I say that, Lewis Robinson puts in a 53.620 there to take him up onto the top of this session. But it's still not enough to take the pole that, or the provisional pole time that Sam Cole has laid down. But pace is improving as we're coming into the last couple of minutes here of this session. Here is the 29 of Robinson. With good, clean, distinctive helmet designs that I'm seeing today, I've got to say.
I'm a big fan of Louis Robinson's. It's very Luton Town-esque. I don't know if he is a Luton fan. There we go. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Nice move down the inside there through Oblivion. And it's that last, what would you say, 2 feet, 1.5 feet to driver's left. If you start trying to use that bit of concrete and painted concrete, that the grip just drops off. And you've got that slight camber that rolls away.
It's an interesting one, though. We have seen some drivers. I think earlier today we saw drivers habitually. There were certain drivers for whom they preferred doing that. Or they preferred taking a slightly wider line up there, or through there. Obviously, there is a point of no return with it. But it is interesting how different drivers are treated slightly differently. As down the inside of Robinson there goes the number 50, which makes it Ollie Clegg. Well, that's a statement of intent. We've just overtaken the fastest person in the session.
I mentioned that we've got a new fastest time on your screen at the moment, Louis Robinson.
Yep, that's what we... yep, that was a couple of moments ago.
Yep. Just trying to build it up. I'm not sure if they'll get another lap in here. 15 seconds. No, we won't. So this is it. This is the last opportunity. But look how close it is. Harrison Brooks improving. Zach Watson, that's a big improvement. Ralph King over the line. Ralph King gets in and got over the line before the checkered flag came out. Yeah. So he's going to have another run at this.
Top 5 are covered by less than 5/100ths of a second.
Harrison Brooks! Harrison Brooks pops in a 53.569. I think Sam Cole's 53.416 is looking good for pole position, but Harrison Brooks has just popped himself on the front row of the grid there. Louis Robinson comes over the line, does not go quicker. Has anybody else got anything that can maybe go into the top 10? William Taylor can improve. Was already in the pre-A final, but Taylor improves to 6th in this session. But how about that from Harrison Brooks right at the end? 53.569, front row of the grid for the pre-A final.
Fantastic closing lap time there from Harrison Brooks. As Andrew says, not quite enough to get the overall pole. That was set in Group 1, but gets the front row start. Such a crucial thing to have got in place ahead of that Pre-A final. And for the drivers who didn't qualify straight into the Pre-A final, there is the opportunity for promotion. But I'm sure we're going to get onto that in a moment, because coming up next here at Whilton will be the first of the Pre-A finals. It's going to be the not the Pre-A finals, excuse me, the first of the pre-finals. It's going to be the Pre-B final in Super Cadets.
Time to go racing here in the afternoon session for Club 100's Cadet and Junior Championships, and we're going to start with the Super Cadets. Here is their Pre-B final grid. Remember, top 2 in this race go through into the Pre-A final, and Alfie Leeming has the best opportunity to do that, because Alfie starts in pole position. Josh Byrne alongside on the front row. Vasco Lourenco and Jay Hansford start there on the second row of the grid. Oliver Bamford Sr. and Jack Beasley start on row 3. Oscar Wilson and Charlie Williams start on row 4. Then it's Paulina Veniaska and Bailey Roberts completing the top 10 for the start of this race. They'll all have a decent chance, I think, of getting into the top 2. Tyler Mason-Gray and Thomas Hughes start from row number 6. And then we find Theo Jones and Karthik Kometa on row number 7. Ollie Moody and Josh Spence go from row number 8. Ruben Mamalok had a penalty in qualifying, which has demoted him down to the 9th row of the grid alongside Emily Meredith. And then our 20 karts field is wrapped up with Quintin Vassier and Toby Paris. So top 2 going through. Drivers will be directed through the cut through here at Whilton Mill. We saw some exciting Pre-B finals earlier on today. This is a race where if you've not had as good a qualifying as you think you could have had, it's a good chance to race through, get one of those top 2 spots, and then it doesn't matter, because you're on that Pre-A final grid, and after that it's
that's even better.
All to play for.
It's even better because you get bonus racing.
Yes.
Effectively is your reward is you get an extra race, so it's even good value for money to do it. That's why I always deliberately. That's why I deliberately didn't qualify for the A finals all the time. I was doing sprints, incidentally. It was just to get my money's worth. That was the idea. Never worked. The 46 is Alfie Leeming. The 17 is Josh Byrne. For our Super Cadets, it is time to go racing here for round number 5 of 2022. 12 minutes on the clock. We've got a spin on the grid. The grid has spun round. We're away of sorts. We'll see if that gets called as a good start. It's a great start from Josh Byrne. There's a few wide through the crook, but they're okay. But that I've never seen that where... Well, I've seen some spins before the line, but what a bizarre thing was happening towards the back. I know that Quentin Vazier was one of them, because I saw the 74 number plate.
Theo Jones was the other. Came across the line a number of seconds behind. Oh, round there goes the number 51. 51 was just about rejoined. It's Oscar Wilson. Looked to me, it'd be interesting having a replay of that Oscar Wilson's kart was already going round there before contact with the kart behind was made.
It's that thing where if you're on the limit, it doesn't take much to help you over the threshold where the back end starts to step out. The 67 there of Bailey Roberts looking to make early progress. I think it was Vasco Lourenco looking for a move on there. But it is Josh Byrne, who started from second on the grid, who's got up to the lead of this race. And a good start for Jay Hansworth as the 18 scoots across the grass. That is Oliver Bamford Sr., who rejoins the track. And is that a change for the lead? No, it is Josh Byrne for the moment with the 66 of Jay Hansford, who's had a great start to this one from fourth on the grid, is right in his wheel tracks here in the early phases as they come into Wilkins. Good start as well for Jack Beasley in third place in that number 44.
Also problems for Paulina Viniaska on that first lap. Paulina's down to 20th position. 10.5 minutes of this race to go. Josh Byrne leading it nicely here, with Jay Hansford just behind. If the race finished like this, they would race through into the Pre-A final and go again. Jack Beasley trying to find a way up to the back of these two. Number 44.
Good little battle I can see in the background there for 8th place. Ruben Mamelot just passed on Charlie Williams, with Karthik Kameta with them as well. So that's an interesting battle, but this is an interesting one. If they work together, they might be able to get up to greater rewards ahead of them, because there is a slight breakaway group here going on of this top 7, down to Bailey Roberts in that 67 car. As we look at the other end of that train of karts, the sharp end of it, with Josh Byrne in that 17 leading the way onto the back straight, heading towards the boot. The Marshall post is your reference for some brakes. Don't get too greedy on the exit of the first bit, and that allows you to hook it up through the second and third apex. And alongside has got Hansford there, heading towards Paddock corner. Did he execute that pass? Because that would have been a bold one. We've not seen many passes into Paddock. It stayed as they were. Josh Byrne still in the lead of this one, and indeed that's allowed Jack Beasley to get by on Jay Hansford. So Hansford went in on that move, and because it didn't pay off, it left him exposed to attack from the 44 of Beasley, and now Beasley's in the pound seats for attacking Byrne over the course of this lap. Heading down to Ashby Corner, the downhill braking, just a little move perhaps back towards the mid-circuit for Byrne, just to deter people from darting out to driver's right to make a move. Through Wilkins, a move is unusual, but you can set something up into the downhill braking into Osiers, but it's interesting, or difficult, I should say, to judge the braking through there sometimes. I think there was a half attempt there from Hansford. Leeming, our pole sitter, Alfie Leeming's getting back in on this fight as well in the number 46 as they come through the boot once again and come around to complete lap number 4, as we're just coming up to a third distance in this Pre-B Super Cadet final for round 5 of the 2022 season.
These 4 drivers at the front have all made at least one A final so far this season. Byrne has in fact been an ever-present in A-level races, whether that be a pre or a trophy. That record is under threat in this race.
I mentioned that battle for 8th place would do well to work hard to get onto the riches ahead of them, and fair play to Ruben Mamelot, who's definitely done that in the number 60 fastest lap of the race of 57.134, has put him right in contention, with Bailey Roberts now battling over 7th place. As just a little bit of breathing space for Byrne developing over the course of this lap, and Jack Beasley still with the very close attentions of Jay Hansford here in the battle over 2nd, and more importantly from a points for this round perspective, that opportunity, that final opportunity to promote up into the AA Pre-A ranks, and that is a stationary kart. Is that onto the back straight?
Going into Wilkins, I think.
And that's a move there through the crook. That's between the 33 and the 47. That makes it Tyler Mason-Gray in the 33 and Charlie Williams battling away. Williams at the moment with the bragging rights, but they've got all sorts of company behind them as well, in the form of Tyler Mason-Gray, Karthik Kameta, and Bailey Roberts.
Ollie Moody in there as well, with the purple and yellow helmet.
And I think this pack has been disrupted, as it were, because of I think Ruben Marmelot's really made some gains over the last few laps. That last lap he managed to take 3 places, so really good stuff there.
I think it's Vasco Lorenko who was our driver in a spot of bother, because Vasco was dropped 14 positions and is now scored off the lead lap. 6 minutes of this race to go. We're halfway through this Super Cadet Pre-B final.
Oh, we've got up. Is that Lorenko again?
Yes.
Slow.
Yes, that is
out
Lorenko
of Paddock.
50.
So more dramas there for him, as this battle over 6th place heads up the hill one more time. The 33 of Mason Gray is eyeing up a move here on Charlie Williams. Charlie Williams hangs on around the outside and is able to stamp home his authority through Boxing Day and Inkermans, but there'll surely be another opportunity, will there, in Ashby? Not at the moment for Tyler Mason-Gray. He keeps his powder dry for a different attempt.
I like that from Charlie Williams. Defender to the outside, it is something that you can do through Christmas. There's a good camber.
Yep.
That means if you know that there's a kart on the outside, you remember as well the no-named corner that we colloquially called Boxing Day, because it's the one after Christmas. You know, it's in your favour if you're on the outside through Christmas, and you can use that positive camber to loop it around the outside, hold it around the outside with a better bit of speed. Well avoided there by Oliver Moody. It was the number 67 just ahead having a slight moment. And it means that you don't turn in. You don't have to just chuck it in and turn in on the driver on the inside. It's unnecessary when people do that. Let's see, hopefully, if it's done again. Or this time, the number 33 of Mason Gray goes through. And that was nicely played by Mason Gray, running through the corner almost. Semi-deliberately overshooting to take that space on the exit of Christmas with that positive camber to stop the driver on the outside, hanging it round the outside and having the advantage for the left-hand kick. Good driving from both of them there.
Yeah, and I think it was Karthik Kabeta who had the heart-in-the-mouth moment of actually getting crossed up there in the final corner as well. It was certainly part of that group of drivers who had to just probably a sharp inhale of breath inside of the helmet there just as they reacted to that one, but they all kept it together nicely. We went with Boxing Day as the colloquial name for that corner because a turkey sandwich didn't sound right. Josh Byrne, more importantly, there's a penalty that we haven't clocked in this race, and it's a big one. Josh Byrne, in that number 17, had a very good start, had too good of a start. It was a jump start there for the driver starting second on the grid. He was deemed to have crossed the line ahead of the pole sitter, and that means that Josh Byrne is going to be deducted 2 positions from wherever he finishes. So in spite of the fact that he leads this race in that number 17 car, this right here on your screens is the battle for the lead of the race net once the penalties have been applied.
And Beasley has one as well. So in fact, Hansford and Hughes, Thomas Hughes has done a great job here in the number 35 to jump up to the back of this. They're the ones holding the positions that will go through at the moment. And look at Ruben Mamalok as well, fastest driver on circuit. That move there, that's for the Pre-A final. That, once Beasley, because we've got to remember, penalties are applied from the back first.
Yeah.
So Beasley's penalty would be applied first, and it's at least 4 positions, so that would promote Hansford and now Mamalok up 1 spot, and then Josh Byrne would take his. That would leave, as it stands on the road, Jay Hansford and Ruben Mamalok in first and second place.
If that's true, that has been a meteoric rise through the field for Mamalok.
Yeah.
Started 17th on this grid, Andrew.
One of the drivers of the day. Really is.
Really, really brilliant stuff. And I noted early on that we were seeing him make good early progress, and he's had the fastest pace in the field so far.
That also means, with those penalties, that Josh Byrne's ever-presence in A-level races is going to end here today, because he's going to miss the Pre-A final. 2 minutes of the race to go. Here comes the number 66 of Hansford down the inside of Beasley. It's 4 position on track, and now it more than is in a situation where Hansford has second place. I do think there's another bit of that that chat we were having earlier, Howard, about do these drivers all know everybody else's numbers and know the penalty situation?
Yes.
Probably not. That's why they're racing so hard.
Yep.
Mamalok now down the inside. Needs to be careful. That's the second contact warning that he's had come in. Doesn't want to blow things with a penalty of his own.
We should say, of course, Josh Byrne still could, I mean, not entirely out the running for A races. He could get the promotion spot from the B final later on, but your point still stands, Andrew. He's not going to feature across the A races at this round. Paulina Vinyaska now with the fastest lap of the race, by the way, 56.917.
That's been a great drive back through the field.
Yeah, there's some
Paulina.
fantastic
He's down
drives.
in 20th place at the end of lap number 2.
Yeah.
He's now in the top half. Just as I thought might be the risk for Mamalok. Penalty ABC. Bump and pass. Oh no, I'm going to need to get the abacus repaired from Super 1 in pronto time, because what does that mean now?
I was going to say,
So
I'm almost breaking up.
First has a penalty.
I'm almost
on the road.
breaking out my James Hunt here about who wins.
Second does not. Second's clear. Thomas Hughes is clear as well, isn't he? So yeah, so it's Thomas
Yes.
Hughes. So it's the moment as it stands with the penalties to be applied. It's Hansford and Hughes going through. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
Hughes is now having a nibble at Mamalok. It can happen sometimes around this circuit because it's a circuit that has a lot of overtaking and a lot of action. It can sometimes have a few penalties. I remember we had a frankly balmy BUKC qualifiers race here just under 12 months ago, where we commentator cursed everybody because as more drivers got penalties, we were going down to like 6th, 7th, 8th on the road as being like, don't do anything, you're standing on a race win here. Remember our commentary colleague being hit by one of those curses in that race. Yes. It can happen around here. But we are on the last lap. Josh Byrne running at the front, but has a jump start penalty, so will finish or be classified third.
And he'll know that. That'll be communicated to him on the digiflag.
So we reckon that your winner of the race is going to be kart number 66, Jay Hansford. Having had a clean race across the line, Byrne finishes first on the road. Hansford goes through with no penalties. Mamelock finishes third on the road, but also has penalties. So it'll be Thomas Hughes, despite finishing fourth on the road, will gain 2 positions once the penalties are applied. Here's a good scrap over the line that's going to get won by Ollie Moody for 7th place. But it's Byrne, Hansford, Mamelock, Hughes, Beasley, Mason Gray. That's the top 6 pre-penalty application. Ollie Moody 7th, Karthik Kameta 8th. Great drive from Paulina Viniarska. Was down in 20th place early on in that race, finishes in the top 10 and will have a decent grid slot for the B final. Alfie leaving in 10th, Emily Meredith as well, good drive from Emily up to 11th, Theo Jones 12th, Oliver Bamford Senior 13th, Charlie Williams and Bailey Roberts complete the top 15. Problems there, unfortunately, for Toby Harris, Josh Spence, Oscar Wilson, Quinton Vazier and Vasco Lourenco. Good race that from the Super Cadets in their pre-B final. Hansford and Hughes, by our calculations, will race through into the pre-A. We'll see them later on. Next out on circuit, though, it is the Junior Super Lightweight pre-B final. So, as the Super Cadets come in from their pre-B final, let's have a look at the grid for the Junior Super Lightweight pre-B final. Apologies, I don't think we have the graphic for this one. That is okay, we'll just read it out manually there. Race number 17 on our schedules here for today. Nope, not that's the race 17. No, it's not. Just done. It's race 18.
Which
I don't think we do have
which isn't there. Yes,
it isn't there.
I think, in fairness to our producer, there is no grid.
There is no grid in the
but
book.
We can probably fathom the first few rows. I can see the 78 of George Daniels is there in the pole position there, and Eden James is alongside in the 43. We've got Noah Rogerson and Noah Checkley.
Daniels on pole position, James.
Indeed, yeah.
Two.
Yeah. George Daniels, Eden James, Noah Rogerson, and Noah Checkley are your first 2 rows of the grid. We are ready to get underway here in our super lightweights. Eyes on the lights, the engine notes rise, and away we go. George Daniels leads them into oblivion, and he's able to cut across. Now, that's the key thing to do as a pole sitter. If you can cut across and prevent people from slipping up the inside there, although I'm not sure he's been able to do it fully successfully, because Eden James has got alongside in the 43 and will try down the inside of Christmas Corner, and indeed he has. And now pole sitter is on the grass there and trying to recover it back onto the road, and the 77 is round as well, and there's another spinner, a bit of contact there, and there's at least 4 karts that are stationary, and then a few more, and that is a false start. And I'm unsurprised to see that one, Andrew, because it all got a little bit leery after Christmas Corner, and there's still drivers coming to a stop at Ashby.
That's not great from the super lightweights.
I think it was George Daniels going across the grass.
Well, I don't think it was really clocked that the super the false start flag has come out now.
Yeah, now they have.
The false start flag is out.
I think it was Daniels coming back onto the track.
Yeah.
And it caused everybody to. It wasn't a. I'm not. That's not me necessarily saying that Daniels did a terrible rejoin. It was all okay. Difficult to judge the speed when they're coming in from an acute angle sort of behind you, but I think it just caused everyone to
get the stare from
they
JV.
do. They do get the stare.
He's not amused about that.
That is him saying "go round again." By the way, that's not.
Yes, that's his index finger that he's using there. JV's always very fair with it, but I think to have that grumpy face, he's very much justified on that one. That was
suboptimal.
Yes.
As we look to get this one underway again.
That was like a very bad BUKC start. Well, I've just heard in my ear that was an Edge Hill University style start. Yes.
Yes.
Moving on.
We get the reference. Yes. So once again, it is a George on pole. It's not the George that's on my timing. It's George Daniels who's on pole in this 78. No, look, we actually probably have a grid by now. But we do. We do, yes. But not to worry, we've got a race to enjoy here. And hopefully there's still drivers out of position though, Andrew. I think they're going round again.
And time will be knocked off here.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they'll lose at least 2 minutes.
I agree.
Now, where that is potentially problematic is if you've not had a good qualifying and you're, I don't know, 12th on the grid or further back than that, and you're thinking like, well, I've got to have a race where I really push up through the field and I've got to be very efficient with my overtaking. You've just, well, not because of your actions necessarily, it's a collective of the field out there, but because that time has been scrubbed off, less opportunity for you to pull or get up the order.
Being as we've got it, let's do a very, very quick. I'm not going to get through all the grid in the time we've got, but here they are going from the top. George Daniels, Eden James, Noah Rogerson, Noah Checkley, Jack Philpott, Imogen Owen, Tom Sands, Thomas Guinon, Jack Hayhoe, Jack Ryder, that rounds out your top 10, Annabelle Owen, George Partridge, Daniel Campbell, Jacob Elaney, Harry Collins, Benjamin Amarin Draper, Ben Wilson, Toby Edelston, Oliver Armiger, Alex Pascaleva rounds out your top 20. Then it's Max Nash, Robbie Blacklaw, Adam Sims, Felix Bond, Claudia Bushby, Elena Gabrielli, Harley Hillier, and Finn Chambers. And I did get through all of the grid before we get ready to try this one again.
Here we go, spread out, keeping those tramlines super lightweights. Let's have another go at this for the Pre-B final. Still top 2 race through. It is a 10-minute race. 2 minutes of grid dropped off, and it's another scrappy start at the front. There's one driver off and into the wall on the exit off turn number 2. It's the number 10 of Rogerson, who's come up to the front of the order early on in this one. Are they all going to squeeze through? There's a whole bit of pod-to-pod action, but that is better than the first attempt. Down into Ashby. There's karts off in the background. They will be able to recover. It's the number 30 who went to Harry Collins. So Harry Collins is not going to get a good result in this Pre-B final, having had that incident on lap 1.
And I wonder if there was some karts mounting, a kart mounting there, because the way that karts went straight on at Inkerman's there is quite unusual, Andrew, unless one of them didn't have steering.
Yes.
Is my it's pure speculation, but it's slightly unusual to see drivers go straight on like that at Inkerman's.
Yeah, all a bit rough and tumble there. So 1 minute gone. Rogerson leads from Daniels. That's the top 2 currently going through. Checkley 3rd. Eden James 4th. Good start for Imogen Owen up to 5th place already. Also good start for George Partridge, up 4 places to 7th place. Most positions gained on lap 1. Max Nash in 13th place, up 9. Penalty loading. Now, I think that is into turn 1. So that is Noah Rogerson out of the picture for getting into the Pre-A finals. The number 43 there of Eden James was going for a little bit of rallycross. My reading of that situation is there's another 3 karts off here. This is not the best of races from the super lightweights, if I'm being perfectly honest. If we were to look back at that turn 1 again, the front row looked like they were being pushed on there.
Yeah.
And the stewards have called that to be caused by Noah Rogerson.
The 4 positions just to be clear for grid loading.
Penalties come in for a spin on the yellow for Benjamin Amarin Draper.
So Rogerson leads on the road, but has 4 positions to be deducted through a penalty come the end of this race. So that means George Daniels is your net leader. Again, goes back to what we were saying in the last race. Does he know that fact? Because he'll have seen the way that it's displayed to the drivers is that you've got a digiflag on the start-finish gantry, and it'll show the kart number and just the word penalty with a sort of flashing blue outline And that is great if you're the driver who has that kart number. But if you don't know that the driver ahead of you is driver number 10, if George Daniels doesn't know that Noah Rogerson is driver number 10, he'll see that penalty board, but it might not necessarily know whether the penalty applies to the person ahead of him. Doesn't necessarily know that he's leading the race, unless something's communicated to him from the pit wall, or always the sneaky one I always like to think of, or unless the driver ahead of you reacts to the penalty board, which tells you that it's them that it applies to, you don't have a way of knowing.
Yeah.
So that's the interesting one. And as we've discussed several times today, that changes the dynamic in your head, such as this. Would Daniels be going for this move? He might well be, to be fair, because I think he's got the pace. He just set the fastest lap of a race, of the race, I should say, 54.855. He didn't make it stick that time, though. Noah Checkley there in the 52, although that's it's a slightly liberal interpretation of the paddock corner. But he's not too far off the back of this either way. And indeed, I'd say he's right with them now as they come up the hill.
Cone penalty as well for Noah Rogerson now. Now, I hope you just noted that, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to pick on you, Noah Checkley. What we've just seen there is a classic example of why that last corner has a track limits area. As everybody's exploring the limits, and that is going to be Daniels through.
Yep.
Note how much Checkley closed up as he's now down the inside of Rogerson on the road.
Yeah,
and
look out for it,
he's going to catch the curb there with the rear axle and lose places now. The gap closed massively there with the liberal use by the number 52 on the two karts ahead. That's why this corner can have a track limit warning, because if you gain here, you carry the speed all the way through the first two corners, as Jack Hayhoe's got a meatball flag for a mechanical safety issue. Imogen Owen's having a cracking race here. He's up to third place. He's got Rogerson on the inside now, and he's going to try and go round the outside, keep the foot in, still side by side through Boxing Day and Inkermans. Great racing here at Whilton Mill. Imogen Owen this time will have the position round the outside. Great driving, really, really good driving there from Imogen Owen, and then he's going to be rewarded with second place.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move there. And up into 38th place. The 38 is up into third place, is what I should be saying. And the only thing I'll say about that is that she was keeping quite close to Daniels and Rogerson prior to that.
Yep.
And obviously close to Rogerson. That's who she executed the pass on. But she was quite close to George Daniels now. But Daniels now has a lead of 1.7 seconds. So can she get onto the back of them? Meanwhile, the 43 of Eden James is down the inside of Noah Checkley, who looked like he wanted to avoid a penalty there to let the drivers through.
Just clipped, turned in, and that's too early. Clipped the rear bumper.
3 wide.
And that was very closely there. Everyone's having a little bit of a wave and a chat with one another in the middle of the corner. It's number 53 of George Partridge on the inside there. We'll see whether anything does get called on that one. 3 minutes 40 to go in what's been, if I'm being honest, a bit of a scrappy pre-B final. It's not been a classic. But George Daniels won't mind that, though. He's at the front, 2 seconds almost clear of Imogen Owen, and good lap there from Imogen Owen, because crucially now, yes, Noah Rogerson is still there, but Noah Rogerson has a penalty, so in effect, Imogen Owen has a 1.1 second gap over being in the pre-A final or being outside of it. But has to have
keep it in track
limit warning.
Yeah, so George Daniels, 1.8 seconds to the good. Need only control this one now for the remaining 3 minutes for the victory and the promotion into the pre-A final. The second place less sealed as a deal at this moment in time. Imogen Owen needs to keep the pace up to book her place in that pre-A final. Great last lap from Jack Philpott, by the way. I think took advantage of everyone having that little contretemps coming out of Ashby. He managed to move himself up to 5th place. That was up 3 positions in 1 lap. So great moves recently from Jack Philpott in that number 14 kart. now in the wheel tracks of Noah Checkley in that 52. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock then of this one. New fastest lap of the race as well from Jack Philpott that last time through. This could be an interesting finish here. There's the number 10 of Noah Rogerson, who we know is carrying a penalty for loading at the start of this race. And then Noah Checkley and Jack Philpott right with him now. In fact, is Checkley going to try? He hasn't got the overspeed there to draw alongside, heading towards Paddock corner.
Good level of importance with this story. This is if it's not going to be for getting through to the pre-A, it will give pole position for the B final.
It will indeed, and there is Philpott to the inside of Checkley. I was wondering when that was going to happen, because Philpott's pace getting onto the back of these two was impressive. So you would never have betted against him trying to find a way through. Jacob Elaine as well in the number 15, up 3 positions of that last lap. So good battle going on in the upper part of the top 10. Cone penalty has been given to Tom Sands in the 26th note, so that is 1 position deducted from wherever he finishes on the road. Under a minute now on the clock, and indeed the last lap board has been shown to George Daniels in that number 78. Bearing in mind this was an abridged race, 2 minutes knocked off after a false start at the first attempt. So what is left on the table for these drivers? What can they bring home from this race? Imogen Owen has 7/10 of a second in hand over Noah Rogerson, who, bear in mind, has a penalty anyway.
It's going to be a first A-level race of the year for George Daniels. There might be quite a celebration here, because George Daniels has not made a pre-A final or an A final so far in 2022. Through the final couple of corners, that run is going to be broken. Well done to George Daniels, kept his head together and wins the pre-B final to qualify for an A-level race for the first time in 2022. Imogen Owen over the line as well will take the 2nd spot on the back of the grid. Likewise, I like that a lot. In a race that was a bit chaotic, 2 drivers who have not made it into an A-level race so far in 2022 have made improvement and taken advantage of the situation. Daniels from Owen, Rogerson 3rd, has a penalty, Checkley in 4th, Philpott 5th, Guinan in 6th, Partridge 7th, Aileen 8th, Sands and Ryder. That was your top 10. We'll see George Daniels and Imogen Owen in the pre-A final in 2 races' time. The rest of the field come over the line. We'll get ready for the next race out on circuit, which will be race 19 in your schedules here at Whilton. And today it'll be the Super Cadet pre-A final. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Super Cadet Pre-A final. This was decided by timed qualifying earlier on this afternoon. And it's their first opportunity of the day for the Super Cadets to score 130 points for their championship bids. Jonathan Fuxell has pole position with Matty Prinku-Wright alongside on the front row of the grid. Miles Harrison and Benjamin Hamilton will form up row number 2. Frederick Navarro and Alex Dodds start on the 3rd row of the grid. Jack Redfern and Rex Ashley start on row 4. Then it's George Palmer Mobsby and Jamie Warner on row 5. Warner demoted 6 places in the qualifying session for an infringement, but does have good pace and could race through. Hamish Forrest and Charlie Wainwright start there on the 6th row of the grid. And then very quickly down through the rest of the order, Ellis Cox, Ashley Rado Mitchell is row 7, Lewis Sumner, Ollie Hardy row 3, A.M. Bagger and Julio Valeriani are on row number 9. And there will be 2 qualifiers from the pre-B final, which will be Jay Hansford and Thomas Hughes. Ready to go then for 12 minutes on the clock here in the pre-A final for Super Cadets. eyes on those lights and the pole sitters. Loud pedal, away we go here at Whilton Mill. Good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid, but it's going to be the number 36 of Jonathan Fuchsel who leads up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. It's all quite calm at the moment from the Super Cadets as they go through Christmas Corner. That is much more like it. Good start for all of these drivers. They're heading down to Ashby Corner.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good start from at the head of the field as well for Matty Prinku-Wright, although Jonathan Fuchsel has been able to get through, of course, as we've seen, not for the first time today, actually, we've seen second on the grid doing well off of the start. As they head towards the boot for the first time, there is the 36 of Jonathan Fuchsel, with the pole sitter of Prinku-Wright sat right behind him. To finish lap number 1 then. It is indeed Jonathan Fuchsel who leads. Prinku-Wright, Benjamin Hamilton rounds out your top 3. Good opening lap there for Ashley Udo Mitchell, actually, in the 71, getting up into the top 10 from 14th on the grid. So really good effort there, as we've got some moves through the top of the hill, getting a little bit leery there. It was Miles Harrison involved in that battle, I think, with Alex Dodds, as they just worked that all out in time for Ashby Corner.
Best results so far this season for Jonathan Fuchsel. A couple of third places, including last time out at PF International. 10.5 minutes to go. Good scrap this going into the boot now. Positions to be gained. That's nice positioning there by the green suit kart number 34, George Palmer Mobsby. That is why Palmer Mobsby is second place in the points at the moment. Gains positions up to 9th. Benji Hamilton at the front of the order. And this group of 4 heading up the hill now is your current championship leader. We spoke to him earlier. As there goes the number 19 of Jack Redfern down the inside. Takes 6th place away from Navarro.
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. Fuchsel, though, starting to open out a bit of a lead here. Down to about a second at this point. Leaving the others behind to battle away. Obviously we're not talking about promotions and repechaging in this race, because we're in an A grade race already. So this is about taking the maximum points for this pre-finals. A grade. Benjamin Hamilton through in the number 11 on Matty Prinku-Wright, and indeed Miles Harrison and Alex Dodds through as well. So costly lap for Prinku-Wright there in that number 61 kart, as there's a curb warning for Giulio Valeriani. And here is the battle over 6th place. Jack Redfern in the 19. Ahead of Navarro in the 26 and George Palmer Mobsby in the 34. Good little battle this one, but they don't want to, ideally they don't want to lose too much time battling in amongst themselves.
Oh, Navarro a touch deep there. That could be an opportunity for Palmer Mobsby to get through even before they get to Wilkins. Good stuff there from George Palmer Mobsby. Gains a spot, is up to 7th place.
Absolutely. Little look to the inside there from Jack Redfern, but thought better of it. He's perhaps going to try and get a good run out of the boot here, and he does get good drive off the second part of the corner. He's got a very good drive, but not quite enough of his card alongside the 61 of Matty Prinku-Wright there to bring it home in Paddock Corner, so he'll have to try somewhere else. But you could see absolutely the right thing. He went, no, I'm not going to go all the way on the brakes here. I'm going to try and get him on exit instead. Really good philosophy to try and execute that move, as Frederick Navarro is still battling away. I think, is that him through? Yes, it is him through on George Palmer Mobsby, so they've switched back again. 2 moves in as many laps between those two. Fastest lap of the race has just been set as well by Alex Dodds in the 32, the 56.227, as he tries to get on terms with Miles Harrison for 3rd place.
Could be closing up here at the front with Dodds and that good pace behind. If he plays this well, look, here it is. Look, this top 4 is now closed in.
Yep.
And it's almost like Dodds is pushing it from the back.
Yeah.
That's what I keep doing. Don't necessarily battle with these 3. Just keep pushing him along, keep the pace high, stay in the slipstream, because ultimately you're getting closer and closer and closer to the leader. That will also happen if the three ahead start battling, which is what they're doing. Down the inside, Miles Harrison looking for Benji, away past Benji Hamilton there. This is going to be to the advantage of Dodds, who may have a run around the outside. Okay, just pulls back. Oh, if that works out, that is a lovely move from Alex Dodds down the inside through Odia's corner. No, still side by side with Miles Harrison as they go down the back straight. You can see why he withdrew slightly through Wilkins to get the switchback. Very nearly made it work there. Now has another switchback on the inside for the final corner, through into third place. Both of them run very wide there. 6 minutes and 15 to go. Dodds is up to third.
Good little battle that. Can't get, yes, technically they did run quite wide there at the last corner, but good little battle nonetheless, side by side for a large portion of the lap. It just still feels like things are closing in a little bit here, aren't they, mate? There's if drivers aren't having battles, just looking at the delta on our timing screen, everyone's closing in a bit here amongst the top 7, definitely. So this could be an interesting one for Fuxell to control. In fact, here is the battle for the lead. Benjamin Hamilton in this number 11 here will get the switchback. Better drive off of this second part of the boot. Can he find a place to slot the nose of his kart in? He can, but he can't convert that into a move that gets traction.
4 wins from 8 so far this season for Benji Hamilton in the number 11. He's finished no lower than 4th in any race in the Super Cadet class here for the Club 100 Cadet Championships 2022. Foxall's doing a good job here defending. It is bringing Alex Dodds back into position though. He's right there now in 3rd place. Fastest driver out there on circuit now is now Jack Redfern in 5th place. Kart number 19, 56.116. This is a proper race. A properly good race for the Super Cadets in the Pre-A final. No trophy available for this race, but 130 points in the championship are. Into the boot they go then. Just over 4.5 minutes on the clock. Fuxall. I'd say driving on the wing mirrors if he had wing mirrors, but just checking over his shoulder, trying to see where the competition are. 56.824. The pace actually is quite slow at the moment with the defensive work. Has Hamilton got a run? No. Fuxall closes the door. The number 55 of Miles Harrison is back involved. Here comes the 19 of Jack Redfern down the inside going for 4th place. And is he going to have 4th place? No, not quite. Harrison fights back through Boxing Day. Good stuff. Down into Ashby Corner. So easy to make a mistake at this point of the circuit. They are really dealing with this well. Our group of 10 to 13-year-olds. Down the inside now. Here comes Hamilton. Not quite able to make it through there. Well defended by Fuxall, just carrying the speed around the outside. 2 by 2. Noah's Ark formation into the boot. Is Hamilton going to be down the inside this time? Yes. Benji Hamilton takes the lead of the race. The number 55 of Miles Harrison is up to 3rd. Here comes the number 26 of Frederick Navarro as well in the blue and yellow.
And I don't know if there was maybe a little bit of bump drafting help as well from Miles Harrison to actually push Benji Hamilton through that last little bit just ahead of the boot on that last lap. This is fantastic stuff though. Everyone down to Matti Prinku Wright in the 61 in 8th place. His nose to tails here. Miles Harrison has Alex Dodds swooping around the outside there at Christmas Corner. Is that not? That's a change for 3rd place there, as I believe Dodds is through in the 32. Brilliant little move there, as Harrison was, I think, getting checked up by those ahead of him. This is Benji Hamilton with Jonathan Fuxall into Wilkins this time. There is nothing on for him there. Miles Harrison looking to get back through, though, on Alex Dodds for 3rd if he possibly can. Great drive off the corner, though, for Fuxall. Where did that come from? Is he going to be able to hold this? Because there'll be better drive through this second part of the corner for Hamilton. They're both going to slow each other down, though, so look out for the likes of Alex Dodds, who does feel like he's got opportunities here, surely, as they come on to another lap. This is absolutely brilliant stuff from our Super Cadets here in the Pre-A final. It's still somehow Jonathan Fuxall who leads this one. And now look at Alex Dodds going to the conventional line. He'll get better drive off the corner. Can he find a space to do anything with it? He'll get the switch back through Boxing Day. A better drive off of Inkermans. Has he got anything into the braking zone or in drive off of Ashby here? as they're all lining up behind them still. 2 minutes left on the clock. Is Jonathan Fuchsel still somehow in the lead of this race? That's not to take away from how well he's been driving, but there's just been so much frenetic action here. It's been very well done that he's been able to take that lead back off of Benjamin Hamilton. He just had great drive at this point a lap ago as they all come through the boot for another time. And here's sort of the second pack of four, if you like, currently led by Frederick Navarro.
Top four have got themselves fairly well organised as Alex Dodds runs wide there, and the number 55 of Miles Harrison allows Dodds to come back into play. Now, does Hamilton try a different tactic here? I reckon between the two of them, if they work together well, Fuxel and Hamilton could push up the front, but Fuxel's not interested in doing that, wants to keep defending. It's served him well so far in this race, what has been the race of the day here at Whilton Mill. 70 seconds to go. It's still Fuxel from Hamilton, Dodds, Harrison, Navarro in there as well in the top five. All the way back to the, I'd say, 8th place, so probably thinking at the moment there could be a race win on here. Still with at least this lap plus one more to go, I reckon. Yep. Is that Jamie Warner coming into play as well?
It surely will be. Place. It will be at the rate that these are battling at the moment. It is Prinku Wright who's at the back of this pack, but everyone's closing up quickly here, so I wouldn't count anybody out at this point as we are presumably going to see the last lap board. Indeed we do. And Jonathan Fuxell's leading them across the line, but how is this one going to finish?
And they're potentially going to have traffic on this lap as well, because Julio Valeriani is off the pace, 3 seconds slower than the rest of the field. There's all kinds of jostling in the middle there. The number 55 of Miles Harrison defending for 4th place here, battle for 5th place as well.
Navarro
Looked like Prinku Wright was trying to get through on Navarro. They're catching the back mark, and this could be a brilliant finish. Can Jonathan Fuxell navigate his way through to a race victory, a first race victory of the year in the Super Cadets? Benji Hamilton, can he take a 5th win of the year onto the back straight now for the last time in the Pre-A final? Good driving by the back marker, has got out the way, not affected the race results. Jonathan Fuxell's just got to get round one last corner ahead of Benji Hamilton and the rest of them to take the race win. It's going to run out very wide, very, very wide. It's going to be on the line. Hamilton takes it on the line. It looked like Fuxell protested as well to say I'd been pushed there, but Hamilton is scored as the winner on the line by 0.06 of a second ahead of Harrison. Dodds in 3rd, Fuxell 4th, Redfern in 5th, Navarro 6th, Palmer Mobsby 7th, Prinku Wright. The top 8 is covered by 1.5 seconds, and then Rex Ashley in 9th, Charlie Wainwright completing the top 10. Jamie Warner, something happened late on there for Jamie Warner to finish in 11th place. What a race in the Super Cadet Pre-A final. We'll see their A final later on this afternoon. We're going to move on though to the next race, race number 20 on your schedules, with the Pre-A final for Junior Super Lightweights.
Let's take you through the grid then for Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A final. Sam Cole will start this one on pole with Harrison Brooks alongside. It'll be Max Papworth and Finn Davies on row number 2, and then it's going to be Louis Robinson and Archie Johnson on row number 3. Row 4 will be Thomas Northcott and Ralph King, and then it's going to be Philip Babulil and Liam O'Sullivan to round out your top 10. There we go. Brody Skinner and William Taylor will be on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Daniel Monroe and Zach Watson, with Ben Yangu and Casper Marriott on row 8. And then it'll be Marcel Kowalski and Nathan Boyle on row 9. Jack Stedman and Nathan Crowley to round out your top 20. Toby Street and Ollie Clegg are row 11, with George Daniels and Imogen Owen, your 2 promotees up from the Pre-B final. So we've just been treated to an extremely entertaining Pre-A final. What can the Super Lightweights give us? Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and the 61 of Sam Cole leads them away into oblivion. Can he get over to the right-hand side to deter anyone going down the inside of the crook? He can initially, but there's still an opening there as they all thankfully make it through cleanly at the crook, and they head up the hill. There is a look here from the 19 of Harrison Brooks, and he's through on the inside. Or is he? As someone's gone off on an autocross course there off to the left-hand side. Rallycross is what I should be saying there. I think they rejoined safely enough, although some drivers were getting all sorts of sideways through Ashby Corner, and that is Louis Robinson doing a little bit of Rallycross himself, as there's a track limit warning for Brody Skinner, which I imagine might be for cutting across the grass at the top of the hill. But it is the 19 that has got through into the lead. Harrison Brooks is leading them through, and the top two have already broken away by a fair margin here on the first lap of this one. There is the 20 of Max Papworth, who's been able to hang on to his third place grid position across this first lap. But it is Harrison Brooks who leads ahead of Sam Cole. Then it's Max Papworth, Finn Davies, and Thomas Northcott, who gets up to 5th place. A great opening lap from Nathan Crowley, up 7 positions on that first lap. William Taylor and Marcel Kowalski, I'm afraid to report, having problems on that first lap, dropping towards the back of the field.
News from the Super Cadets. We have a first-time winner in 2022 due to a penalty being applied to Benji Hamilton. Miles Harrison is your race winner for Super Cadet Pre-A. That result has just come through to us here in the box. The driver 5th in points at the start of today. That is a big, big boost. Miles had 2nd place results earlier in the season, but that's a first win of the year. News there from Super Cadets. A win for Miles Harrison.
Brilliant stuff there for Miles, and well, we spoke to him. He kicked off after our PM paddock walk, didn't he?
Very keen.
Very keen to talk to us, and I'm trying to remember exactly what he said he was aiming for now. I think he said top 10. I think he managed it, Miles. That was pretty good. Harrison Brooks, though, it is, who leads this one at the moment, being kept honest by Sam Cole. Thomas Northcott continues to make good progress past Finn Davies for 4th place on that last tour of the circuit, as there's a penalty for Ben Yangu for an ABC bump and pass, so that's advantage by contact is the ABC. But Max Papworth with the fastest lap of the race, trying to reel in that gap that opened up quite a bit over the first the first lap, certainly for Harrison Brooks and Sam Cole. Papworth trying to reel that in, although on this 3rd lap they were able to hold that gap. But you can see here Sam Cole is not looking to work together here at all with Brooks. He's looking for the move into Christmas Corner. He clearly feels that he's got the better pace, but that is going to help Papworth get on terms with them, because that's really slowed them both down through the top part of the circuit. And you can see there how the 3rd place Papworth has closed in that number 20 car.
I've just had a text. Apparently there are spots of rain at the circuit. We're in the dry, and if there are spots of rain out there, it is very, very light. But we could be having that shower that was forecast. It was forecast really for around 2:30, 3 o'clock. Let's have a look at what the pace is like of these drivers. There may just be a very, very fine amount of rain in the air out there.
So I was in a race here a few years ago where rain exactly like that hit, really light rain, as in couldn't even really tell on your visor, and there was just a lap where everybody went off at whichever braking zone they were at. So Christmas Corner, plenty of karts off. You can almost see it in this shot if I'm thinking wishfully. Maybe a bit of a haze there of some dampness in the air. We'll see how this goes. But it can, if you hit an inflection point in the evolution of the track, you know about it really suddenly. And it's about the drivers who are able to hold on to that and sense the conditions, if indeed we are having a little bit of precipitation here in Northamptonshire. Track limit warning for Zach Watson there. This is an interesting little battle that's developing. The 36 of Archie Johnson there running in 6th place, with Ralph King and Dan Munro for very close company.
Well, the general pace at the moment is off, but only by a second or so. That just could be a bit of fuel playing into that.
Yep.
We'll keep an eye on it.
You can see now Max Papworth really has got onto terms with these two. At one point the gap was just shy of 2 seconds that the top two had over the rest of the field. They started battling, easy for me to say in this composition, Andrew, but for me, the top two started battling too early.
Yeah.
And it's allowed the pressure to be cranked up on them. Here is Ralph King, who's now got through on Archie Johnson. So I think that's a change for 6th place. The 45 of Ralph King now up into that position. And that's the 2nd lap in a row that he's made up a place, actually. So this is good stuff here from Ralph King. Good racing so far from Imogen Owen as well, up to 18th. Remember, from the back of the grid, having got the promotion from the pre-B final. And look at this move into Ashby Corner. Max Papworth down the inside of Sam Cole. And you know what? Can he make that stick? The 60 as well of Thomas Northcott, who's been working his way up the field, is going to have a look at this as well. And he is going to be on the inside into Wilkins, is he? Can he get the job done? He can. Do you know what? That's one of the few textbook moves of getting someone under braking into Ashby that I've seen today from Papworth. It has rarely looked that simple. Because of that downhill braking, because of the racing room you need to give each other, that was a really clean move there from Max Papworth, and gets himself up into 2nd place.
I don't want to alarm people, but I've gone to my trusty radar. The weather is coming pretty much directly from the south, maybe south-southwest. There is a blob heading for the circuit. We could have some precipitation about to cause one of those classic little Whilton Mill showers in the next 20 minutes or so. The one thing that we won't change, I know when we've been doing, say, Whilton Mill Kart Club days, that can often be one of those things of, do you take a gamble on tyres? None of that here in Club 100. Doesn't matter whether it's sunny, raining or snowing, it's slicks for everybody.
And that is a literal statement.
Yep.
I've driven these in the snow. Slicks don't work particularly well in the snow. Surprising fact. Takes some getting used to. Good little battle I can see there through the last corner there between Finn Davies and Liam O'Sullivan, as there's a penalty for Imogen Owen, and that is for ABC Bump and Pass. So that's going to be 4 positions added to her result. Here is a battle up the hill though. Daniel Munro in the 41 leads the battle over 6th place, and going off on cross country there is one of our drivers. We'll just catch who exactly, which one that was. That was yes, it was Finn Davies who was going across the grass there. Decided to go through Christmas Corner, decided not to go through Boxing Day, just go straight to New Year. Just skip straight through that. The 41 of Dan Munro then has been able to get a little bit of breathing space on that pack as a result of all of that ruckus at the top of the hill. Still Harrison Brooks leads by 0.8 of a second now. No, scratch that, because it's just been eaten into. Max Papworth has got some fantastic pace at the moment, has just set a personal best and has got the gap down to 0.6 of a second. Here is the lead gap. The number 19 is your leader in the form of Harrison Brooks. Then it's Max Papworth, Thomas Northcott, and Sam Cole has still kept himself in contention here in this top 4. And then do not count out, in fact you can't because he's right with him now, the 45 of Ralph King has just set the fastest lap of the race. His pace in this race, his ability to work up through the field has been immense in this race, has it been for Ralph King. And he's turning it. This is slowly building into a 5-kart race for the lead. Brilliant, brilliant stuff here. And then Dan Munro is just 2 seconds back, leading another frenetic battle over 6th.
Top 3 have not had a race win so far this season in the Club 100 Junior Super Lightweights. 4th and 5th have.
There's 3
number of.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes left on the clock. There's possible rain in the air, and Ralph King is able to tuck underneath Sam Cole up the hill. Going defensive is Harrison Brooks, feels the need to do so for the first time in Christmas Corner against Max Papworth. This is going to get interesting, because over the next 2.5 minutes, the stakes are going to, as if a 5-car nose to tail race for the lead wasn't good enough. We wonder if Mother Nature's going to maybe dabble in this one as well. Side by side out of Ashby Corner, but surely Brooks will hold the inside line. But will it open the door for Papworth down into Wilkins? Yes, it will. Gets the switch back, and the door's going to open as well for Northcott as well. And Northcott does capitalise on that as well. So it's Papworth, Northcott, and now Brooks under immediate pressure from Ralph King in the 45. But Sam Cole sees the opportunity to buy back into this battle and does so round the outside of Ralph King. This is brilliant stuff here as side by side goes Northcott and Brooks through the final corner. Brooks still just in front. No, it's still side by side into oblivion. 2x2 through here. Brilliant racing respect given between these 4 drivers here, but it's allowing Papworth to get on up the road. You can't even see him on this shot. You can just saw his helmet flash through the bottom of the shot here. It's Papworth Brooks, Northcott, and now Ralph King goes across the grass. And is that, Andrew, because the grip is starting to fade at the top of the hill?
Let's just keep an eye on the lap times. It's probably because they're just fighting at the moment, but the lap times are getting slower. Daniel Munro is coming to this as well. The number 41, after that great qualifying, is up to 6th place. You can see him in the white suit just behind. Great race going on here. Max Papworth. Oh, spin! Was that a spin? For
it was Ralph
King. King's
yeah.
round, so King is out of it. There's a yellow flag out going into the boot. What is that for? The boot is normally where if it starts raining, I'd put money on it being the boot where people will start going off. Remember BUKC race a few years ago where rain hit on the last lap,
yes,
and we had about 15 karts off, I'm not even kidding, at the last corner. 1 minute to go. Can this race get done before the rain hits? Will the rain hit? It's just on the other side of the motorway at the moment. 45 seconds to go. Papworth still leads. This great battle going on for second place with Harrison Brooks. Penalty for Daniel Munro. ABC takeout, so he's been attributed to be the cause of Ralph King spinning out of this race.
Yeah, that's a shame because he'd had such a strong race up until that point. Sam Cole now opening the door on Brooks into Wilkins, and behind them as well. Munro is trying to get involved. That's Brooks across the grass coming onto the back straight, so Sam Cole is at the head of the field and Brooks will feel a little bit aggrieved. Munro still very much a factor in this battle, albeit with the penalty hanging over him, so now it's Cole up to second place ahead of Thomas Northcott, and then it is Munro, then it is Brooks. And don't discount, this is Christmas coming early, punter out than corner intended here, for Archie Johnson in the 36, who suddenly finds himself on the tail of this second place battle. We're on the last lap of the race. Max Papworth is 2.5 seconds to the good at the front of this one. Pending any disasters, he's looking good here. But Sam Cole is going to have to drive one of the widest karts in Northamptonshire, as that is round for the number 25 of
Philip Babulal.
So unfortunate for him, he'll be looking for a better time of it in the A final. But Sam Cole is defending into Ozier's now. They've just spread out a little bit at the moment. Today the best opportunity is for Johnson trying to get through on Harrison Brooks, but this man here, Max Papworth, has judged this race brilliantly and has executed a superb drive to the front of the field. Max Papworth will take the win in the Junior Super Lightweights Pre-A final.
First win of the year, has been second 3 times in 2022, and umbrellas are going up. Umbrellas are going up. Sam Cole finishes second. Thomas Northcott third. Fourth for Daniel Munro, but has a penalty. Harrison Brooks fifth. Archie Johnson sixth. 7th for Casper Marriott, 8th Liam O'Sullivan, 9th Finn Davies, and 10th Zach Watson. The super lightweights will breathe a sigh of relief because they have at least beaten the rain. Max Papworth has beaten the field. Brilliant victory. And the driver second in points at the start of the day. That is a huge, huge boost for him. We're going to have to move on though, because going out on circuit now for their formation laps, it's the Super Cadet B final. Here we go then for what could be a very interesting race. It's the Super Cadet B final. There may well be a significant level of rain on the way. Here is your grid. Josh Byrne has pole position, jumped the start on the first go of a pre-B final. Let's hope he can, well, he won't be able to do that because he's starting on pole position. But he's on that front row alongside Tyler Mason-Gray. Ollie Moody and Karthik Kometa will be trying to get up into the top 2 to qualify for the A final. They start there in row 2. Ruben Mamalok and Alfie Leeming starts on row 3. Jack Beasley and Emily Meredith starts on row 4. Theo Jones and Oliver Bamford Sr. start on row 5. Paulina Viniarska and Charlie Williams start on row 6. Viniarska was very quick in the pre-B final from the back of the field. Bailey Roberts and Toby Paris are on row 7. Oscar Wilkinson and Quinton Vazio row 8. Vasco Lourenco and Joshua Spence on the final row. Here we go for 12 minutes. It's clouding over. It's getting darker here at Whilton Mill, and what we suspect is a rain shower on the way. Away we go for 12 minutes here in the Super Cadets. Josh Byrne leads, and look at Ollie Moody trying to go around the outside there in kart number 41. The purple and yellow helmet could have a chance here of P2 going up into Christmas corner. How's the grip up there? Looking pretty good at the moment, and they're all through and on their way down to Ashby.
Yeah, it was a good effort there from Ollie Moody to try and capitalise there. I could have sworn I just saw some rain on that camera. as they work their way through Ashby Corner for the first time. It is unusually, actually, the top three in the order that they actually started the race from the grid. We haven't actually seen that all that much so far today. Alfie Leeming looking quite racy there, trying to get through on the 91 of Karthik Kameta. Albeit there is a contact warning there issued to Alfie. We're going to need to take care with that as they come around to finish this first lap then. And more umbrellas up on the gantry overlooking the start-finish straight, as at the end of lap 1 it is still our pole sitter Josh Byrne who leads this one.
Big raindrops now is what we're hearing from our team out on circuit behind the cameras. The 91 there going through, that's Karthik Kameta past Ollie Moody for third place. And the rain is here. Here it is. It's going to be, judging by the radar, a quick shower, but a heavy shower. This has completely changed this race. Who could just stay on the circuit? The number 46, the slippery surface flags are out. Alfie Leeming gets back on circuit. The next run into, we've all been there if you've raced around this circuit. Are they all going to get through this next run into the boot? It is going to be so slippery for the drivers. But look at that. Karthik Kameta has found a way through into second place. And it's just about survival now for these young drivers. Some of them may have never raced. No wet tyres here. This is slicks in the rain. This is proper Club 100 now. Can Josh Byrne hold on to this lead? Karthik Kameta's looking good here, Howard. May have a run up the hill into Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those situations where certain drivers are going to respond particularly well to these wet conditions. But round has gone Kameta. Kameta, we said, who was seeming to be on the pace early in these wet conditions, but maybe was being too confident, Andrew, and has spun there out of second place. And they're squirreling around, and round goes Mason Gray as two goes, was that Ruben Mameluk?
Yep.
So this is, no, Mameluk's still going. Here he is. So we've got various drivers spinning around the track. At the top of the hill there through Boxing Day, there was a driver going round. This is as tough as it gets. These changing conditions with the rain coming down and you're on slick tyres. You know, how often have these drivers driven in the wet? How often have they driven in the wet with slicks? And how often have they done it around Whilton Mill? The more you refine that search, the fewer and fewer tick boxes you'll get, I imagine, as that was Ollie Moody on the curbs at Wilkins, trying to get some traction off of there. Synchronised recovering of karts going on at Ashby Corner, but fair play to Josh Byrne. He's been the first driver on the scene with no reference point of drivers ahead of him, and yet he's still leading at the moment. But Ruben Mameluk is trying to undo that.
They just need to truce this. They've got an 8-second lead over the rest of the field. They're the only two who've not fallen off the road yet, and because of that, they are the two. Oh, is Mameluk so off on the grass there? There's an unsafe release penalty for Karthik Kameta. After the spin there, there's still 8 minutes of this to go, but if you're Josh Byrne and Ruben Mameluk, you just need to keep it pointing in the right direction, because they gained all that time on the last lap. 1 minute 14.7 for Josh Byrne. Oh, now will that constitute a cone penalty for Ruben Mameluk? If it is, it's one place, and Byrne spun. Josh Byrne has had a spin through Wilkins.
That might be everybody now in the field who's had some form of drama in getting used to this. There's the 51.
That's Oscar Wilson.
Indeed. As drivers are learning, their eyes will be out on stalks trying to sense the input. There's a look for Ruben over the shoulder and just
nobody there.
There's no one there. And the question will be about the top, because let's be honest here, Andrew. Under these conditions, you can see a little bit more leniency.
Yes.
Right? Like that touch on the tyres, that might be just a cone warning. You know, so just to be clear, the reason we all winced and hypothesised it could be something was that tyres count the same as cones.
Yes. In
these regulations. He's giving the steering a bit of a
wiggling.
wiggling. Yeah.
Toby Parrish was round there at Christmas Corner, and gotta say, this is very good for Ruben Mameluk.
Yeah.
That tyre touch aside, a 1 minute 18.8 last time around. Nobody else was under a 1 minute 22.
No one else was under a 1 minute 20. on that last tour. Oh, excuse me, no, Tyler Mason Gray's found.
Jack Beasley's found some pace, but at the moment it's down in 16th position.
So this is fascinating, and I wonder if the rain or the worst of it seems to have already passed, just visually looking at it, Andrew, as opposed to other forms of looking at it. There's a penalty for the 43. That's Toby Paris for a spin under yellow. But the question here is, does the track start to come back to dry conditions? And does that give anyone a hope of reeling in the 13.8 seconds that Ruben Marmelot? The thing is, Ruben's pace was not shabby under the dry conditions. Nope. It's not like, if the dry conditions was bad, it's going to be a walk in the park for Josh to reel him in.
And it is changing, because Mamelot's just dropped his lap time. It's by 6 seconds that last time around at a 1 minute 12.5. Charlie Williams is coming back into this, the kart number 47. Third on your screen at the moment, because the kart in the middle is a back marker. Charlie Williams closing in on Josh Byrne now. And this is the other way now. The rain has stopped. The track will dry quite quick with the conditions that we've got here. It's quite warm in the air, and the kart's going round. They never got to the point of standing water, so the track's not really lost that much temperature. Who can get back on the pace as quickly as possible and find where the grip is? Good battle this going on for 5th place. To the number 13 of Emily Meredith, who's raced up through the order with Oliver Bamford Sr., Karthik Kometa and Alfie Leeming just behind. Quentin Vasseur is in there as well in kart number 74. Yeah, and again, Mamelot's just done a 62.773. This is the characteristic, isn't it, Howard, of this Whilton Mill circuit? When it comes to conditions, it changes quickly in both directions.
It does. But it doesn't change linearly. Well, it doesn't change uniformly across the track. The bit they're going through now at the bottom of the hill traditionally takes longer to dry out. This then suddenly becomes a fantastic battle. Emily Meredith feels like everybody's trying to get through this point. Alfie Leeming has got through, and who's that spinning around on the grass? That is the number 18 of Oliver Bamford Sr. So that's unfortunate for him, but of course the grass now is damp as well. So the 46 of Alfie Leeming has got through an Emily Meredith, as Ruben Marmelot sets a 58.7, brilliantly bringing in the pace again here as the grip comes back to him. Dips back below a minute lap time for the first time since the rain. Josh Byrne also dips below a minute, but it's still a whole 0.8 of a second slower. This is a brilliant drive so far from Ruben Marmelot.
And you've got to say, I think this is one of the drives of the day from Ruben Mamelot.
Yeah.
I don't care that it's a B final. He's kept it on the road and put the work in to get that lead when the conditions were at their most challenging. And that is no mean feat in any race. 3 minutes and 3.25 minutes to go. Because for the rest of the field, the damage is done. The damage is done. 16 seconds. As long as Mamelot can keep it on the road, he's going to have this race win. And to the similar extent, Josh Byrne was under pressure, particularly as the track was starting to dry out again 2 or 3 laps ago. He's got that 6-7 second lead. In fact, he's now on the pace of Mamelot at 58.229. Josh Byrne looking good here to make it through to an A final. So at least when it comes to Trophy A finals, on this result, the run of ever presence is going to continue for Josh Byrne.
It is, who just sets a new fastest lap of the race, actually, 58.229. So now beginning to reel in our race leader. Not really. There's 16 seconds still to go. As this is a battle going on between Bailey Roberts and Karthik Kometa, and I think Kometa's got through indeed. Karthik has. The 91 now ahead of the 67. But battles can be so strange in these conditions, Andrew, because suddenly the other driver might suddenly go, oh yeah, I can do that corner that way again now. Oh, I'll do that, and then just suddenly fire past you, and then at the next complex, maybe you find something that works in the drying conditions. It really can be quite a surreal battle to have. Sort of all bets are off kind of thing, such as this, going around the outside of the boot for the number 13 of Emily Meredith, trying to get through a place back off of Quentin Vasseur. but at the moment it is Vazur who holds on to that in the number 74. 90 seconds left on the clock then of this surreal race, as we've still got, look how bunched up they are, these karts, considering the amount of drama that has happened to the drivers. To have them bunched up like this towards the end is really quite something. New fastest lap of the race from Ruben Mamlock, a 57.756. Really impressive stuff here at Whilton Mill. And let's, you know, to be honest for a second, right? We're looking at our Super Cadets. So the youngest drivers who are racing with us this afternoon.
Yep.
On average, the cadets we saw this morning be slightly young within the cadet age range, but Super Cadets, the youngest drivers who are here this afternoon. And we're looking at the B final. So we're looking at the drivers where, on average, we would expect to see perhaps the field that has the least experience amongst the Super Cadets, and the way that they've responded to these conditions. Yes, of course, we had a few laps of quite a lot of spinning, but I look at the penalty list, Andrew. It's not like
very good.
It's been very good.
It's been very good from the Super Cadets here. They've
as in
it's very well to keep running. None of them are retired.
Yeah, very short penalty list. Really impressive stuff. Ruben Mamlock is on his last lap of the circuit, which you may you'd be forgiven for not believing, because we're looking at the battle for 6th place and they're just going through onto the back straight now. Here is Emily Meredith having a look at our at the was it Alfie Leaning, I believe. Yes,
it's the number 13 of
no, that is Emily
falling
Meredith.
Backwards. They're going off the last
oh, sorry,
now.
it's Toby Paris is confusing me slightly.
Leader coming through the toe of the boot now. Ruben Mamlock, well, we don't often get to say this. Ruben Mamlock's going to come around the final corner as they're all pushing each other for this position. Ruben Mamlock is going to win the race.
Yes.
Start the clock, because that is going to be one of the biggest sprint race wins I think I've ever seen in Club 100 history.
And I'm delighted to see him punching the air. Well, he might, because that was an absolutely superb drive in difficult conditions.
This is kind of the result that you would see in an owner's race. There is Josh Byrne over the line, 16.5 seconds for Mamlock. I mean, it's the score will make it look like Mamlock and Byrne got an inspired tyre choice, right? No, they're all on slicks, and those two drivers mastered the conditions. It's going to be 3rd place for Charlie Williams, 4th for Karthik Kometa, but with a penalty. Alfie Leeming gets 5th at the end there ahead of Bailey Roberts. Here's this scrap that's been going on for the last few laps, and it's Oscar Wilson who recovers to 7th place, 8th for Emily Meredith, 9th for Jack Beasley, and Paulina Vinyaska there in 10th. Vasco Lourenco, good recovery there from Vasco Lourenco after a difficult pre-B final and a difficult start in this race. Finishes 11th. Tyler Mason from 12th. Oliver Bamford senior 13th. Josh Spencer 14th. Ollie Moon 15th. Quinton Vasseur in 16th. Theo Jones and Toby Parris complete the runners there in a very entertaining Super Cadet B final. Well done to all of our drivers, 3rd and downwards. That's their racing complete. For the top 2, well done to them as well. We'll see them in the A final. We're going to move on though to the next race on our schedules, which is the B final for the Junior Super Lightweights. Let's check out the grid then for the Junior Super Lightweight B final here today at Whilton Mill. Noah Checkley has pole position for it. Jack Philpott is alongside on the front row. Thomas Greenan and George Partridge are on row 2. Jacob Aileen and Noah Rogerson there on row number 3. Jack Ryder and Tom Sands start on row 4. Then it's Eden James and Max Nash on row 5. Daniel James and Adam Sims on row number 6. Alex Pascaleva and Ben Wilson, row 7. Robbie Blackshaw and Felix Bond on row number 8. I think we're going around again. Yes, we are. Oliver Armiger and Harley Hillier on row number 9. And then we run through the rest of the order. Eleanor Gabrielli and Claudia Bushby on row 10. Toby Edelston and Annabelle Owen on row 11. Finn Chambers and Harry Collins start on the 12th row of the grid. Benjamin Amarin Draper and Jack Hayho complete the 26 cart field. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Salit, who's cheering on Ruben Mamlock in that last race. And we've got our poll complete for of these 4 particular tracks: PFI, Whilton Mill, Bookmore Park, Forest Edge. Where would our viewers most like to see Club 100 race next year? And the winner is PF International, 44%. Thank you everybody for getting involved. Enjoying the stream. Do make sure that you've given a press of that subscribe button here on Alpha Live. Join the commentary as well at Double Dash MM across all of your social media networks, or your major ones at least, except TikTok, because we're old. Not quite got there yet. Because someone will ask. Right,
no, that's fair, that's fair.
Junior Super Lightweights. Let's do this. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Whoa! JV's nearly been taken out by someone at the start. We'll move on from that one.
Jack Philpott was on...
yes, they were the wrong way round. Well spotted. And let's see how much grip is out in the grass now. Not as much.
That was Noah Rogerson off on the grass. And Checkley is getting all checked up through Christmas Corner, but leaning on each other 4 wide. That's going to end badly. Someone's going to go on the grass. I'm amazed it was only one, actually, on the grass there. On the whole, that's been a clean-ish start. It's not been called a full start from our B final Super Lightweights. Was it the pre-B final that had a full start earlier on? Okay, so yeah, but something was a bit awry there, because that was definitely Jack Philpott on driver's left as they crossed the start line. But it is Philpott nonetheless who leads at the end of that first lap. Been a difficult first lap for Noah Checkley. Down to 5th place there. Good start for Eden James, up 6 places. And great start as well for Benjamin Amarin Draper, up 8 places on that first lap. So some really good judgment being used in that first lap.
Through goes Sands there into 2nd place off of Inkermans. Very much made Jackie Rowling aware that he was there going into the sequence of corners. 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Jack Philpott, great chance here to race off the front of the group, solidify a race win, get through to the A final. Here comes the number 43 of Eden James recovering. And that should be changed into 3rd. You can tell by the demeanour of the karts, fully back to dry running. They're squirming a bit around a bit with the lack of grip.
Well, we're about to get representation of that. I'd say they're 3 seconds off the pace, because that was the first proper racing speed lap, and that was a 56.1. Well, let's give them the most generous from there. 55.5 was the best in that block, which was from Ben Wilson. So yeah, I'd say they're about 2.5 to 3 seconds off the pace in these conditions at the moment. As there's yellows out at Inkermans, you can see the drivers raising their arms there to acknowledge that.
And explain to us, Howard,
it's
why the
raining?
drivers do that. It may well be that there's another little flurry of rain. The sun is out at the same time.
So arm aloft to acknowledge a yellow flag. Partially it's just good courteous stuff to race control to show that you're paying attention, but the rules are that you can't pass under a yellow flag, of course, and in theory that is just to make more drivers behind you aware that you're approaching yellow flag zone. As the 26 of Sands is lining up Philpott here for a move for the lead of the race, and Eden James is in amongst that as well. This is nose to tail stuff for the top 3 of the race here into Ashby Corner. But yeah, it's to alert other drivers, because in theory if a driver is, has if they have sort of tunnel vision, they're just focusing on getting through on the driver, it might help if the driver they're focusing on clocks that there's a yellow flag and raises their arm, because maybe they weren't paying quite as much attention to the marshal post, the second driver in the queue or third driver, or maybe in theory they literally didn't have a line of sight on the flag marshal because of the karts in front of them. So that's why you do that. I can think of several places. I'm thinking particularly Bookmore Park as you crest the hill and head down through some sweep, and there's a moment of 2 wheels on the grass there for Tom Sands, and he's not too happy about that one. He felt that he was squeezed there by Philpott, and it's allowed Eden James to slip through into oblivion and up into 2nd place.
8 minutes on the clock. This race is very much not over. I'd say all the way down to 7th place. Noah Checkley is going very quickly indeed, to set a 0.843. There's a number of penalties coming in. So restart off the grass penalty for Annabelle Owen. Also an ABC bumper pass for Alex Pascaleva. As down the inside goes the number 43 of Eden James.
And he waved him back through. Yeah, he gestured there to say go back through, but it was a bit done in a costly way because Tom Sands went, all right, I'm going to reclaim that second that I felt was taken from me at the start of this lap. So it's back to Philpott, Sams and James. In fact, the history books will show no change. All the same, but we know that was quite a frenetic lap that last time through.
I can understand why Eden James, and I don't think that was a clear-cut one, but I can understand why Eden James lifted that one off, because you take your chances, see what the referee's decision is, and it's not one in your favour, you're out of the A finals. So,
exactly.
If you yield the position, yes, you go back to third. Currently, Eden James is not in a position that would get him through, but he still can get into a position that gets him through, especially if he goes round the outside. What a move that was from Eden James into second place. That's one of the overtakes of the day.
Blimey. Right, yellow flags out. I've got no other words for that one. Round the outside of Wilkins, so just a good drive here off of Ashby.
Didn't have the lead into the corner.
That's so bold round the outside there. And I mean, fair play to Sands as well, I suppose, for so easy to have made contact there or moved at the last moment to try and sort of squeeze your competitors. So gave the racing room and respect. Further back, by the way, here is Jacob Elaine under pressure from Daniel Campbell and Ben Wilson and Noah Checkley. And it must feel like half of Northamptonshire for the lead. Goes Eden James down the inside at Ashby Corner. Has he made that one stick? We know he's strong around Wilkins Corner. Whether he's on the inside or the outside, no. It's still Jack Philpott in the lead as they go into Osiers. What a brilliant battle this one is at the front. What brilliant battle we're getting through all of the field here. Another fastest lap of the race from Oliver Armiger. Funnily enough, reeling in that battle we were just referencing behind this top three, led by Jacob Elaine. They're in the number 15. This is fantastic stuff here. We've still got half this race to go. And they
Elaine, Wilson, Campbell and Checkley just need to keep organised because there's still opportunities here. They are, at this stage of the race, quicker than the top three. And there's still 5 minutes of this race to go. Max Nash is currently your fastest driver on the circuit. 16th place, 54.737. As down the inside again, looks James into Ashby Corner. Now that looked a lot better that time for Eden James. Has Eden James got it off the corner? No. Philpott fights back. Philpott goes to the inside as they go through Osiers. Sands there, and again, this is all playing into the hands of Jacob Elling behind and Ben Wilson. They're going to be on the scene very, very quickly.
This is brilliant stuff, I've got to say. I mean, the last... These are the last three races. That pre-A final in we had brilliant pre-A finals. We had the drama of the rain in the last race, and now this one. This has been quite the set of highlights here that we've been given today, side by side between Elaine and Wilson, because Ben Wilson has just set the fastest lap of the race, and again Philpott defends well through Christmas Corner, but surely there'll be an overspeed. Down into Ashby Corner, and we know that Eden James is strong there. Oh, and there's a bit of a check there across. It wasn't, to be clear, there was no malice in that. I think that was just a bit of a late move from Philpott at exactly the same time that Eden James went to the inside to go into Ashby. But this is getting interesting now. You can see the way that the likes of Jacob Elaine, Ben Wilson and Daniel Campbell are coming onto the back of this, and there is the move into the boot from Eden James. A confident move under brake. He's very confident on the brakes. We've seen it into Ashby. We've seen it into the boot there, and that is a change of the lead. Eden James to the lead of this race.
Next lap's really crucial, I feel, for Eden James to hold onto the lead. I would say once they're coming back down the hill and into Ashby Corner, he is quicker. Philpott's going to go down the inside. I would have defended that. I would have defended that if I was Eden James, because now he's going to have to do the work again. Down the inside once more. Philpott, for me, needs to be careful! And a half spin at least. Oh, for Eden James, he's off the racing line.
What's that done for those behind? Because he literally presented a kart side on there to the others. It will have really disrupted everybody behind. So who's come out trumps from that? Well, first and foremost, Jack Philpott. No, it's not Jack Philpott, because Tom Sands has got through. Tom Sands is up into the lead of this race.
That will have been the tiniest bit of moisture
Yeah.
down the inside that hasn't been swept away by the karts from the rain that we had 20 minutes ago, that's just caught Eden James out and cost him big time. And off there is Armiger. Armiger off at turn 1 and can't get the kart steered.
And the
there's more
27.
karts off. The number 27's off. That's a unique line. I want to say someone from Brighton University did that a couple of years ago in the BUKC. But that is going to be a lot of positions lost for Oliver Armiger, who was in 5th place.
So, Sands, Philpott and Ben Wilson, who has got the fastest lap of the race, has emerged as your top 3, or have emerged as your top 3, I should say. And this is your lead battle with 2 minutes left on the clock. Tom Sands leads this one, got a little bit of breathing space as well, but if Philpott and Wilson work together, then they could easily bring themselves back into the play here. Penalty for Oliver Armiger, which is
that one up. Ben Wilson has not made has not made an A final so far this year. It's a great opportunity for Ben Wilson. Warnings coming in. Jacob Haley's got a mechanical flag now, so he's going to be out of the race.
That is omitting a section of the circuit, 1 lap deduction.
Yeah.
Is rule K.
So that's going to be
So
because he didn't go through turn 1 or turn 2, most of turn 3. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go then. Tom Sands looking reasonably comfortable at the moment in this position ahead of Jack Philpott.
Mechanical flag has been shown to Jacob Lane as well. So that's going to be disappointing for him, because that generally is something beyond your control. But that's why we have dropped scores. An important reminder of that. And you know, we don't know that that's not as the result of some contact or something that's led to that mechanical issue with his Club 100 machinery. Last lap of this race, and they have reeled in Tom Sands quite a bit, but is he just going to be able to hold them at arm's length? I think he well, we'll see how they do through this middle sector of the lap.
If there's going to be a move, it's got to come from Wilson. If you Philpott, just sit there in 2nd place, because you could go for a big one for a win and not get the top 2 at all.
Very true.
And Wilson is close, though. Could have a go into the boot. For Tom Sands, he's not been to an A final since round 3.
Oh, Ben.
Slippery surface flag was out there.
Ben Wilson has a penalty. Bump and pass.
Oh, he does. So it's going to be academic. Tom Sands is going to come around the final corner and win the B final in the Junior Super Lightweights here today. Jack Philpott will join him in the A final later on this afternoon. Ben Wilson takes 3rd on the road. Daniel Campbell 4th. George Partridge in 5th. Eden James, on another day that would have been Eden James into the A final, I'm sure, but it's 6th here today. Noah Checkley 7th. Noah Rogerson 8th. Oliver Armiger has penalties in 9th. And Alex Pascaleva on the road at least finishes in the top 10. Max Nash 11th, Robbie Blacklaw in 12th, Claudia Bushby in 13th, Adam Sins and Benjamin Amarin Draper finishing in the top 15. Good drive there from Amarin Draper from the back of the field. Felix Bond in 16th, Jacob Alien in 17th, Harley Hillier 18th, Jack Ryder and Harry Collins complete the top 20. Then it's Toby Edelson, Annabelle Owen, Jack Hayhoe, Finn Chambers and Thomas Green in the top 25. Eleanor Gabrielli finishes 26th. And there we go. Those super lightweights, apart from our top 2, will be at present at Clay Pigeon in a month's time for the next round. We're going to get ready though for our first A final, trophy A final of this afternoon session. The Super Cadet A final is up next. Trophy A final time then for round 5 of the 2022 Club 100 Super Cadets Championship. Miles Harrison has pole position. Alex Dodds is alongside on the front row. Jonathan Fuxell and Jack Redfern, former pro number 2. Then it's Benji Hamilton and Frederick Navarro on row 3. George Palmer Mobsby and Matty Pinku Wright are there on row 4. Rex Ashley and Charlie Wainwright on row 5. Jamie Warner and Ollie Hardy start on row 6. Jay Hansford and Lewis Sumner start on row 7. Then it's Thomas Hughes and Ashley Rado Mitchell on row 8. Ian Bagger and Ellis Cox on row 9. Hamish Forrest and Julio Valeriani start on row 10. And our 2 qualifiers from the Super Cadets B final, that one that was hit by the rain earlier on. Ruben Mamelock is 21st on the grid, and Josh Byrne completes the 22 kart field.
If you're, well, there's several drivers, I think, at the front of this one, Andrew, who maybe hoped that the previous race finished differently and will be looking to maybe make good on what happened. Miles Harrison was awarded that win earlier on. And is that more rain?
I think it is. I think it is a little bit more rain just over the bottom end of the circuit there. Let's see how the grip is on the run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Looking good for those at the front of the order. Miles Harrison leads in the early stages of this A final. Well navigated again by our Super Cadets drivers from the age of 10 to 13. All running again down through Ashby. Oh, Esmond Navarro's off there, and a big face of dust for I think Rex Ashley and Jamie Warner. Both of them off there, the 27 and the 49.
Yep. Miles Harrison, though, still in the lead, taking them through onto the back straight now in that number 55. What I was referring to before was, remember, of course, this was the class and the pack as the slippery surface flag is back out, Andrew. Yep. This is the race that earlier Jonathan Fuchsel, of course, led for so long, and then there was the drama on the last corner. So I wonder if there's a few drivers here who you know, there'll be a lot of. Oh, there's a driver off there.
Yeah, Brain is definitely
backwards at turn number 2, and is that Fuchsel?
I think it is. I think it is. Jonathan Fuchsel has not come through sector number 1 with the blue shoulders.
Say there'll be some drivers. I was going to say there were some drivers who coming into this one quite charged off the back of that previous race, but now it's a caution. It's a race of caution now to try and keep it on the island. So it's Miles Harrison. Jack Redfern has done a good job in that number 19 kart. That's Harrison round.
Miles Harrison spins out of the lead of the race in Wilkins Corner. I think he feels he was tipped into that. I would want to have another look at that to be sure whether that was the case. Let's have a look at it again. Coming into Wilkins Corner, is there a tap from the number 19 behind? No, that rear axle's going around all by its own. That is a driver error from Miles Harrison, and it's costing the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again in our Super Cadets class, this time for the A final race. Do you know what?
Look out for Ruben Mamelock.
Look out for Ruben Mamelock. And for Josh Byrne as well, of course, because they're the only ones who have experienced this today.
Yeah. And
this
in fact,
could be interesting.
Ruben Mamelock has gained 6 positions on that last lap.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Oh, round goes Hamilton. Hamilton's off.
Yeah, and that was the 21 of Ellis Cox off as well at turn number 2.
Hamilton off, the championship leader in the slippery conditions. I think he's been able to get going again. Has not lost too much. Here down the inside comes Palmer Mobsby.
Well, Andrew, on both our paddock walks, as that is Jay Hansford squirreling around on the outside of Ashby, and also Jamie Warner, I think, having a second visit as well there to the dust on the outside of that, as we've got a driver having to get out of the kart there at just before Inkermans. But we said it in both of our paddock walks earlier today, mate. This track gets greasy quickly with the rain. It's a very rapid transition.
Oh, Hamilton's off again. Hamilton's off again in the boot. That is what can happen. You're on the racing line. It's a bit greasy. You give it a good stab on the brakes normally, and you just go straight on. And there's nothing you can do. In some respects, Hamilton has held on to that quite well. And I think Hamilton's hurt. I think Benji Hamilton is not comfortable here.
Yeah.
You can see him clutching his knee. And look at Ruben Mamelock. Ruben Mamelock is up to 7th place now. Well, he won the B final by 16 seconds.
Josh Byrne making similar types of progress here, Andrew. He's just got into the top 10 from the back of the grid. If you've never driven slick tyres in the wet, it's
baffling.
It's baffling. It's unlike anything else, right? Expect chronic understeer. Expect that giving a bit of power on the accelerator actually helps turn the kart. Think of it almost like a power boat. If you don't put some power into it, you're not going to turn as much. Or also sometimes think of it in terms of a rocket. A rocket doesn't change its direction.
Off was Jay Hansford. Jay Hansford off from 3rd place there.
Yep.
It's got going again, but that's a restart from the grass. So I think that's going to be a penalty. Jonathan Fuxell was also off in the background again.
It depends with the restart on the grass in a way. If he was able to just sort of... there may be some lenience shown. I didn't see a period there. It's up to race control's decision, of course. But I didn't see a period there where the rear axle was spinning up griplessly in the grass, which is the concern with Club 100. Takeout penalty for Ollie Hardy. This is the thing. I've seen some drivers as well attempting a few overtaking moves and it ending in tears here in these conditions as well.
I'm going to put something out to the Club 100 community. We had the question a week or so ago about whether a C2 winner had won a senior sprint overall. Here's one for you all. Have we had a B final winner in a Club 100 sprints event finish on the podium? Because Ruben Mamelok is on course for that at the moment.
Rob Newman has done
Look at the level of rain coming down again here at Whilton Mill. This is very tricky for the drivers. There is Ruben Mamelok, B final winner before this race, the only driver to experience these conditions and the only driver in that B final to not fall off the road. He's got 6 minutes and is quicker than the leaders at the moment.
He's only 8 seconds off the lead, and he's a second a lap faster at the moment. There is Jack Redfern. He's leading the race at the moment. Then comes Alex Dodds in the 32, and there Mamelok's made up another position. He's past Ben Hamilton now, so up into the podium positions.
And the rain is now coming down harder than it did in the B final.
Yeah, and let's not take away from it. Redfern doing a fantastic job so far to read these conditions and not spin.
Hasn't had a win so far this season.
I fear Josh Byrne may have had a spin or is struggling for pace because his charge up through the field from the back of the grid has ceased somewhat. There you can see Ruben Mamelok coming onto the back of Alex Dodds. What a bizarre set of circumstances here. Well, it's not too bizarre, right? We see plenty of rain here at Whilton Mill, but just the way that it's shaped the racing this afternoon.
Jack Redfern.
And that's it. That's changed for second.
Mamelok is up to second place. This is one of the most remarkable drives I think I've ever seen in any Club 100 sprints race before. Catch a load of this, and there's still 4.5 minutes of this race to go. I think he'll have lost a bit of time on this lap getting past Alex Dodds. We can see him, he's using the karting lines, the wet karting lines, getting off the main normal racing line where the rubber is, and it's very slippy at the moment. He still pulled in 1.6 seconds on that last lap as round goes the number 14 of Julio Valeriani. This is a remarkable run.
So sorry, I said Rob Newman a moment ago when you posed the question. Joe Holmes had a round at Lyd in the sprint where he raced from the back. And there is Alex Dodds getting all out of shape there, and it's allowed, Palmer Mobsby had already gone through. I think that's allowed Ben Hamilton through, and possibly Thomas Hughes as well. And in fact, fair play, George Palmer Mobsby is coming up to challenge Ruben Mamelok at this point.
Yeah, Palmer Mobsby has got on top of the conditions as well now. Now Mamelok's trying to say to Palmer Mobsby, no, don't fight me at this stage. Let's keep going. Let's work together and catch the leader. As a moment there, I think that was...
it might have been Alex Dodds into the tyres.
Yeah.
And unlike what we saw from Ruben in the previous race, where it was like that might be a cone warning, that was definitely we saw the tyres scooting across them. So we'll see what race control says about it.
George Palmer Mobsby has had a couple of second places so far this season. He was second place in the so he's up to the same position that he finished the last Alpha Live streamed trophy final for the Super Cadets. That was at Buckmore Park for round number 2. In fact, no, it wasn't, because it was round number 1 that was Buckmore Park. But anyway, round 2 was the last time that he finished in second place. Mamelok's got back through to second place, and they are still closing. 2.957 seconds closed in on the leader, Jack Redfern, on that last lap alone.
And Redfern does have traffic in front of him. He has drivers a lap down. Now, if those drivers are making mistakes and he has to avoid, he loses a whole heap of time here. Although there is very good heads-up driving, I have to say, from Giulio Valeriani to realise that the drivers a lap up from him are coming through with the blue flags being shown to him. And that's changed back. That's Mamelot through.
Yep.
Sorry, had you just mentioned
he got
that
one through
Sorry.
on turns 1 and 2, closing in on the leader all the time.
This is going to be an amazing finish. But yeah, as I said, we have seen once, I can think, in the seniors where we've seen a driver come through from a B final win to take a round win. But this is so unusual.
Joe Holmes is not a bad name
I was
to be
going to say
mentioned in the same sentence as
no.
in that regard.
No.
And not with the same sentence of so-and-so was overtaken by Joe Holmes.
Yes.
90 seconds to go. Mamelot at the moment has got the attentions of Palmer Mobsby behind. What did they gain on that last lap? 0.6 of a second. The gap is now 1.7. They just need to work together for one more lap to close in Jack Redfern. Jack Redfern's still doing a great job. And in fact, is the track at that point where it's going to start coming back?
I mean,
it feels like the intensity of the rain has dissipated away.
Other drivers who are really on the pace, Jamie Warner is in the 113s, as is Jonathan Fuchsell. Those are the only two drivers I can see out there who last time around managed... Oh, no, excuse me, Charlie Wainwright has just managed a 113 as well. So those are all drivers who seem to be getting back on the pace quickly here.
But that was the other aspect of Mamelot's race in the B final. He wasn't able just to keep it on the road when it was wet. He also got back on the pace quicker than other drivers when it started to dry out. There's going to be one more lap to go. Can Jack Redfern hold on for a first race victory this year in the Super Cadets for Club 100 2022? Or can Ruben Mamelot complete one of the most remarkable races I think we've ever seen on an Alpha Live streamed race here in Club 100? Or can George Palmer Mobsby take a big step forward in the championship battle? Palmer Mobsby down the inside trying to take second place.
Ben Hamilton's coming on the scene. That's him there coming in on the action, and he's bringing Jamie Warner for the party as well, and he's going to have a look down the inside of Palmer Mobsby. This is all for position between these four drivers, and this might be very much a gift for Jack Redfern, because it's surely going to give him some protection if they're all fighting in amongst themselves.
Hamilton down the inside, takes second place, has got back on the pace quick, has got the temperature in the tyres. But this is all good news for Jack Redfern, who in the wet conditions has kept his head, was under pressure from those behind, was being caught by 3-4 seconds a lap at some point. But Jack Redfern takes race victory and round victory for round 6 over the line. It's going to be Hamilton from Mamelot, and an unbelievable drive from Ruben Mamelot, who holds onto a spot on the podium from the B final by 0.077 seconds ahead of Jamie Warner. George Palmer Mobsby finishes 5th, but what a way, Howard, to take your first win here in round 5, not round 6 of the 2022 Club 100 Super Cadet Championship. Jack Redfern is a round winner.
My goodness me, what an absolutely crazy but brilliant A final for our Super Cadets. Brilliant stuff from Jack Redfern. Brilliant, all the drivers, and once again, I have to say, a lot of drivers conducting themselves really well there in changeable conditions, so credit where it's due across the field there. But brilliant drive from Redfern to take the win. Benjamin Hamilton finding the pace towards the end to take second, and Ruben Mamelot, brilliant stuff.
First podium of the year as well.
First podium of the year, yes. What absolutely fantastic scenes here in our Super Cadets. Next up is a class that technically hasn't really had a wet race so far today, and may not have another one again now. It's our last race of the day coming up next. It's the A final for our Super Lightweight Juniors. Let's have a look at the grid then for this final race in our running for the day here. Max Patworth is on pole, Sam Cole alongside Thomas Northcutt and Harrison Brooks are row 2, with Archie Johnson and Liam O'Sullivan on row number 3. Liam O'Sullivan, Finn Davies and Zach Weston and Watson is next, with Ralph King and Daniel Munro to round out the top 10. Nathan Crowley and Nathan Boyle are row 6, with row 7 being occupied by Jack Steadman and Louis Robinson. Brody Skinner and Ollie Clegg are on row 8, with Marcel Kowalski and Ben Yango on row 9. William Taylor and Toby Street round out your top 20. George Daniels and Imogen Owen are row 11. Row 12 is occupied by Casper Marriott and Philip Bulbulal. And that is how they... Yes, that does include our promotions. I'm going to double check. It does.
Sands and Philpott.
Yes, I don't think they were on the graphic there, but yes, it is Tom Sands and Jack Philpott indeed who will line up on the back of this one. The reason I was referencing the weather there just before we played the Stinger, it's genuinely gone rain for the Super Cadets, pretty much a dry track for the Super Lightweights, rain for the Super Cadets, and now it's kind of clearing up again, right? It's really bizarre. You would not watch this back if we edited these races and just cropped each race. You wouldn't piece them together in the right order without the itinerary sheet in front of you. But yes, the Super Lightweights are out for their warm-up laps here, as we wait to determine who takes home the spoils in round 6 of the Super Lightweights class.
This category, drivers from the ages of 13 to 18. 60 kilograms is the weight limit, minimum weight limit. And, particularly looking to the likes of Ralph King and Sam Cole. We saw earlier in the junior lightweights, slightly higher weight limit. Anthony Marto put himself in a position where he can mathematically win the title in the last round of the season. It could be the same for Ralph King and Sam Cole. They continue their strong form. Max Papworth particularly, his form has been very strong over the last 2 rounds. Has not finished outside 4th place in any of those races, including the pre-A final win earlier on here today. This is just the formation laps. This race gets a few more formation laps. The drivers to check over the karts, and they can elect to come in and change their kart, of course, but especially with these Rotax engines, that can be a bit of a risk if you go from warm karts to essentially a cold kart, the one that's been sat in the pits on the double grid for the last half an hour, shall we say, because these Rotax engines do take a couple of laps just to warm up and get them up to full racing speed.
We are going to the last race of the day.
Yes.
We've done a little bit of a reminder to people. We had a bit of a pause earlier in which we went through some of the things that are coming up just to cover the remainder of this specific aspect of Club 100 for the rest of the season. So fantastic weekend we've had here at Whilton Mill. Next up will be Clay Pigeon. That will be on the 2nd of October, and we'll have the live stream going for you again at that round, so that'll be fantastic. And then the final round for the cadets and the juniors is at Butmore Park on the 26th of November. And we should be going back to one of the tracks that we had earlier in the season. That'll be absolutely fantastic to see how that one all comes to the close. Here we go then. The Super Lightweight A final for round 6 of the juniors. Max Papworth will lead them away in the number 20. It's a lightning start already there from Thomas Northcutt there into... Oh, we've got a driver off there into the wall there as it's a lightning start. And that's the 36. That's Archie Johnson. That's from quite high up there. As we've got... That's Sam Cole on the grass. And we've got other drivers as well, and that's a bit of a scruffy start towards the back. We've got another driver skewing round to the side of the track coming out of Inkermans, and that's if that's not a full start, that's a borderline. Would have been given some consideration as such, because there are a lot of karts strewn around the track trying to recover, and that was an amazing start for Papworth and Northcott. Look at the jump that they have on the rest of the field.
They do indeed. Good chance for them to break away and stay away. I've got to say, though, that is a very good start for Ralph King, because he's there in third place, and his championship rival, Sam Cole, is all the way down in. It keeps falling down the order. 18th for Sam Cole at the moment. There's a penalty, if not already mentioned, for Harrison Brooks for a takeout. That's +6 at the end of his race. A great start this for Papworth and for Northcott, first and second.
Yeah, drivers who've had some sort of drama there. I think Archie Johnson, William Taylor and Marshall Kowalski are definitely the main ones out there who had some kind of drama on that first lap. Here are your top two, though, Papworth and Northcott, and it's going to be interesting to go on.
Thing to remember about Northcott, not a championship contender.
True.
His first competitive round
True.
was round 4.
Yeah.
So the 2 rounds worth, 4 races across the year, have already been used, and then he wasn't here for round 3 either, so he's already missed 6 races, mathematically can't win the title.
These drivers need to work out their pace relative to each other and work together quickly. Ralph King, Finn Davies and Daniel Munro, if they want to be a part of the battle up front, as Davies and Munro go side by side up the hill, Munro fancying his chances to get by, and I think that's because Davies was a little bit out of shape through Paddock corners behind them as well. Harrison Brooks and Zach Watson are battling away. And that is brilliantly read by Liam O'Sullivan, who's going to get both of them down into Ashby. Is he's going to get at least one of them? That was nicely judged. And is there more rain in the air, Andrew? Or am I just, my eyes deceiving me now? We've got a driver at the side of the road, which I think is Nathan Crowley.
Yeah, there might be another sprinkling just coming down, or a bit of moisture in the air. There is Ralph King. This is a big few laps from Ralph King, because he's closing in that gap that was 1.7 seconds at the end of lap number 2. It's a lot less now with 9.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, the pace is down. Pace is down, 56.1s for Papworth and Northcott. However, Ralph King did a 54.9 last time around. It's a 3-way battle at the front of the order here at Whilton Mill for the lead of the race here in the A final for the junior super lightweights, the 6th round of the series.
Ralph King's pace and ability to race today has been solid, as he's having a look there at Thomas Northcott, but I'm trying to think which race early it was where he just worked his way up through the field.
Yeah.
Just sliced through it. Really good stuff. He's not made it stick though on Northcott yet. Northcott's also been involved in some pretty tasty battles today, but there is the move for second place. Ralph King up into second and immediately gives the gesticulation to say, hey, let's work together to keep Max Papworth within arm's grasp. And both of those drivers who we've just seen exchanging position there, I think have had a solid day of racing for my part. Dan Munro, though, sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to try and catch up onto the back of them, having got by on Finn Davies. The 41 is trying to get onto this. I seem to recall that in the previous race, Munro had some penalties applied, so he may actually have been out of position on outright pace in the grid for this one.
It's been a strange day for
yes.
Daniel Munro, because it's like he's just woken up. I know teenagers sometimes like to do that. They don't wake up until 5:45 in the evening. But, you look at his record earlier in the year. He's had race wins. He took a clean sweep at round number 3. He was successful at PFI, took a race win there as well. He's been a touch off colour so far today. He had that great qualifying back through, managed to get himself in the A final.
Yes.
He's had a slow start, but that doesn't matter right now, because he's in this A final. He's P4. This could be a big, big moment for the driver who, at the start of the day at least, was leading on points.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he was a bit of in some ways. You can't drive through that bit. There's the change for the lead. Ralph King through at Christmas Corner. Opportunistic move. Arrived on the scene and went straight for the move. And Papworth is going to try and immediately fight back into Ashby, but he's got to be careful, because Northcott and Munro and indeed Finn Davies are right there to pick up the spoils from him there, so he's got to pick his counter-attack carefully. And down the inside of Northcott there goes Daniel Munro. Can he make it stick? I'm not sure he's got enough of an advantage on corner exit, and he doesn't. And that's just given a bit more of a gap there to Papworth. So Max Papworth, if he's going to try and counter-attack Ralph King, now is a good time to try it, if he can get a run up the hill. On to lap 7 they go. Should say as well that the there's good battles going on further back. There's been a difficult lap for Zach Watson, though, that last time around. He's dropped down a few positions there, so I don't know if there was a moment of drama for him there. We're keeping the focus predominantly on this top 5, but you can see that battle behind that at the moment is being led by Liam O'Sullivan really nicely there in 6th place.
A bit of news from the Super Cadets, by the way. There have been post-race penalties in the Super Cadets. Benji Hamilton received a curbing penalty, so the podium ends as Redfern, Mamalok and Warner. It's even better for Mamalok in 2nd place. Yeah. Who would have thought that at the start of the day? Who would have thought that at the start of the B final? Louis Robertson in this race has had a contact warning.
I've just realised, well, I think Ralph King was the driver who I think he was the driver where I went, what are you hoping for today on the Paddock walk? And he went, a win.
Yep. Oh, Northcott getting involved with Papworth there. Munro trying to take advantage of it. Finn Davies there as well. Davies, who's had a quiet day, not seen too much of him, but again, doesn't matter right now. This is a race for a round win and a trophy. Finn Davies is right there in P5. Good lap though this, Howard, for Ralph King. The gap was less than half a second at the last count. Contact warning for Northcott. It's going to be a lot more here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as they cross the line, still 5 minutes left on the clock. The gap's out to nearly a second for Ralph King there.
Contact warning for Sam Cole as well, but he is coming through the field. He's up to 11th place. He's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. Northcott trying to go round the outside. That's brave. And he's, well, Papworth's given him just about enough room there. And Munro has pounced. Great move by Daniel Munro. Saw that there was going to be a gap, read it very well. Northcott's now been forced out wide by Finn Davies, who similarly saw that there was going to be a lane. And that means that Munro's up to 3rd, Davies 4th, Northcott down to 5th.
Just to confirm, Nathan Crowley is no longer circulating in this race. You can see him sat on the side of the road there, so unfortunate end to his day's racing. Here, the battle for 2nd place. And have they got an answer to Ralph King, actually? If they can work together, can they keep in touch with him?
Well, this is the thing, because there's been these battles going on, they're letting Ralph King get away with this. Yeah. He's quite happy, setting a 54.324 all on his own with no help from behind. Here goes Daniel Munro. Big moment this in his race. Clean as you like. Gets through. Papworth tried to turn in there. No way that Munro was not going to be going through there. As Northcott's fought through past Davies into 4th place through Inkermans.
He's so confident through the top of the hill, is Northcott. On each lap, he seems to be trying to make a place. I know he saw him drop to the back through Ashby Corner last time through, but that's because he'd had an attempt at a move buoyed up on the confidence of pace that he seems to have through that part of the circuit. So interesting stuff. Interesting to see the dynamics between these different drivers. Stronger, different strengths, different parts of the lap. As there, though, is a crucial moment there for him. Cone penalty means he'll be deducted a place from wherever he finishes. He cannot win this round now.
Now, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. 2.2 seconds is the gap for Ralph King ahead of Daniel Munro. See it there on the run up to Christmas Corner. I've got a feel here, Howard, that this next lap is going to be very telling for the remaining story of this race as to whether Daniel Munro can close in that gap of 2.2 seconds. You see Sam Cole still battling away there as well. He's got himself back up the order, back up to 11th. Northcott looking down the inside of Papworth for 3rd place on the road. Through Oses has got it done. That's good news for Munro at least. Here comes Finn Davies trying to force his way through, taking to the grass on the run onto the back straight there. Nicely done through into 4th place. But no, look at this, Papworth fighting back. Good line on the inside, gets the run, overtakes, retakes the position. What is the gap? 1.8 seconds is the gap. So Munro is quicker, but has he got enough time to close in what remains of Ralph King's lead?
And fair play to Liam O'Sullivan and Brodie Skinner, who you could just see in the background on that last shot, are working together to try and get in on this fight.
Yeah.
They weren't battling, they weren't going, hell for leather trying to get by. They're trying their best to reel this battle in. There they are. And then further back, here's Sam Cole. You just saw a flash of him there, trying to get through on Harrison Brooks into Ashby Corner. He's fighting his way back up through the field. Here he is. He's just got through on Harrison Brooks. Good little battle going on in that pack between himself, Brooks, and Nathan Boyle as well is in on that fight. So this one could be, as looked to me like someone hit the tyres, and Sam Cole's got a bump and pass. So however that went through Ashby, doesn't turn out it went all that cleanly. This is Nathan Boyle ahead of Jack Steadman, battling away there as penalties come in there for Jack Philpott as well as for Sam Cole. For Philpott, that is for forcing the driver wide.
Good pace from Ralph King on that last lap as Ben Yangu's looking down the inside there of Jack Steadman. Doesn't get through. That's the kind of pace though that Ralph King as leader needs. Matches Munro on a 53.9. In fact, 4 thousandths of a second was the difference between their lap times last time around. And Ralph King keeps doing that for the next couple of laps. He's going to win this round. Big win as well for his championship.
On to the last lap goes Ralph King then. 1.7 seconds to the good. He is in the pound seats for this, make no mistake about it, as side by side there is going. That was Philip Babulal and battling away with Louis Robinson. That's over 14th place.
Munro was quicker again on that last lap, but the rate at which the gap is coming down isn't going to be enough for him today. Babulal trying to get past Robinson there through Christmas Corner. Looks like Archie Johnson was involved as well, but this has been a really mature race from Ralph King. Worked his way to the front of the order, kept it calm, put the laps in when he needed to, and for the first time since round number 2, the very first race that we streamed for these guys on the Alpha Live cameras, it's Ralph King who wins at Whilton Mill and takes round 6 for the 2022 Club 100 Junior Super Lightweight Championship. Wins by 1 second ahead of Daniel Munro. Has a good finish to the day here and will be in a strong position going into Clay Pigeon in a few weeks' time. Thomas Northcott finishes on the road in 3rd, but has a penalty, so Max Papworth will complete the podium. And I'm just going to remind myself, because I think that is a 2nd podium in a row for a trophy final for Max Papworth. Finn Davies finishes 5th on the road. Liam O'Sullivan 6th. 7th for Brodie Skinner. 8th in the end for Sam Cole, but he has a penalty. That first lap was really what set the tone for Sam Cole's race. Just too much to do from where he was. Nathan Boyle finishes in 9th place. Jack Steadman 10th. Ben Yangu 11th. Harrison Brooks, Zach Watson, Archie Johnson and Louis Robinson were all in the top 15 on the road. Philip Babulal and Marcel Kowalski were next up at 16th and 17th. Imogen Owen 18th, 19th for Casper Marriott and 20th for Toby Street. Ollie Clegg, George Daniels, William Taylor, Tom Sands and Jack Philpott. Your finishes 25 of them. 1 retirement after lap 1, which was Nathan Crowley.
I appreciate the waves from some of the drivers there coming under the gantry. Well, that was good to see.
And there we go. That is it for racing here today at Whilton Mill. Thank you very much for joining us. Quick few thanks before we head off. Big thanks to our team here for the Alpha Live coverage today. Out on track we have Jess, Johnny, Jack and DJ out there on the cameras. Thank you to them for all of their help, because without their skills, we literally couldn't call the race. Big thanks to our producer, Adam Chapman, and all of his hard work behind the scenes. Thank you to all of you in the comments for getting involved. If you enjoyed the stream, do make sure that you're subscribed to Alpha Live and click that notification bell. The next Club 100 stream will be on the 2nd of October. We'll be down at Clay Pigeon for the next round of these championships that we've seen here today. Big thanks to all the staff at Whilton Mill, all the marshals, all the team hard at work in the clubhouse. And big thanks, of course, to the Club 100 team as well, and everything that they do to put on these events. And another great event from John Viger, Will Chew and the whole team. And thank you to you, mate. It's been a while since we've done this in the box.
It's been too long. No, it's been absolutely brilliant. I've thoroughly enjoyed my first in-person experience of the cadets and the juniors. in Club 100. It's absolutely fantastic days racing. So, no, it's been fun, mate. Cheers.
Indeed, there we go. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash MM on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Wednesday night as well, we've got some more Club 100 action in virtual form, with the drivers taking to Mount Panorama in the GT3s. Do join us just going up to 7:45 on Wednesday evening for that. But thank you very much for joining us here at Whilton Mill for round 5 of the Club 100 Cadet Championship, round 6 of the Club 100 Junior Championship. Do enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on the 2nd of October for more racing here in Club 100 at Clay Pigeon. Enjoy your evening. Goodbye.